Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had wet a hair with Fem Kyubi? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Before you begin to read my FIC, I just wanted to say that if you try to bring religious beliefs, the laws of physics, or even if you are tied to canon facts and timelines, then you will have a very limited story selection on this site. When you open up a fan fiction or book in general, you need to leave your concepts at the door and let yourself be carried away by the views of the writer. Seeing into the imagination and personal world of another is the reason for stories to exist. That is how you truly enjoy a story. Let yourself be absorbed by the words and beliefs of another. Thank you all, and I hope you will remember my words while reading this story and any other. Summary. What if Naruto got the smallest bit of help and a few special abilities before Team 7 was formed? Would it make that much of a difference? Naruto has always had the makings of ultimate power. When the shadow of the ultimate opponent starts appearing, will he be pushed hard enough in life to go beyond the limits of humans? Let's see what his limits really are when forced to reach for them. This fan fiction will have adult language, themes, and situations. If you wish to pollute your innocent little mind, then read on. If not, leave now. If you have any questions about my writing style or views on Naruto, his powers, or abilities, just read my profile or PM me. Talking. Demon talking. Thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fics under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. Disclaimer: no jutsu. I don't own Naruto or any crossover I use, and never will unless I win the lottery 3 or 4 times. It was peaceful in Konohamaru no Sato, also known as the village hidden in the leaves. Twilight was just ending and the night was beginning with the appearance of the first stars in the night sky. The scene was tranquil in every sense, with the fading light capturing the village until Itadakimasu was the rather low appreciation Tuchi and Ayame of Ichiraku Ramen received from their favorite customer Uzumaki. Naruto, the so-called demon brat, among other special names. To this day Naruto couldn't understand the meaning of the names or what he had done to deserve his titles. Naruto couldn't help but think, I know I've pulled a lot of pranks over the years, but to be called a demon and to be treated the way I do? It just doesn't make sense. I didn't even start my pranks until my 2nd year in the academy, but the names have been flying around since I can remember. These thoughts rolled through Naruto's mind almost daily since the names were used just as often, but that didn't matter tonight. Tonight was a very special night for Naruto. Not only was he going to pull off his most ingenious prank ever, but it was also the night before his genin exam. Tonight he planned to get revenge on the stuck-up white-eyed Tamiz. Out of all the times he had been mistreated, beaten, thrown out of stores and refused service, never had someone done what these Tamiz had done. It was unforgivable. Naruto-kun, are you really going to go through with doing a prank on the Hyuga? Are you? Was the concerned question from Ayame, knowing just as every other villager, the physical and political might the clan wielded. In a solemn voice Naruto replied, Ayame Nichan, you've seen how I've been treated all my life. Tuchi and Ayame looked down, remembering everything they had seen. I can ignore all of that because I have a few people like you who are kind to me, but after what those 3 said and did, as he said those words Naruto's fist tightened until his chopsticks cracked apart in his hand as he remembered the indignity he suffered at the hands of those men. At least after a beating he had his pride, but these men didn't even allow him that. The night before, thanks for dinner Tuchi Gigi, said Naruto as he began to stand from his stool. Anytime Naruto, you just train hard for your exam. With the cheers from his favorite chef, Naruto began to leave his favorite, and possibly only, eating place. As he exited the bar he bumped right into someone, almost knocking them over. Sorry about that. It was my fault. Naruto apologized as he looked up into those void pale white eyes that always sent a shiver down his spine. Those eyes just don't look right. At least that one girl in my class with those eyes has some color to them, but these ones are just creepy. As Naruto was getting up, he was roughly shoved back down to the ground by one of the other 2 Hyuga. How dare you act in such a callous way to us, you little brat? What do you think you're doing attacking one of the noble members of the Hyuga clan? Said one of the 2 bodyguards forcefully, the disgust and hatred clear in his voice. Attacking? I just bumped into him. I even apologized, pleaded Naruto, trying to avoid another fight with the villagers. Too little too late, demon. Naruto then received a harsh chakra-enhanced strike, sending him right into a nearby wall, leaving a few cracks from the impact of his body. At this point Teuchi was heading over to help, but one look from Naruto stopped him in his tracks. While straining with the pain, and spitting out a little blood, Naruto said to his assailants, "I don't know what your problem is with me, but I already apologized for the accident and I don't want trouble, so I'll be going home now." Naruto struggled to his feet and began to shamble in the direction of his apartment, only to hear the words that would haunt him for months to come. Not that he was afraid of the Hyuga, far from it. It was the truth in the words that hurt him so. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he knew they were telling the truth. As if a demon like you has a home to go to. No one's waiting for you, no one wants you. You're just a little demon who will never be accepted by anyone, worthless. The one who seemed like the leader of the three said these words with ice in his voice and the most evil smirk plastered on his face. After hearing the icy words of the man, Naruto finally snapped. All the years of abuse, neglect, and indifference towards him flashed before his eyes. Every injustice, so-called punishment, and the glares filled with hate and loathing. He always hated the villagers for the way he was treated, but he'd always just pushed it away and continued on heading for his dream. He knew acting out any more than he did would only give them more of a reason to hate him. This, however, was too much. He could deal with all the pain, loneliness, and hate, but to have it thrown in his face, his pride would never allow such a thing. In a rage he had never known before, his eyes flashed blood red, and he blurred out of existence, shocking the old man in a yame. Then, just as suddenly, he reappeared right in between the three Hyuga. To say the three men were shocked would be an extreme understatement. One minute they were taunting the demon brat, waiting for it to start crying, and the next he appears right in their faces with those piercing red eyes burning into them. Using their shock, Naruto, in one fluid motion, kicks the legs right out from under the one Hyuga standing to the right of the leader with a sweeping roundhouse, only to pull ninja wire out of his sleeve to wrap around the arms of the Hyuga on the left, who tried to strike the side of his head only for it to brush across his left arm. Too late, Naruto realizes that the strike was some kind of jutsu and, to his shock, his whole left arm went numb with a slight burning in it. As the pain from the strike set in, Naruto's rage disappeared as quickly as it came. Shit, what was that? He thought, now freaking out. I can't move my arm. This is bad. Why did I lose my temper like that? Two of them are obviously Chunin and I don't know about the other. I'm so fucked. I might have a chance against one Chunin. While Naruto was recovering from the attack, the first Hyuga was up again and was able to land a devastating blow to side of Naruto's head, sending him straight into the same wall as before, cracking it further. Take that, you insolent little brat. The hit to his head was making his mind swim and Naruto was barely standing with the pain freshly pumping through him. You filthy little demon. How dare you disgrace the mighty Hyuga like this? As a member of the head family, I will pass down your punishment. Looking on with dull blue eyes, Naruto could easily tell that they had gathered quite the crowd and that the Hyuga in front of him was screaming something or other and taking the strangest stance he had ever seen. Even though he was barely aware of his surroundings at the time, because of the pain he was in, he couldn't help but be interested in the jutsu. The Hyuga took his stance, crouching low to the ground, legs spread, stretching both arms in opposite directions, palms facing up. As he took this stance, he said the simple words, "You are within the field of my hake." Divination. While Naruto looked on with hazy eyes, all he could think was, why does this always happen to me? What have I done in my life? And what the fuck is he doing? After this simple thought, the last thing Naruto could hear was a roar of Hake Rokujiyansho. Divination field: 64 strikes, 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, 32 strikes, 64 strikes. Ha! One strike after another landed painfully on Naruto, and with every one he felt less and less, which he was thankful for. With the final strike, Naruto was thrown viciously into the same wall for a third and final time. The final blow was too strong for the already damaged wall to take, and it finally gave way and collapsed right on top of our hero, covering him from sight. Once the attack was finished, Ayame was crying on her father's shoulder for Naruto's pain. Those "Tems, to do that to a child," were Tsuki's only words to express his anger. Before the crowd had completely dispersed, the leader of the three Hyuga gave the simple statement, "Trash belongs in the garbage." With that said, several sadistic grins appeared in the crowd as they watched happily.
Before either Chuki or Ayame could stop it, the two branch members had already tossed Naruto's broken body into a nearby dumpster and walked away behind the main family member, leaving the caring ramen cooks to aid the fallen boy.
End flashback. I can't let that go so easily, Ayame-ni-chan, said Naruto solemnly. Naruto-kun, what are you planning to do? Asked a very concerned Ayame.
Naruto looked serious for a moment before breaking out into a foxy grin. It is better if you don't know, Ayame-ni-chan. Just be sure to be open early tomorrow. I'll be needing breakfast when I'm done. And I'm sure you'll get a good laugh too. With that said, Naruto left the ramen bar with a black pack slung over his shoulder, filled with who knows what. There have been many pranksters in Konoha's history, but none as famous as Uzumaki Naruto. He has pulled more pranks than any other and has yet to be caught for any of them by anyone other than Iruka or the Sandaime Hokage, the legendary professor himself, and even then they have had a hard time proving he had pulled them, even though it was obvious he had. This alone has made him legendary for his stealth and pranking abilities within the village. He has even been able to prank multiple Chunin, Junin, and any others that have gotten on his bad side. The only ones that seem out of league for Naruto's prank abilities are the Anbu and the Hokage himself. But that didn't stop him from trying now, did it? Even while being perused by the Anbu, Naruto was still able to give them the slip somehow or another. The Anbu were always able to find him and even track him rather easily, but every time they had cornered him, he was able to disappear again. Many had started to believe he knew some advanced form of the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker, or teleportation technique, but they have never found out if he did. Many just chalk it up to his foxy ways. After all these years of pranks, only Yumuino Iruka has been able to capture the elusive blonde on a regular basis. Whether Iruka's skills surpass Naruto's or if the blonde just surrenders to the scarred Chunin is unknown, but to this day no one knows how he always manages to escape. His knowledge of Konoha's alleys and shortcuts was second to none, almost infamous really, along with his own Oroku no Jutsu, sexy, which was the cause of a lot of the escapes, but the mystery of how he does what he does is still a mystery. Tonight he wasn't playing a prank on just anyone, oh no. No Anbu, Junin or ninja in general could compare with this. Tonight he was going to prank the famous Hyuga clan, wielders of the Byakugan White Evil Eye. The rumored all-seeing eyes. He had heard rumors of the White Eye's ability to see through solid objects, 360 degrees, the chakra circulatory system, and even the tentacus points. Scary, and supposedly it was supposed to do even more. This alone meant extreme caution. That is exactly why we now find our hero hiding behind a building on the edge of the Hyuga's compound. Using the cover of night, he is preparing for the upcoming mission. Changing out of his signature orange jumpsuit, Naruto began re-examining his plans for the night. Everything has to be perfect. Let's see. First I need to get past the guards and then sneak into the first of the 4 buildings in the compound. 2 of them seem to be living quarters and the other one seems to be a kitchen and storage of some kind, with the last, apparently the main building, most likely filled with greeting halls, meeting spots, and other boring stuff like that. The garden that runs between the 2 residential buildings would be the best cover. I wonder why the family is split into 2 houses. They could have made it easier for me by all being in the same building. Naruto then looked more closely to try and see if there was some kind of trick to the compound. If one of the buildings were actually a trap for intruders, then he most likely would miss breakfast. It seems one of those buildings could hold them all, so why would they separate themselves? I don't see any traps, maybe they just like their space. But one of the sections seems to be more lavish
than the other. I wonder if maybe there is a difference between the 2 groups. Naruto decided to finish his thought aloud. Well, it doesn't make a difference now. Naruto stood wearing black Anbu-style pants that seemed to absorb all light around them. They ended with basic black bandages wrapped tightly around his ankles, leading into black shinobi sandals with red trim that ended higher on his calves for better support. On his upper body he wore a skin-tight black long-sleeved t-shirt, black fingerless gloves, and bandages tied around the lower half of his face to hide the telltale whisker marks. This is much better. I wish I could dress like this all the time, but it took me nearly a month to save up for this set of clothes, with the little money I have left after my living budget, not to mention I had to use a henge, transformation, to get into the store to buy them. Too bad I can't. I like orange and all, but it's just a little too noticeable. But if it wasn't for me having to learn stealth in bright orange, I probably wouldn't be this good. Maybe I could get a black and orange outfit or maybe just a mask. Well, that's enough daydreaming, it's time to move. Before Naruto ran off, he tied a long black cloth over his head, hiding his hair completely to finish his disguise. They may be able to see through solid objects, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. Moving as quickly and quietly as he could, Naruto jumped the outer wall of the garden, and while staying in the shadows he began circling the inner wall of the compound, looking for an opening in the guard's watch. Luckily for him, none of them seemed to use their prized Byakugan. I was worried that this was going to end before it began. The arrogance of the Hyuga was ridiculous. Only one guard was stationed at every entrance to the complex and 3 walking the grounds. Not even guards at the doors to the houses. After circling the grounds twice, he finally saw the perfect opening. With a burst of chakra enhanced speed, he rushed to the tree closest to his target, and with a quick rebound off the tree he flew to what he assumed to be a hallway window. The closest guard looked around to see what the rustling sound a moment ago was, but only found a slight unsettling of dust. With a slight shrug, he decided to patrol the houses just to be safe. Once inside, Naruto quickly merged with the shadows of the walls, just as he was trained to do. He then began his search for his intended targets. While moving from room to room, Naruto practiced paranoia he had never known. At the slightest noise, moving shadow, new scent, or just an out-of-place shiver on his skin, he would henge into a rug or other common item in an instant. It was a good practice too, as his paranoia had saved him a couple of times from a guard making his rounds. 3 hours after the start of his infiltration, Naruto was reaching the end of his job. Slipping into every room of the compound proved to be more of a challenge than he had thought it would be. The place was huge, almost maze-like, but he had still done it. Now, on the last few rooms, Naruto was getting the biggest swell of pride for his own accomplishments, since he had mastered Kawarimi no Jutsu, replacement, without hand seals. He hardly got recognized for anything other than pranks. At least when he pulled pranks, people were awed until they discovered it was him. Some praise is better than none. As soon as he entered the next room and began to acquire his target, he caught a familiar scent that made his stomach drop. The only thing that he could think was, Hinata, as he turned to look at the sleeping girl in front of him, while holding a pair of lacy violet panties. Several thoughts ran through his head, but the most prevalent was, I can't do this to Hinata. She's never done anything to me. She's actually been one of the nicest people in the whole village. Also, I had no idea Hinata had this kind of side to her, he thought while putting the panties back and finding a lot more racier ones in varying colors and designs, earning a raised eyebrow. As he thought of this, images of a blushing, stuttering Hinata that was complimenting him in a quiet, almost whispering voice entered his mind. Next came all the times he spotted her following him with that same blush, as well as her habit of poking her fingers together. He couldn't help but wonder, I wonder why she follows me sometimes. She also hides whenever I turn her way or try to approach her. She obviously isn't following me around to talk. Maybe there's another reason? With a slight blush he decides. No, he couldn't do it. He couldn't prank her. With one last look at the peacefully sleeping girl, he slipped out of the room just as quietly as he had come. Now to finish the job and get out of here. Good night, Hinata. I hope you like the show in the morning. The following morning in Konohamaru no Sato could only be described as pure chaos. All over the village, in trees, on the ground, hanging from just about everywhere you could think to look, was the entire Hyuga clan's clothing, from their signature cream-colored jackets to their unmentionables, while the entirety of the Hyuga clan was out gathering what was left of their pride. Our blonde hero was sitting at his favorite restaurant enjoying a well-earned breakfast, the food of kings, ramen. Even though Naruto had just gone an entire night without sleep, here he was in the same clothes as the night before, except for the absence of the cloth covering his hair, wrappings around his face, and the addition of his signature orange jacket hanging open, showing off his tight black shirt. He also had his goggles hanging around his neck as he listened to the praise of his favorite chefs. I can't believe you actually did it, you little brat, was Tuchi's boisterous congratulations. Everyone is going to be talking about this one for years, Naruto-kun, was the excited comment from Ayame. Ha ha ha, I hope so. What else would you expect from the next Hokage when he pulls a prank? Then, taking a more serious tone, Naruto said, this was really meant to drop them down a few pegs though. Really, how does a prank do that? I understand having their clothes and, well, you know what's thrown all over the village being embarrassing, but how would it drop the view of their skills or reputation? The Hyuga are one of Konoha's 4 noble clans after all? Asked Tuchi as he handed Naruto another bowl of ramen. Well, it really means nothing to normal villagers but as a funny prank. On the other hand, to trained shinobi it's a matter of village security. Not only was the compound of the most powerful clan infiltrated, but every room was entered and raided without notice, was Naruto's response with noodles hanging from his mouth. Okay Naruto-kun, but what does that prove other than that you're sneaky? Ayame asked with a grin while serving another customer. Well, let me answer your question with another one. If I could sneak into their compound to steal their clothes by entering every room one by one without being noticed, what's to stop me from sneaking in there and slitting their throats while they slept? When this was said, the entire restaurant went silent with shock. The few people that were in the building this early were listening intently to the legendary prankster's explanation of his masterpiece. Now at the realization that an academy student, a legendary one, but an academy student nonetheless, could possibly wipe out the Hyuga in one night was alarming. It would be like the Uchiha all over again. If the demon brat could do this, then who else was capable of it? Even the most skilled of shinobi are powerless when asleep. Before anyone could say another word, a loud scream of, "I found him! He's over here!" came from just outside the shop. When Naruto peered out, he saw 2 Hyuga, 3 Chunin, and 1 really pissed off looking Hyuga Hiyashi. Ha ha, hi guys, bye guys. And with that the chase was on. Throughout the village people could hear the screams of, "Get back here brat. You won't escape this time. You've gone too far this time Naruto," and of course his favorite. "Get the demon." Even with all this, Naruto couldn't help but have fun with the chase. "You losers are just jealous that you don't have the skill or guts to do what I do," called Naruto while jumping from building to building. "Get back here Naruto. You will be taken to see the Sandaime for punishment. If you give yourself up your sentence will be reduced," came the cries of his pursuers. The chase had started at around 6 a.m. that morning and was already well into 8 o'clock, and they were still not even remotely close to capturing Naruto. This kid is insane. How can he have this kind of stamina? We never should have split up from the main group. While the 2 Chunin were having their strategy meeting, Naruto was having a nice breather on a high balcony. These guys just won't give up. Normally I would just hide for a while to rest, but with Hyuga after me I can barely stop for 2 minutes before I'm found. At this rate I'll be caught for the first time. With this grim realization, Naruto decided to try and get to the academy as fast as he could. Especially since his exam was supposed to be in a little over a half an hour. Moving with the shadows, he headed in the direction of the academy, but before he could get more than 25 feet there was a cry of, "There he is!" As Naruto spun around, all he could do was yell his horror at what he was seeing. Ah fuck no. Standing in the direction he had just come from was a group of 9 Hyuga guards, 6 Chunin, 2 ANBU, numerous random villagers, and what looked like at least 15 Hyuga females with a "kill you painfully" look in their eyes. With that sight and a large amount of fear, he was off. At around 9 a.m. Naruto had finally lost them by using every trick he knew. Every shortcut, dead end, camouflage, henge, kawarimi, and, to his great displeasure, he had even resorted to using his Oiroke no Jutsu. He had only really created that jutsu to improve his skill with henge and to prank Iruka. He had never dreamed one day he'd be relying on it. As Naruto was slipping around the last corner on his way to the academy, he let out a breath of relief, saying, "I finally made it. Hee I knew those bakas could never catch me." From behind Naruto came a calm and slightly mocking voice. "Oh really Naruto, what are you doing being late for class? And not only that, but you almost missed your exam." If Hiyashi's glaring, a group of murderous women, an actual Anbu chasing after him had been scary, then this was just plain terrifying. With a scream of fright and a 12-foot jump in the air, Naruto spun around and pointed at his sensei, yelling, "How do you always do that?" Looking at Naruto with a bored expression, Iruka just grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and disappeared in a puff of smoke with a pair of Anbu right on his tail. Inside the classroom, all of the students were chatting amongst themselves on various topics, waiting for the exam to start. The main topic though was of course the Great Hyuga humiliation. Questions of, how could that happen? Who did it? Aren't the Hyuga supposed to be all-seeing? Were just a few that flew about the room as the children continued.
Some of the more arrogant in the room would reply with foolish ideas like, "It must be another hidden village trying to prove something.
It must be a new invisibility jutsu and the Hyuga were the test. No, it's got to be some new kind of Kekai Genkai that can block the Hyuga's power." After about 20 minutes of the students' minds running wild, Iruka puffed into the room with Naruto by the scruff of his neck, followed by the two Anbu that were escorting them, ready to grab Naruto at a moment's notice. At the entrance of these four, everyone went silent to watch what would take place, as well as observe Naruto's change of clothes. The first thing the students notice is the long black Anbu-style pants that end with wrappings and modified black shinobi sandals with red trim. Next they see the long-sleeve skin-tight black shirt and fingerless gloves, as well as his signature orange jacket. He also wore his goggles around his neck, making his hair appear longer, and it flowed around his face slightly. It hung lower and made him look older and more serious to some. Or it could just be the air of tension with two Anbu in the room. Many girls blushed at the sight of the slightly toned muscles that shone through the tight shirt. Since most of the boys wear such baggy clothes, it's a rare sight for them. But what catches everyone's eyes the most are the chains attached to Naruto's wrists, ankles, neck, and all connecting to a plate on his chest with multiple chakra suppression seals on it. At this realization, everyone knew Naruto had done something big. The academy doesn't teach fusion seals because they are considered high-level techniques and often dangerous. It does, however, teach to recognize common ones, such as exploding note fusion, basic fusion for items to be stored in scrolls for travel, and the fusion on those cuffs used on dangerous nuke nin. Don't you think this is a little excessive, Anbu-san? Asked Iruka with a frown. With all due respect, Iruka-san, it took nearly 20 Hyuga, 8 Chunin, 4 Junin, and the two of us Anbu to apprehend him, said the rat-masked Anbu. What? How could the Dobi be that strong? They needed that many high-level shinobi to catch him. He must have something up his sleeve, and I must have it, was the unbelieving thought of a scheming student. If it was not for the Hokage's order to turn him over to you for his exam, he would be in a class 3 holding cell waiting for his sentence, was the calm reply from the bear-masked Anbu. I understand that, but with these chakra cuffs on, there is no way for Naruto to take the exam. I would ask you to please remove them and leave him in my care. I will take full responsibility in making sure he appears for his hearing with the Hokage tomorrow, Iruka forcefully suggested with a rather familiar glare to the two Anbu. I'm not sure about this. What if he runs again? Rat asked with uncertainty in his voice. Unless you already forgot, Anbu-san, I was the one who finally caught him after you all failed for over 3 hours, said a smirking dolphin. After a moment of silence, the bear Anbu did a number of hand seals, too fast for any one of the students to follow, and removed the cuffs. He's your responsibility now. Don't come crying to us if he gets loose, Bear plainly said. Thank you, Anbu-san, and don't worry, I'll take care of him, Iruka said, placing a hand on Naruto's head. Oh, by the way, kid? Rat inquired. Was Naruto's rather lethargic reply. Nice job on the Hyuga. I don't think even we could have pulled that off, said the rat Anbu, clearly impressed with the boy. After the rat Anbu said those words, the entire class collectively dropped their jaws on the floor, and the collective thought in the room was, Naruto did that. I've known Hiyashi for a long time, and I have never seen him that mad, embarrassed, or impressed. Bear murmured in the same voice. Impressed? Naruto asked, unsure. Yeah, kid, when you're at the top like the Hyuga, or it takes something big for them to notice anything. This prank of yours really caught his attention, said Rat in a sing-song voice. By the way, how did you do it anyway? Iruka asked. Now every person in the room was listening intently with their own thoughts on the matter. Stupid Naruto, you're so immature. Yeah, he is inner bitch. Naruto looks kind of hot in his new clothes and longer hair. I wonder what he would look like with highlights. This is two Mendokus. I wonder, Munch, if I can use, Munch, the same method to sneak into the kitchen? Munch. Stupid Naruto, he's hogging all the attention. I'll get Akamaru to bite him later. Buzzez. Buaz. Interesting. Naruto-kun. Thank you for not doing that to me. I would have died of embarrassment. Wait, Naruto was in my room. I'm going to die. Did he find anything? Nothing of mine was missing. Wait, a pair of my panties were unfolded. Naruto-kun was touching my panties. The person who thought this blushed dangerously red before passing out with a nosebleed. How could the Dobi do something like that? The Hyuga were always the Uchiha's rivals. Could the Dobi be that good? He has been catching up lately. He's still a Dobi, but maybe I should keep an eye out. Every little thing that can help is worth it. Maybe I could use the same method for a sneak attack on my brother? Or maybe I finally have a decent sparring partner? I don't want to sound arrogant like some Tamise, he said, sending a glare at a certain black-eyed boy, but to tell you the truth it really wasn't that hard. When I first decided to do it I was worried, but after a few hours of watching the security it really wasn't anything special. Naruto caught the entire room's attention when he said this. They all were just too shocked to do anything but listen. Sandame's office. In the Hokage Tower the Sandame Hokage, Hyuga Hiyashi, the village elites, and the majority of the Council of Elders all listened to the whole discussion going on in Iruka's classroom over the Sandame's crystal ball with interest. Interesting, how is it that this boy was able to sneak into the Hyuga and then call it easy? Asked an intrigued red-eyed Junin. Well, let's continue listening and we can find our answers, said the Sandame with interest lacing his voice. It seems your daughter has just fainted, Hiyashi-san. Hiyashi sighs, it would seem so, Sandame-sama. I need to solve this problem with her soon before the elder's patience runs out. Sandame-sama, do you really think it wise to let the boy go free, and even take the exam? A random Junin, with a scar along his jaw, almost screamed. After a deep sigh, it was simply a prank. Even though we, as shinobi, see it as more of a threat to village security, to him it's just his version of revenge, said the Sandame with annoyance. See? Said the man frantically, the fox is after us, and it's starting. With the Hyuga to weaken us before it attacks, we must kill it before it's too late. We never should have let it live so long, said the same scarred Junin from before. In an instant the legendary professor was in front of the man, and in an icy voice that sent a shiver down everyone's spine and reminded them just who their Hokage was by the rather noticeable killing intent being emitted. I have put up with closed-minded fools like you on this matter for far too long now. If you are a shinobi who does not possess the skills to see the difference between a hero and a demon, then you have no business as a Konoha. The Sandame turned around and headed for his desk. Leave now and put your hite-aid on my desk on your way out, was the flat command after the killing intent had dispersed. Hokage-sama youcan't be srious, said the stuttering Junin. Either that or take your time with Morino Ibiki. What? Said the Junin in horror at the idea of being at the mercy of the rumored sadist that commanded the interrogations in Intelligence Division. You broke the law. With this simple statement everyone knew what the Hokage meant. He may show leniency to the villagers for their barbs of demon or monster, as long as they don't touch Naruto, but for shinobi he has never been lenient on the subject. Please quiet down. I would like to hear how a 12-year-old academy student infiltrated my home, was Hiyashi's calm request. Quite, I actually am very interested as well, Kakashi added while looking over the edge of his ever-present book. As the scarred shinobi left the room, leaving his hite-aid on the table, he scowled while vowing to himself, I'll get you demon, someday. Iruka's classroom. Well, Naruto, how'd you do it? Iruka asked a second time. I'm not sure I want to say, was Naruto's shaky reply. Why don't you, Naruto? Asked Iruka with slight irritation. It's one thing that I was able to do it for a prank sensei, but I don't want just anyone to be able to do the same. I mean, the Hyuga are a bunch of stuck-up Tamise, but they're still Konoha shinobi. Really now, is that true? Was the simple comment from the bear Anbu. Yeah, I mean I was only after their clothes to play a prank, but what? If a foreign shinobi was sent to kill them, with the knowledge of what I say now they could all be gone by morning, couldn't they? Naruto said looking down. Sandame's office. So I guess Naruto-kun wasn't as clueless to what this prank could mean as I thought, stated the Sandame with a slight cough, a little embarrassment in his voice. Correct, Hokage-sama, but it is of utmost importance that I learn how he did it so I can correct my security problem, Hiyashi said with the classic Hyuga indifference firmly in place. Just give Iruka his time, I'm sure he'll get it out of him. Naruto may be more than he appears, but he is still a lonely and hurt 12-year-old looking for attention. The chance of getting any kind of positive attention for once will be too tempting for him to resist, one chain-smoking Junin added. Do you really think it's that simple? Hiyashi asked with a raised eyebrow as his only expression of curiosity. Naruto has always wanted a family or at least a friend, but even something as simple as a friend has been denied to him by the villagers. The only thing that seems to keep him going is the hope for the future and his dream. He strives to prove to them that he is something other than what they see, even though he doesn't know what they see him as. If he ever found out what it is they see when they look at him, the Sandame closed his eyes as if in deep thought. What, Hokage-sama? Asked the red-eyed Junin with honest concern. I'm afraid we may lose him. With that said, the Sandame returned to staring into the glowing crystal. Iruka's classroom. Naruto, don't you think it's better to let others know of their flaws? That way they can be fixed instead of letting them stay that way. If the Hyuga can be so easily infiltrated, it could be a danger to the village. Iruka said with sincerity in his voice. While this was being asked, Hinata was waking from a rather exciting dream of Naruto to hearing the current conversation's direction. Naruto-kun, you're amazing. I can't believe you were able to do it, or that you were in my room, doing what I think you were. With that thought, the images of Hinata's recent dream passed through her head and almost sent her into blissful unconsciousness again. Alright, but if I'm going to go through all this, why don't you get one of the head Hyuga here so they can hear it as well? I don't want to repeat this again, was Naruto's defeated reply. At that moment there was a puff of smoke to signify someone entering, and not just any Hyuga had appeared. It was Hiyashi himself in all his emotionless glory. Please, continue. I am most interested in how a lowly academy student was able to enter not only my home but my own bedchamber unnoticed. Tu-san is here. Naruto-kun, I hope you will be alright, thought Hinata as she looked on with worry. Shit. Well, I was hoping not to see you until the hearing, and I don't appreciate being called lowly by you, Naruto said with a very foxy grin. Why is that, Naruto-san? Asked Hiyashi. Well, first, I am the one who got past those so-called all-seeing eyes of yours, so I doubt that I'm lowly. Also, it's normally not a good thing to be in the same room as the man whose boxers you hung from the Hokage Tower, said Naruto with the foxy grin still in place. As he said this, he pointed out a window, and lo and behold, hanging from the heights of the tower are a string of about 15 pairs of cream-colored boxers, one of which had orange spots on them. Hiyashi's face light up a bright red, followed by giggles from the class. He then gave Naruto a glare that made the entire class, especially Hinata, cringe. Please, tell me, Naruto-san, why you found the need to humiliate not only myself but my entire clan, a hint of anger entering his voice. Alright, I guess I could tell you. While Naruto's mouth went on autopilot, retelling the events of 2 nights ago outside Ichiraku Ramen, his mind was busy sorting through all the information he had on his classmates to make sure it was all right to tell them about his trip into the compound. Let's see, first off is Yamanaka Ino. A rather pretty girl with long blonde hair which she keeps in a ponytail, has blue eye, and wears a purple outfit with bandages wrapped around her legs and midsection. She has good shinobi skills, but just like almost every girl has an Uchiha Sasuke obsession. Also, she's the heir to the Yamanaka clan, which uses mostly mind-altering nin and general jutsus. She's no threat. She may be a gossiper, but she has to keep the details of her family jutsu secret, so she clearly knows how to keep important secrets. Haruno Sakura. She has shoulder-length pale pink hair that she keeps tied back with a red ribbon, jade-green eyes and a red Chinese dress with a white circle on the back. She's probably the weakest kunoichi in the whole village, but is decently skilled on the basics, and very book-smart, but that's about it. She also screams like a banshee, and she's hopelessly infatuated with Sasuke. When I first met her, I found her rather cute, but that died quickly after the first time I asked her to hang out or train. She screamed right in my face that I was a loser and couldn't compete with Sasuke. That ended that attraction rather quickly. Overall, she should be smart enough not to tell anyone, so she's no threat here. Hyuga Hinata. A shy girl with short indigo hair, lavender-colored eyes and soft features. She wears a baggy coat emblazoned with the burning flame, the crest of the Hyuga, the most prestigious clan in the village and probably the country. She also wears black trousers and normal shinobi sandals. She's very shy around people and often blushes when I lock eyes with her. Otherwise, she's one of the better students in the class. Great intelligence, excellent combat and survival skills, never gloats about her achievements and is very humble. One of the more likable girls for her lack of a Sasuke obsession and the fact she always acts so nice to me. Of course she's nice to everyone, so I shouldn't take it special, but so few are nice to me it's hard not to. Well, she is a Hyuga, so she clearly won't be telling people how to sneak into her home. Then again, those panties. I could be all wrong about her. Nah. Nara Shikamaru. A guy who complains about anything and says everything is mendoku's troublesome. He has long black hair that he keeps up in a pineapple reminiscent manner. He wears a thin gray vest over a fishnet shirt and black knee-length trousers. Despite his slacker attitude, he's a fucking genius. At least that's what I can figure out from his frequent games of shogi and go he plays in class. Heir to the Nara clan, which uses shadow-based jutsus. If he's even awake to hear this, then he won't tell anyone. It would be 2 Mendokus. Threat level 0. Akamichi Choji. A big-boned guy who often stuffs his face with chips he pulls out of his ass and is Shikamaru's best friend. He has brown hair and swirls on his cheeks. He wears a green overcoat with matching shorts and a white shirt that says, "Eat," on the front with bandages on his arms and legs. He excels in heavy striking taijutsu thanks to his family's art of increasing the size of their bodies in limbs. He hates it when people call him fat. I would avoid doing that at all cost. He is the heir to the Akamichi clan. He would never betray Konoha. Besides, Choji's too nice to spread around info like that. Even if he stops eating, he's no threat. Inuzuka Kiba. A boy with a very feral appearance that smells and even acts like a dog. He's loud enough to give Sakura some competition and always brings a small dog with him in his coat, named Akamaru. He wears black pants and a fleece-cuffed hooded jacket. I just call him Dog Boy. The only thing that he has that is greater than his loudness is his arrogance. He's heir to the Inuzuka clan that raise dogs as nin animals and trackers. Most of their jutsus seem to revolve around the partnership with them. They also seem to possess slightly heightened senses that can be strengthened by adding chakra to their noses. In the end, he's got strong pack mentality. With Konoha being his pack, you never betray the pack. Aburame Shino. A silent guy that speaks only when necessary and is very intelligent. He wears dark round sunglasses, a high-collar gray coat that covers the lower half of his face and brown pants. His hair is spiky and unruly in appearance. As far as I know, his family's very mysterious and he's ruthless when fighting. He likes to talk to bugs, it seems. All I know about his jutsu and clan is that it's rumored that they use bugs as weapons. He would have to talk to someone other than his bugs for him to tell people. Then again, they say it's always the quiet ones. Just look at Hinata. And finally, Uchiha Sasuke. Best in class, village heartthrob and born from one of the greatest clans in the village. His clan was all wiped out about 5 years ago, and now he's declared himself an avenger of a noble cause, to find and kill the murderer of his clan. He has a handsome face, black spiky hair, and onyx eyes. He wears a blue turtleneck shirt, white shorts with bandaged legs, with white slips over his forearms. He and I have always been silent rivals. He's always been ahead of me in classroom abilities, but I never cared about that anyway. He won't tell anyone. He keeps everything to himself, in hopes that he can use it. Typical Uchiha. Naruto took a breath before resigning himself. May as well just get this over with, was how Naruto finished his thoughts before catching up with his mouth. After that strange jutsu was over, I was unconscious for about 20 to 35 minutes. Once I woke up, Tsuchijiji and Ayame Nichan told me that the other two had thrown me in the dumpster next to the stand before leaving. It took me about another 15 minutes before I could feel my chakra normally. Then once I could move, I headed off to plan my revenge. I mean prank. Naruto finished his explanation with a little slip of the tongue. You recovered from a Hake Rokujuin show in only 35 minutes, was the shocked statement from Iruka. As Naruto looked around the room, he could see the Anbu had tensed. Hiyashi was glaring at him, and Hinata was looking star-struck, all of which made him somewhat curious. Is that special or something? I was kind of out of it at the time because of the strike to my head, but the jutsu didn't seem that powerful. When Naruto finished, he heard a sharp intake of breath from a few select people. Naruto-san, that jutsu is one of the 5 strongest jutsu the Hyuga clan possesses. While we do possess much stronger ones, it normally takes a person at least a week to recover from a direct hit like you received. For you to do it in less than an hour, with no medical attention, is impressive. Though he was truly thinking it was impossible, even though he was looking at the proof right in front of him. You do realize if you had come to me with this, I would have dealt with them myself. You didn't have to punish my whole clan for the crimes of 3. Hiyashi said a little reluctantly. What? Asked Naruto, honestly confused about what Hiyashi meant. It is against clan law to use any of our high-level jutsu in such a way. They are only to be used in serious situations, and a street brawl is defiantly not a serious situation. After your punishment, I would like you to point them out, said Hiyashi while glaring. Not only had the offending Hyuga broken clan laws, but they committed assault, possibly treason, and may have broken the Third's law as well. Their fate would be up to the Hokage if they broke that law. Naruto looked serious for a second. Okay, how about we leave it at that and I finish my explanation? It's already 9:45 and I still need to take the exam, said Naruto while sweat dropping. That's right. I'm sorry Hiyashi-sama, but I will have to ask you to leave, pleaded Iruka. My apologies Iruka-san, but until I hear the explanation I will not be leaving, stated Hiyashi, believing Iruka did not understand the seriousness of the situation. You will be attending the hearing to decide Naruto's punishment, won't you? Of course, how could I not? Well, he will have to explain it again in front of the council anyway, so you can hear it tomorrow with the rest. I'm sorry, but I really need to start the exam right now, Iruka said forcefully. After glaring at one another for a moment, Hiyashi finally decided to back down for the time being. Very well Iruka-san. I will see you in the council meeting tomorrow Naruto-san. With that Hiyashi puffs out of the room. After some murmuring from the students, Iruka began the long process of regaining control of his students. Sandame's office. You disappeared rather quickly Hyuga-san, Kakashi said in a bored tone. Well, if the boy was going to need a Hyuga present to tell his story to, why not the head of the clan? Said Hiyashi with a raised eyebrow. I suppose, but I believe it was a good thing Naruto held off telling everyone. I don't believe this is something an academy class needs to hear. As soon as the hearing takes place and he's made his statement, I will classify this as a top-secret village security issue, said the Sandame in all seriousness. If that is what you think is best Hokage-sama, Hiyashi stated in a relaxed tone. You are all dismissed for today. The ones who need to be at the hearing know who you are. I expect you there by 10 a.m. Kakashi. Don't be late or I will outlaw Jiraiya's smut. With that everyone filed out of the Sandame's office, leaving the wizened leader to his own thoughts once again. You're just one surprise after another Naruto-kun. I wonder what headache you will create for me next. Hopefully it will be one that won't require as much paperwork. Damn paperwork, thought the Sandame as he pulled out his own copy of Icha Icha Paradise, making sure he was alone. Iruka's classroom. All right Naruto, please take your seat so we can start. I will now explain the Genin exam. We're running close on time, so please hold any questions until the end of the explanation. After Iruka had said this, Mizuki walked through the door with a couple of sacks and a stopwatch. Iruka, what's going on? They haven't even started the written test yet? They should be ready for the practical exams by now, was Mizuki's clipped reply. Well, we became a little held up, so we're behind by about 30 minutes, Iruka said, this sending a glance at Naruto for Mizuki to follow. After some annoyed glaring at Naruto from Mizuki, he said, well, I suppose that's all right. I'll pass out the test while you explain it to them, Mizuki said while putting down the bags. Thanks. This test will come in 5 parts to determine what you have learned in your time in the academy and make sure you can function properly in the real world. You were not only taught shinobi skills here, you were taught the basics of life. Correct Iruka-sensei. Even though you will not fail because of low scores in some areas of the exam, if you can't perform at least the basics well enough you will definitely fail, was Mizuki's comment as he passed out the tests. Correct Mizuki. The test will be given in this order. First will be the written test on information such as geography, history, math, and tactics. Next will be the weapons test of kunai and shuriken. After that will be the obstacle course to test your ability to detect traps and your stealth ability. Next will be the taijutsu test. Finally, you will be tested on the jutsu taught in the academy. More information will be given before each section begins. Any questions, anyone? After no one raises their hand, Iruka continues on. All right, you will have 45 minutes for this test starting now. Any cheating and you will automatically fail. Later outside the academy. Damn, that was rough. I didn't know I was that bad with things like history. Other than the geography, I could barely answer any of the questions on that test, said Naruto to himself looking down. It's okay Naruto, the written portion isn't really a requirement as long as you don't completely flunk, it's alright. Iruka tried to reassure him. Thanks sensei, but I think I really should have paid more attention. I thought I was better than that. Mizuki then called out, attention everyone. Next will be the weapons test. Each of you will receive 8 kunai and shuriken. You will be required to at least hit 4 vital points with each weapon, any less will be a failure. 2 will go at a time. First up. As the testing went on, with no true order to the names called, students threw their weapons with no one getting higher than a 12 out of a possible 16. Then Mizuki called out, last 2 Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. As the 2 boys approached the posts with their weapons on their sides ready for use, their eyes locked and everyone knew what was to come. Naruto may be a baka, but he's the only one that can come close to Sasuke with throwing weapons. It was a challenge between the two. Well, Dobi ready to lose again? Was Sasuke's smirking challenge? If you're ready to give up your gay lifestyle and use those fangirls of yours. At this, Sasuke blushes slightly and glares harshly at Naruto while a group of fangirls in the background are calling for Naruto's death for the insult and catcalls to Sasuke to take the advice. What would you know, Dobi? Slightly sputtered Sasuke. Alright, you two get ready and start, yelled Mizuki. At this call, both of the rivals grabbed their weapons and let them fly. The score for Sasuke is 6 out of 8 for the Kunai challenge. Very good, was the comment from Mizuki. Next, Naruto scored 7 out of 8. Excellent job, Naruto. You were only half an inch off on the last one. No way. Naruto no baka can't beat Sasuke-kun, was the screech from the foaming fangirls, mostly Sakura. Alright, Shuriken are next ready. You won't beat me this time, Dobi, commented Sasuke. Go. Again they let the weapons fly, and after the telltale clunk of metal hitting wood, Mizuki approached to score them. For Shuriken, Sasuke scored 8 out of 8. Perfect score, Sasuke. Naruto's score is 7 out of 8. Naruto and Sasuke tie for the top score in the weapons test. That's not fair, Mizuki-sensei. Sasuke-kun should win, not Naruto no baka. At this, all the boys sweat drop at the stupidity of it all. Girls, I'm sorry. That is what the score is, and that's it, Iruka said, thinking he was too old to deal with fangirls at the ripe age of 17. Hee, that's right, I'm the best, Naruto bragged lightly. If you have any questions, just PM me about it and I'll do my best to answer. I will also put any original jutsu at the bottom of the chapter and describe them if not done in the chapter. Hitoshirezu Kensai no Jutsu, Hidden Power, a rank, Kinjutsu. Other than that, I'm waiting to hear from you, and thanks for reading, and check out my profile for other stories I may post later. Hated Truth, Demonic Nemesis by Dark Fate, baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.2 Hated Truth, Talking, Demon Talking, Thinking. Demon Thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fics under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. Disclaimer: no jutsu. I don't own Naruto, and if you think I do, well, oh boy, do you got problems. Last time, go. Again they let the weapons fly, and after the telltale clunk of metal hitting wood, Mizuki approached to score them. For Shuriken, Sasuke scored 8 out of 8. Perfect score, Sasuke. Naruto's score is 7 out of 8. Naruto and Sasuke tie for the top score in the weapons test. That's not fair, Mizuki-sensei. Sasuke-kun should win, not Naruto no baka. At this, all the boys sweat drop at the stupidity of it all. Girls, I'm sorry. That is what the score is, and that's it, Iruka said, thinking he was too old to deal with fangirls at the ripe age of 17. Hee, that's right, I'm the best, Naruto bragged lightly. Next is the obstacle course. The course starts as one path and splits into 3. Every path is different and is littered with traps, none lethal of course. Also, throughout the course are bells. Every time you ring a bell, a point will be deducted from your score. Some of the more obvious traps will ring a bell when set off. Others, bells may ring by simply moving sloppily around the course. Along any given path are 15 bells. We completely expect you to at least set off 5 of them. Don't feel bad if you do. Even Mizuki and I will at least set off 1 or 2. This test is also timed. You have 10 minutes to get through. Every additional 30 seconds after that will be counted as a rung bell. If you ring 10 or more bells, you fail. Understand? Iruka moves to the start of the course and calls to start. One by one every student took their turn, and to some people's surprise quite a few failed this portion. After about an hour they finally called the one person everyone had been waiting to see try this. Uzumaki, Naruto, you're up, called Mizuki. As Naruto took his starting place, a select few in the crowd were having their own thoughts on the test. Alright Dobi, let's see if all this skill of yours I've been hearing about is a fluke or not, Sasuke growled. Naruto-kun, do your best, blushed Hinata. Show me what you've got, demon. Let's see if you will work for my plans or not. Begin, was Iruka's loud cry. In a sprinting start, Naruto disappeared into the forest. A short time later, it's been 5 minutes and still no rung bells. Could he have gotten himself caught in a trap? Asked Mizuki with a slight frown. I'm not sure, but it takes even chunin like me and you 8 minutes to get through that course, stated Iruka. The dobi probably got lost in there, Sasuke said with an arrogant smirk. I knew he wasn't that good. Yeah. Sasuke-kun is right. Naruto no Baka got caught by the simplest trap in there, was Sakura's comment. Shaw. That pathetic Naruto is stuck and is going to have Sasuke-kun go rescue his spiky ass. Inner bitch. With a growl of annoyance from Sasuke, they all returned to watching the exit. Not even 2 minutes later, Naruto appeared flying out of the opening without a sound as he landed and with 3 minutes to spare. Naruto, you did the entire course in only 7 minutes without ringing a single bell, shouted Iruka. Of course, Iruka-sensei, this was only slightly harder than the Hyugas. As Naruto said this, he threw 15 small bells at Iruka's feet and began walking towards the taijutsu field. I guess it wasn't just luck at the Hyuga compound after all, Mizuki said with a twinkle in his eye. Not only that, but if Naruto was able to go the whole course in 7 minutes without ringing a single bell and even collecting them, his stealth must be Junin level, or even better. Iruka sounded shocked. After this was said, everyone could hear Sasuke growl while walking to the taijutsu field. So the dobi has stealth. That won't make him strong. It just makes him sneaky. That's it, he's no match for the last Uchiha. I'm an Avenger and that means I have to be the strongest. We will see who the best is, dobi. On the walk to the next testing area, the students couldn't help but to gossip about Naruto's skills. Can you believe Naruto did that? Ino gasped out. No, he must have cheated. There's no way he beat Sasuke-kun, Sakura shrieked. He did get through without ringing a bell. He has to be good at something. I guess that's stealth, huh, Akamaru? Arf arf. Kiba asked out loud to his dog. I had one of my insects follow everyone when they went in. He did not cheat, stated the ever-calm Shino. Munch. What do you, munch? Think about it, Shikamaru? Choji asked between munches. Mendoku's, I honestly think he's better than what he shows. He's like me, he doesn't try. It's not worth it, Shikamaru yawned. So what, he's good at stealth. He's still a dobi. Sakura just looked at Sasuke dreamily. Shaw, Sasuke-kun's right. Naruto no Baka is no match, inner bitch. Naruto-kun, I hope you pass and we get on the same team. That would be wonderful, a mind-stuttering Hinata thought, blushing. Here we will have the taijutsu portion of the exam. Each of you will have a turn sparring with either me or Mizuki. We will be grading you on speed, stamina, and technique. Then we'll give each of you an overview of your skills before moving on to the ninjutsu test, was Iruka's explanation. One at a time, each student had their turn sparring. It was about 11:23 a.m. by the time everyone finished. Alright everyone, there will be a change of plans because of how late it is. We will give each of you a private explanation of our decision, then you will be released for lunch. Everyone met with the sensei they had sparred with for their grade. Some left with proud smiles and some left slightly sweating, while others looked like they'd been stabbed with a kunai. As Naruto was approaching Iruka, he began to sweat because he knew he hadn't done very well. To start, Naruto, your stamina and form are good, but you're too slow, your movements are very choppy, and your reach is too short. Iruka knew he hit a soft spot with this one. Naruto has always been sensitive about being the shortest in class, but he knew he needed to hear this to improve. If this was a pass or fail grade, I'm afraid you would have failed, Iruka said very quietly. Am I really that bad, sensei? Naruto asked in a subdued voice. Iruka smiled softly as he put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's okay, Naruto. You have the best stamina I have ever seen in an academy student. Heck, even most chunin don't have your kind of stamina. But I think the basic style we teach here just isn't right for you. It's meant for straight-out combat, but with your size it's just not right. When you get with your Junin sensei, ask him for a style with a lot of dodging and quick hits. Just work on your speed, power, and get a more suitable taijutsu style and you'll be fine. That's what this test is for after all. It's better to find these things out now instead of later. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, said Naruto with a broad grin in place. Now get to lunch and don't be late for the last part of the exam. After Naruto had run off, Iruka poofed back to the classroom to meet up with Mizuki to review and grade the last 4 exams. In the classroom, how's it looking, Mizuki? Asked Iruka. Actually, pretty good so far. Out of the 40 students, it looks like between 23 and 28 will pass, stated Mizuki. That's good news. Let's finish grading these quick so we can get ready for the last portion since it will probably take 2 hours to get through them all. You're right, but it still worries me some, said Mizuki as he set down the papers. What does? Asked Iruka as he leaned against the wall. Well, I'm sure some of these kids should pass from what I've seen over the year, but they aren't or are really close. Iruka let out a heavy sigh. You mean like Naruto? Yes, it seems he is either excellent at something or he downright sucks at it. I know he should pass, but he's right on the fence. It all comes down to the ninjutsu portion. All we can do is to wait and see how he does. In the end it comes down to Naruto. Outside the academy, Naruto was enjoying a few rice balls under a tree. I wonder how I'm doing. I did horrible on the written test, but Sensei said it wasn't a requirement. My stealth and weapon technique were high scores, but my taijutsu would have been a failure. I guess all I can do is wait and see how I do on the ninjutsu test. Just as Naruto was finishing up his lunch, a few of his classmates went walking by, heading back to class as the bell sounds. Well, this is it. I guess all I can do is my best. Naruto-kun, you're so strong. I wish I could be like that, but I can't even find the courage to talk to you. Hinata thought while frowning as she watched Naruto go. Back in the classroom, everyone was taking their seats as Hinata walked in. Hinata, you're late, said Iruka as he looked up from his desk. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. It's all right, Hinata. Just take the seat next to Naruto so we can get started. Hi, sensei. As Hinata was climbing the steps to take her seat, the only thing she could think of was, I'm sitting next to Naruto-kun. This is my big chance to get him to notice me. If I can't get to him now and he's placed on a different team, then I may never get another chance with him. I've got to do it now. With these thoughts in mind, Hinata finally takes her seat with resolve. Everyone, this is the final portion of the exam. You will be called down one at a time into this room over here to take the test. We will be testing you on your skills with the henge, transformation, kawarimi, replacement, and bunshin no jutsu, clone. Now just being able to perform the jutsu won't be enough to pass. You must be able to perform it with decent control, speed, and form. In other words, if you create 3 clones but it takes you 2 or 3 minutes to do it, you will fail. This test is to make sure you can be efficient in the field already. If you aren't up to that level, you will just be wasting the Junin's time. Any questions? Asked Iruka hurriedly. At the end of the explanation, Naruto drops his head on the desk, hard drawing a few stares while he thought, why did it have to be bunshin no jutsu? Henge and kawarimi I can do, but bunshin is my worst jutsu. What am I going to do? Am I really going to fail after all I've done? Naruto-kun, I know you will, dear B Street? Stuttered Hinata in a whisper. Huh? Oh Hinata, when did you get here? Asked Naruto. Hinata looks down, heartbroken, her resolve gone. He didn't even know I sat next to him. He really doesn't notice me. Thanks for the cheers, but my bunshin sucks ass. It's my worst jutsu. Hinata blushes at the foul language. I'm su or you can do it if you try, Naruto-kun. You never give up. After thinking a moment, you're right, Hinata. You never know until you try. Thank you, said Naruto with his grin back. Hyuga, Hinata. You're next. Hearing this, Hinata looks at Naruto, then starts her way down the steps. Good luck, Hinata, I know you'll pass. You're great. After hearing this, Hinata blushes a deep red. Maybe I do have a chance. The NK Naruto-kun. One after another, shinobi to be enter and exit the room. A few minutes after entering, they leave wearing a shiny new Hite-8 of Konoha with their heads lowered in shame. Then the moment came. Uzumaki Naruto, was the call of Mizuki. Well, it's time to give it my all. You fail. Those were the only words to leave Iruka-sensei after Naruto's failure to produce a passable bunshin during the final exam. Naruto, I just don't understand why you can't perform this jutsu, said Iruka with a frown. I don't know, sensei, but I really wanted to pass. I really tried, said Naruto looking down. Iruka, you know we could let him pass, was Mizuki's reply. He performed excellent on the other portions of the exam. Stealth, field exercises, shuriken and kunai all were above average scores. We really could pass him. These words had Naruto looking up at them both with hope in his eyes. That's true, Mizuki, but you forgot to mention his written test, taijutsu, chakra control or his bunshin just now. After Iruka said those words, all hope left our hero's eyes once again. I'm sorry, Naruto, but with your score on the written exam and your failure to perform a working bunshin, I can't pass you, was Iruka's flat reply. I'm sorry, But you still have next year. This is your first try and I promise to help you over the break so you're ready for next year. But sensei, that's not fair. Came from Naruto with fire in his eyes. I'm sorry, but I believe that you're just not ready yet. Why? Just because I can't make a worthless illusion, was Naruto's hot-headed reply. Naruto, the ability to make bunshin is the basic of the basics. If you can't even do that yet, then you are definitely not ready for anything more advanced, was Iruka's reply. Growling, Naruto shouted, "Prove it." Iruka stood up with a deep sigh and an irritated look and motioned Naruto to attack with a simple hand gesture. This is for the best. Hopefully I can teach him how important the basics are. Now's my chance to prove I can pass without that stupid jutsu, were Naruto's thoughts just before his charge. Naruto came charging in with all the speed he could, although the instant he reached Iruka, the Chunin had split into 5 copies. I told you, Naruto, you're too slow. After his shock, Naruto began striking as fast as he could to find the real one. One by one they began phasing out of existence when hit. To his shock, when he landed the last strike thinking to hit his solid sensei, it again just dispersed. Where did sensei go? Without warning, one of the chairs behind him poofed into smoke, and before he knew it there was a kunai at his throat. The next thing he heard was Iruka's voice. This is why we teach those jutsu here at the academy. They may be the simplest ones, but they are the most useful and will probably save your life countless times in your career as a shinobi. They are the basis of all shinobi styles and if used properly can be the best option. Until you can perform them, you will not pass. I'm sorry, Naruto. Outside the academy, Naruto sat on the tree swing to think about everything that had happened today and in his life. It wasn't an enjoyable train of thought. Every memory led to another bad experience, and the more he thought about it, the harder it was to find happy memories. Why did these things happen to me? My whole life has been a living hell, and now this on top of it. Iruka was one of the few people I thought I could trust to. I don't get it. I'm as good as Sasuke with weapons, the best in stealth, can perform kawarimi no jutsu without hand seals, and am one of the best with henge. I even created my oiroku no jutsu. Even Iruka fell for it. So what if I didn't pay attention to history or the other boring stuff, have the best chakra control, or can make worthless illusions? These were his thoughts as he sat there and watched all the kids that passed being praised by their friends and family. He heard words like, "I'm so proud, that's my boy, you're getting a special treat tonight." How he just wished he could have that just once instead of the cold stares and hatred. The next words made him curse his slightly above average hearing. "That's him, isn't it? He's one who didn't pass, right?" asked one woman. "The one on the swing attached to the tree. Good. Can you imagine if it had passed? That monster a ninja. Imagine it. That worthless demo." "Shish. You know the law," was the discussion of the two women. Every word stung a little harder and his mask was falling piece by piece, and all he could do was glare as hard as he could. Unknown to him, there were 2 sets of eyes on him at that moment, thinking very different things. "Poor Naruto-kun, you look so sad and hurt. I wish I had the courage to comfort you, to be there for you, but I'm so weak I can barely get near you," was one sweet thought. The other was much more sinister in intent. "There you are, you damn demon. After tonight I'll be the hero that finally finished what the Yondaime started and end up being more powerful than a cage. That fool Sandane will never know Kukuku." "What do you want, Mizuki-sensei?" asked Naruto in a solemn voice. "Haha, I knew you had the best sensory abilities of your class." Naruto, was Mizuki's weak cover. "Not really, you were laughing, kind of creepy." Naruto, "You do know Iruka wasn't trying to be mean, don't you?" Mizuki said. "I know, but I really wanted to graduate and he didn't have to fail me the way he did. Iruka just wants the best for you. You know he's an orphan too." Naruto couldn't help but swing his head towards Mizuki. "I think he sees himself in you, and because of that he's trying to steer you away from the same mistakes he made." Naruto seemed to relax once again as he turned back to the other kids. "I still want to be a shinobi though. I don't want to go through another year of the academy." "I understand, Naruto, but, you know, there may still be a way for you to pass if you're willing to try." With this he had Naruto's full attention. "What do I have to do?" asked Naruto with hope. Perfect, you damn demon. Follow me, Naruto, and I'll explain everything. Finally, I will finally have everything I want and you will take all the blame, Kukuku." Later in the dark of night we find our hero leaping through the trees with a large scroll on his back, a smile on his face and more than a little hope in his eyes. Taking this scroll was too easy. I thought when Gigi found me I was done for, but one Oiroke no jutsu and he went down. All I need to do to pass is learn one jutsu from this scroll, then show it to sensei and I'm in. But first I need to get to the shack. A few minutes later Naruto found himself outside a broken up wood shack in the forest. Is this the right place? It matches the description Mizuki-sensei gave me, but he's not here yet. Well, I did take the scroll 3 hours before he told me to. After scanning the area and finding a good area to practice, Naruto opens the scroll and begins to read. Guess I should get started. No reason not to use the extra time I've got. Let's see, the first jutsu is Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow. Clone. Not more clones. Well, maybe this is a different jutsu than what they teach in the academy. As Naruto reads the description of the jutsu, he gets a sick feeling in his stomach, so he begins to skim the contents of the scroll quickly. That just made the feeling 10 times worse. Fuck. This can't be right. There's no way G-san would use a scroll like this for a genin test. The jutsu in here are crazy. Did I grab the wrong scroll? It's too late now. Anyway, maybe if I learn one of these they will still let me pass. When Naruto begins to practice Kage Bunshin, he suddenly has an idea. I probably will never get to see this scroll again after this because of how powerful the jutsu are, or at least not until I become Hokage. I know, I'll copy down the ones that seem doable and non-lethal for me, and practice them later. He then pulls a scroll out of his supply pouch and begins copying his chosen jutsu, or at least the ones that won't kill him. 2 hours after Naruto took the scroll, Hokage-sama, Naruto has crossed the line this time, yelled a random Junin. We can't let him get away with the scroll of sealing. Every Hokage has added dangerous kinjutsu to that scroll since before the village was formed. It even contains the secrets of the seal that holds back the fox, whimpered a Chunin. I understand your worries and we will get the scroll back. Everyone spread out and search. I want Naruto back here alive, with the scroll. Hi Hokage-sama. With a wave of the Sandame's arm, all of the shinobi before him disappeared in a blur and a kick-up of dust. After his orders were given, the Sandame heads back to his office and takes out his crystal ball once again. Naruto, I don't know why you would have taken the scroll, but I have a bad feeling about this. How did you even know about it? Most Junin don't know where it is hidden. I intend to find out though. The crystal ball begins to faintly glow. He began his search where he had been looking before catching Naruto searching for the scroll. Damn, Haruno-san is still at the hot springs. No, must look for Naruto. And so he looked, following after the many shinobi. Looking for the boy, using willpower known only to the Kages themselves. Back with Naruto. Damn, out of all these jutsu I can only understand a handful. Even less of them aren't straight out suicide. Let's see how many I've got. 5 jutsu and 1 is supposed to have high level variations. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone. B rank Kinjutsu. Creates solid clones of the user by evenly distributing the user's chakra between them. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. B rank Kinjutsu. Creates solid clones of any small object X, Kunai and Shuriken. Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Exploding Shadow Clone. A rank Kinjutsu. Creates an exploding Kage Bunshin that can be detonated by the creator's will or by being dispelled. Kokwamyu no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, a rank Genjutsu. Creates an illusion of complete darkness over a set area. It traps the opponent in absolute darkness. While inside the illusion the senses of sight, sound, and touch are disrupted. One may see their own body, but once trapped inside the illusion it cannot be dispelled unless by the user or someone outside the affected area. Therefore defending oneself is extremely hard if trapped in this jutsu. Shunshin no Jutsu, Body Flicker. C rank ninjutsu. Gives an extreme burst of speed to travel in a set area. The target must be within the line of sight of the user. Out of the 100 or so jutsu on this scroll, only 5 are usable for me. All the ones I can use are kick-ass jutsu, but I thought there would be a lot more. This genjutsu sounds interesting, and with my nose it would give me a great advantage. I just wonder if this will be any different from learning the Bunshin no Jutsu? Oh well, there's a few left. Maybe one of them. As Naruto read on to the second to last jutsu, he landed on an interesting one. Hitoshirezu Kensai no Jutsu, Hidden Power, S-rank Kinjutsu. This jutsu finds its roots at the beginning of shinobi skills. Some believe this to be one of the first jutsu created back when chakra was only used to improve one's speed and strength for hand-to-hand combat. Some also believe that chakra was originally used to power special weapons, but no proof has been found to support this. To continue, every person naturally has chakra held in reserve by their body to ensure it will have enough to survive. Though the amount kept back is far greater than what is needed for the body to survive. A person only really needs around 5 to 10% of their maximum chakra capacity to support their body. They will be suffering from chakra depletion at this level but easily still alive. The average person has almost 25% of their chakra inaccessible because of this survival reserve that is subconsciously held. You can train to access this chakra with extreme diligence or dangerous kinjutsu. X. The 8 celestial gates. Over many years, but with this jutsu you can call up your reserve chakra to use as you will. This does put strain on the body and can have unknown effects, but compared to some of the kinjutsu that produce the same effects, this would be the preferred way. Be warned, never use this jutsu when you are low on chakra, worn from battle or training, for you risk death from the chakra depletion. Other than this, it is a very useful jutsu to have for emergencies. The reason it has been sealed away is clearly the danger to an inexperienced user, so be careful and use it as a last resort. I found this jutsu in my travels and battles outside the village. Good luck and train hard. The Yondaime Hokage of Konohamaru no Sato. Cool. A jutsu used by the Yondaime himself. I've got to learn this one for sure. First off, what's the last jutsu? Shiku Fujin. Dead Demon Seal. Huh. Sounds interesting, but it's way too complicated. I'll copy it down now and figure it out later. If it's the last one, it must be good, said the smiling blonde to himself. If only he knew what he had just obtained, he probably never would have touched the scroll in the first place. I better learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu first though. Having more chakra may be good, but I doubt it will be impressive enough to let me pass. With his new scroll of Kinjutsu to learn and the thought of becoming a genin, Naruto began his training with a bounce in his step. It was nearing morning and a faint violet was appearing on the eastern horizon. The blonde boy was sitting in a hunched posture and was panting heavily. The stolen scroll was strapped to his back and seemed to be weighing him down as he fought to catch his breath. This was how Iruka found Naruto. The blonde looked up in surprise when he heard the scarred sensei land near him. I must really be out of it if I didn't sense Iruka. Usually I smell him beforehand, thought the blonde. Iruka chuckled almost menacingly as he bent over the boy. It's all over, he said with that voice that he always used when Naruto was about to get in serious trouble. Instead of noticing his sensei's dangerous expression, Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled good-naturedly. His legs wobbled slightly as he stood up, scratching the back of his head nervously. Got me already? Naruto said, slightly disappointed. You're quick, sensei. I only had time to learn 2 techniques. Standing up, Iruka peered quizzically at his blonde student. Sweat was glistening from his face and his legs seemed just barely contain the strength to hold him up. His clothes were also telling the story of his intense training. His pants were dirty, his sleeves were sliced up, and his clothes in general were torn. Iruka had only seen Naruto like this when he was training very hard. He's been out here practicing. He realized. I can tell how hard he's been working. Listen, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, suddenly, his proud grin showing. I'm going to show you one of my amazing jutsu and you're going to let me graduate. That's how it works, right? Whoever learns at least 1 jutsu from this scroll passes. What? Iruka asked, confused. Where'd you get that idea? Mizuki-sensei told me, Naruto said happily, almost bouncing as he felt a little of his strength returning. He told me where to find the scroll in this place. He trailed off as he noticed 2 things. Iruka's expression as he put things together and the sudden sound of kunai rushing through the air. Hearing the sound at the same time, but reacting faster, Iruka shoved Naruto out of the way of the deadly hail of daggers. The force of the multiple kunai pushed him back against the shack's shaky wall. It was extremely lucky for Iruka that he'd worn his Chunin flak jacket, or several of the kunai would have buried themselves in his chest and stomach. As it were, only one actually pierced his body, just above his right knee. I see you've found our little hideaway, a familiar voice said from the forest canopy. The Sandaime Hokage was currently sitting at his desk. In front of him was a crystal ball on a small cushion. He gazed steadily into its depths, watching the events in the forest commence. It had shocked him slightly to learn that Mizuki was the one really behind the theft of the Forbidden Scroll. He'd been monitoring all the Chunin, Junin, and Anbu that were scouring the village in a desperate attempt to find the scroll. He'd been lucky that he had paid particularly close attention to Iruka. After all, the man seemed to have a knack for finding Naruto when he had done something wrong. Other than himself, Iruka was the only one to ever find the blonde. He sighed in resignation as he listened to Mizuki's proclamation of Naruto being the Kyubi no Kitsune. That baka didn't even know the difference between the blonde boy and the monster fox. But apparently it hit Naruto harder than he thought it would. He expected Naruto to be mad, even furious at the village, but instead he nearly exploded with chakra from the rage he was feeling. I had no idea Naruto already had this much chakra. No wonder he can't make a bunshin. With that amount he would need close to Junin or Med Nin control to do something at that low of a level. He's simply too powerful for low-level techniques. Maybe it's time he received what his mother left for him. As Naruto raged out of control after learning of the sealing, the chakra he released was almost palatable with his sadness, rage, confusion, and regret. He had always thought that somehow he deserved his treatment. That he had done something, or maybe his parents were traitors, but to find out he was hated because something was forced onto him to protect the village. It wasn't fair. He was sacrificed for everyone and he was being punished for it. No, I can't lose my cool. That's a shinobi's worst enemy. You must never lose yourself to your emotions. I have to get my chakra under control, but it's so wild. It's like it's not even mine. I've got to bring it together. If I lose any more chakra, I'll be in trouble. To Naruto, it seemed as if everything went silent as he tried to gain control of his emotions, but to Mizuki and Iruka it seemed as if Naruto was surrounded by a spinning mist of chakra that made him seem a blur of blue with small wisps of red. As the chakra finally started slowing down, Naruto became visible again and seemed to be glaring right through Mizuki. At first Mizuki was thrown off by the show of power and the glare, but after a moment he said, "Oh, I see the demon is back. You know everyone hates you. Everyone in the village does. Especially Iruka." This brought fear to Naruto's eyes and Mizuki knew he had what he needed. "You are the one who killed his parents after all. He failed you for his own little revenge and you know it." After a glance at Iruka, Naruto ran straight into the forest, too afraid to hear what Iruka would say. "Naruto, wait, it's not true," Iruka desperately called. "I'll deal with the demon first, then I'll be back for you, Iruka," said Mizuki with a sneer as he jumped into the trees. As the Sandame watched the whole event through his crystal ball, he came to realize if Naruto had been trained better, this wouldn't have happened. That if he had told him his secret himself, this wouldn't have happened. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I'll make things better and I know you will get out of this perfectly. Just like your father would have." When Iruka was able to trick Mizuki, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. For all his boasts that he was superior to him, Mizuki fell for that henge quite quickly. Then, as Iruka had saved Naruto from a hail of kunai by using his body as a shield, the blonde suddenly saved Iruka from being torn apart by the traitor's giant shuriken by catching it by the large hole in the middle. As Naruto stood there over Iruka protectively, he realized he could barely feel his legs. When he dropped to one knee, Mizuki began to chuckle sinisterly. "Kukuku Naruto, you're too exhausted from your training and the chase through the forest to be a threat to me. From what I heard, you haven't even slept in the last 24 hours because of your prank." "That may be true. I'm exhausted, but a true ninja always has a trump card." As Naruto went through about 10 hand seals, he stopped on one that neither Mizuki nor Iruka could recognize, but the Sandame did. No. How could he have gotten that far in the scroll? That jutsu could kill him. After this cry of worry, many shinobi stormed into the Hokage's office only to catch a glimpse of his robes as he flew out the window. "I've got to get there in time. If I let him die, not only will I have failed him but you as well." Hitoshirezu Kensai no Jutsu. With this shout, an enormous amount of chakra surrounds Naruto, followed by a shout of Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. With that shout, the entire clearing was filled with exact duplicates of the blonde, all calling for Mizuki to attack. Just then the Sandame arrived in a tree just outside the clearing. When he noticed that the jutsu didn't have any negative effects on the boy, he decided to watch and see how everything played out. What really caught the Sandame's attention was the blonde forming a familiar cross seal that was the signature of the Cage Bunshin. The old man couldn't help but chuckle as the Kyubi vessel filled the surrounding area with hundreds of shadow clones and the sound of Mizuki's panicked disbelief. He promptly stopped watching and turned away when all the Naruto charged. The outcome was obvious, but he had another matter to attend to: informing the searching nins of the scroll's safety. His small smile didn't fade as a stray thought crossed his mind. Minato's legacy has certainly been living up to his expectations. being the #1 most surprising shinobi of his generation, but just to be sure everything would be alright, the Sandaime decided to stay until Naruto and Iruka began heading back to the village. He was glad he did because he lived to see moments like this in his people's lives. Being Hokage means doing your best to allow these happy times, so being able to see them is a perk. Naruto could see the morning's light through his closed eyelids. Even though the light was filtered by his eyelids, it was still irritating. Iruka-sensei, how much longer? I want to see. Okay. The young man said quietly, you can open your eyes now. The sight that greeted him was Iruka's smiling face. He held Naruto's goggles in one hand. But what caught the blonde's attention was that his forehead was clearly visible, devoid of his headband. That's when he realized where it had disappeared to. It was tied snugly around his own forehead. Congratulations, Iruka said, with genuine cheer in his voice. You graduate, and to celebrate, I have a surprise, we're going out for ramen tonight. Naruto was silent. He couldn't believe all this was happening at last. He'd finally been allowed to graduate. He finally found someone who actually believed in him and didn't think him a demon. Even though he'd stolen a highly dangerous artifact from the Hokage Tower and used it, he was still allowed to become a genin. It was too much for him to put into words to describe his joy. Looking down at the blonde, the silence started to stretch until Iruka was greeted by a loud and joyful yell. Iruka-sensei! Rang out Naruto's happy voice in his ears as he was tackled against the tree with the boy giving him a fierce hug. The Sandaime couldn't help but to smile at the sight. Things had turned out all right. He began to turn around to head back to the village when he felt something that sent a shiver down his spine and made him want to run as fast as he could. Something he hadn't felt for nearly 13 years. The chakra of the Kyubi. When his eyes finally landed on Naruto, the boy was surrounded by a red haze of chakra that seemed to be burning him. His screams were horrible. Iruka looked horrified and was trying to hold Naruto down to stop him from clawing himself anymore. By the time the Sandaime had his senses back and was kneeling next to the boy, Naruto had already passed out from the pain. The cloud of chakra was still there, however now it was just an outline around his body which made him extremely warm to the touch and obscured their sight of him. Iruka noticed the Hokage and asked in a worried voice, Hokage-sama, what's wrong with him? I don't know, but we need to get him to the hospital as fast as we can. Hi. After their short exchange, Iruka and the Sandaime ran as fast as they could to the hospital with Naruto tucked safely in Iruka's arms and the scroll on his back. OWWWW, that hurt. Sensei, what happened to me? It felt like I was being burned alive. Naruto suddenly realized how wet he felt. Looking around, he discovered he was in some kind of a sewer. It had dark red walls, and ankle-deep water that almost seemed black. The ceiling was riddled with blue and red pipes running into the darkness of the shadows. This, though, wasn't the strange part. The pipes were cracked in almost every place he looked. The walls looked like they had seen better days as well. Chips and cracks covered the length of them as far as he could see. There was also a faint groaning sound as if they were going to give way any second. He only caught a glimpse of it, but he could have sworn he just saw the walls pulse red. First I get thrown in a dumpster and now here. I don't know which is worse. Whoever did this could have at least picked a better sewer. As Naruto said this, he broke out into a happy grin and started to chuckle until he felt something brush against his back. Spinning around and reaching for a weapon, he called out, "Who's there?" "Damn, they took my weapons too. Quiet down, little ninja." After hearing the deep rumbling response, Naruto was on edge. The voice was deep and powerful. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye again. As he reached around and grabbed at it, he felt a soft furry object, and when he pulled it in front of him, he noticed to his horror it was attached to him. After taking a few moments to calm himself, Naruto studied the object and realized it to be a blood-red tail with a black tip that was about 4 feet long. He also noticed the 1-inch claws on his hands, but what really got him were the 4 thick black lines running from the tips of his fingers to over his knuckles and up his arms, ending in another pattern on his upper bicep. When did I get tattoos? Naruto then began to scan the rest of his body, only to notice that he was covered in the strange markings. His feet and legs matched his arms, but his chest and abdomen had a different pattern. Naruto decided to leave the marks for later, for when he could inspect them better. After taking so long to study himself, Naruto was beginning to notice several things he hadn't before. For one, there was no light here, none at all, except for the little bit of red and blue coming through the cracks in the pipes. So how was he seeing everything so clearly? He could also hear a growling from somewhere and a strange smell as well. It wasn't one he recognized, but for some reason it was familiar. As he was processing this, he reached up to scratch his head on an impulse and also felt what seemed to be cat ears at the top of his head. As he felt for his normal ears, he was shocked not to find them but to feel smooth skin in their place. As Naruto was trying to process all this, he noticed thin trails of red energy in the darkness of the water. What is that? He wondered aloud. That can't be chakra. Chakra can't be seen unless it's in huge amounts. So what is it? What the hell is going on here? I said, quiet Gaki. I do not want to hear your whining. Now come here quickly so I may answer your questions. We have much to discuss. Naruto didn't know why he did it, but he began following the signs, smells, sounds and strangely his instincts to find the voice he had heard. His mind was screaming at him to go the other way. That the voice was dangerous and he needed to escape, but his body just kept moving. Naruto noticed that the further he went and the closer he came to the voice, the brighter the edges of the tattoos glowed. After what felt like hours, he finally found himself in a huge room, and there right in front of him were large ornate cage doors as tall as the Hokage mountain. As he slowly approached, he noticed this room was in just as much disarray as the rest of the sewer. As Naruto reached the middle of the room, an ominous red glow appeared around a sinister face behind the doors. At the same time that the glowing red figure appeared, the tattoos on his body began to glow brighter than ever. He didn't know what to do. He could only stare in shock at the huge glowing being in front of him and wonder why he too was glowing. In a deep rumbling voice the being spoke. Come closer to me, little kid. For unknown reasons, Naruto began walking closer to the cage. As he neared the doors, a giant set of claws came through the bars in an instant. Acting on pure instinct, Naruto barely moved to the left of the attack. In a smooth, clean swipe, Naruto raked his own claws against the giant one. Just as the claws met each other, the red glow from Naruto's tattoos lit up brighter than ever, nearly blinding him. The 4 long gashes in the giant claw began to glow, and to Naruto's amazement they healed right before his eyes. After Naruto jumped back a good 20 feet to make sure he was out of reach, he asked the simple question. Where are we and who are you? It seems you have good instincts to dodge my strike, even though this seal stops me from acting against you, said the face in a cocky tone. I asked who are you and what's going on? I'm hurt, kid. You learned of me for the first time only mere hours ago and you have already forgotten? You can blame your Yondaime for me being here, said the demon in a smoother voice. Now what is that supposed to mean? As soon as Naruto said those words, he noticed that attached to the doors of the cage, and apparently the only thing holding them shut, was a small piece of paper with the kanji for seal. It all clicked. Kyubi, correct, kid, and to answer your other question, you are here because of a few changes that will be taking place because of your recent actions. What kind of changes? To be continued. AKA click, next, dumbass. History of Legend Demonic Nemesis by Dark Fate, baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.3 History of Legend. Enjoy and reviews are always appreciated. Talking. Demon talking. Thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fix under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not.
As always, I don't own Naruto. But I want to own the Kunoichi. I'm sick, help me.
In a clean white room of the Konoha hospital, we find the Sandaime Hokage, Amino Uruka, and a glowing red Uzumaki Naruto. Currently, Naruto is lying completely still on a clean white hospital bed. To see a still Naruto at all is disturbing, but this is just unnatural. The aura surrounding him was acting as a shield of mist that ends an inch from his skin, obscuring his features. What really caught everyone off guard were the thick black strips extending over the length of Naruto's body. When they first began to appear, people just thought they were burns, but now the marks have extended the length of Naruto's body, turning and twisting into intricate patterns. The most disturbing thing, though, was the constant contractions of his muscles. Even though Naruto hadn't moved an inch since falling unconscious, his muscles have been moving constantly, expanding to dangerous levels, then collapsing in on themselves, followed by the sickening sound of breaking bones. That sound was always followed by his muscles reconstructing and compacting into more lithe and obviously more powerful forms, and then beginning all over again. This process would start at the top and work all the way down his body. It started with his jawline and his shoulders, followed by his arms, chest and back, Then his legs, and finally all at once they would collapse in on themselves with that sickening crack and a slight shiver of the barrier and pulse from the markings. The whole process took just over 2 hours to complete. Each time and every single time it completed, every person in the room would wince. It was quite obvious that the process as a whole would be excruciatingly painful if the boy wasn't unconscious for it. Hokage-sama, will Naruto be alright? This change that's happening to his body is horrifying. He's been out for half a day already and whatever it is that's happening to his body, I just don't know what to do. I don't know Iruka. The jutsu he used before Kage Bunshin is ancient. The only person that really understood the full extent of the jutsu was the Yondaime. We have no idea of the side effects on a normal person, let alone a Jinchuriki. It is obvious that the Kyubi is trying to do something. Maybe it's healing the boy. So you're saying we can't do anything for him? Asked Iruka with a choke in his voice. No, we can be here for him and wait for the results of the Med-Nin's tests. We should be here for him when he awakens. What about the Kyubi? Is it trying to hurt Naruto? I doubt that, Iruka. The Kyubi must be trying to heal whatever damage the jutsu did to him. The jutsu in the scroll are sealed away for a reason after all. With that said, both men turned sad eyes on the glowing form of Naruto and waited for his return. In the darkness of the collapsing sewers, what do you mean changes? Why should I even talk to you? My life has been a living hell and it's entirely your fault. Everything that has ever gone wrong in my life, everything. As Naruto was going on with his rant, the Kyubi had taken to blocking out his voice in preference to studying his changes more in depth. His clothes don't change when in his mindscape. I'm surprised by his different appearance though. I wonder if this is what he will look like once he absorbs enough of my Yuki, or if it's just a reflection of our connection. Even if that's true, it's still years off. If only I could figure out a way for him to use my power freely without damaging himself like he has. The only way for that to happen now is for him to use it in small bursts until he adapts to it, but that's dangerous, and if I wait for this fucking seal to work he may die before he could use my Yuki freely. I will have to wait and see how my own attempt at seals works out. Before that jutsu he was much better off. His old system grew accustomed to my Yuki over the last 12 years. Even though this new chakra circulatory system is much stronger, it has no experience with my Yuki. If he uses too much at once, I won't be able to save him again. I guess we will have to take it in small steps until I can figure something else out. After Naruto sees the object of his fury was spacing out on him, he breaks his boiling point and yells, "Hey, I said, are you listening to me, you baka ball of fur? Answer me when I'm talking, you son of a bitch homo." When the Kyubi snapped out of its thought process and heard this, it let out a deafening roar followed by a wave of red Yuki that sent Naruto right into a wall, further cracking it. The Kyubi bellowed in a demonic voice filled with rage like Naruto had never known. "If you ever call me that again, I will ensure your life will be racked with pain for the rest of your existence. You will listen to me because if it wasn't for me, you and I would be dead because of your baka ass. You will be patient and quiet, or I will let you deal with these changes on your own. And you will show me the respect I deserve, or else I will kill you in such a painful way that I will be completely satisfied to die with you." As Naruto slowly pulled himself out of the wall and slowly made his way back to his previous spot with more than a little fear, he simply thought to himself, "Okay, never call the fox a bitch again. It is right though, I probably should calm down. I have no idea what's going on and that puts me at a disadvantage. I'll listen to what the fox has to say, at least until I find out what's happening to me. May I at least ask one thing, Kyubi-san, since this does concern me mostly?" Kyubi raised an eyebrow at the respectful tone, as long as it's respectful and short. "We're limited on time to repair your body and save our lives. You need to understand what is to happen fairly soon." "Hi, thank you, but I would like to know why you saved me." Sighing, Kyubi had to think for a moment before saying, "It's bad enough that a beautiful vixen like me has to live in a filthy mind like yours, but now I have to listen to a gaki like you as well." Naruto glared harshly as Kyubi continued, "I saved you because our souls are intertwined by this seal, and if you had died so would I also. I have to say, I have a slight respect for you. To have lived with this village and have not gone insane, it is quite the accomplishment." "Arigato. I also wanted to ask, wait vixen, you're a girl?" Showing a slight bit of surprise on her face from the comment, she said, "Is it that surprising? I didn't think it was that hard to figure out." Kyubi giggling. Or as close to giggling it can come to. "I just never figured you for a girl, I guess. I mean, when you think of a demon, You really don't think of boy or girl, you know. I can understand that. Well, that was your one question. From here on, you will be quiet and listen. I will tell you when to ask any questions. Other than that, remain quiet. We need to hurry, understand? I actually had another question that I didn't get answered. Too late, you will have to wait till later. You better sit down, this will take some time. With a slight pout for not getting his question, Naruto walks a little closer to the cage. At the Kyubi's advice, Naruto took a seat in the water and tried to remain quiet for the explanation. Taking a deep breath, the Kyubi began. To begin, I'll explain the reason why you felt so much pain before and what caused the transformation. After taking a moment to close her eyes and organize her thoughts, the ancient demoness spoke again. It was because of the jutsu you used. The Hitoshirezu Kensai no Jutsu was only meant for use with Ninjin Chakra, because of me. A biju being sealed in you. Once the jutsu had finished drawing out all of your latent chakra, it started to draw on my Yuki as well. So I tapped into your chakra and it hurt me. No, you tapped into my Yuki and it hurt you, and don't interrupt. Yuki is in a sense the same as chakra, just several times more potent. Now, I don't think I need to explain how much power I have compared to you, so I'll explain this to you simply. Kyubi stared straight down into Naruto's eyes for the first time, and to his surprise, her eyes didn't hold hate, rage or the evil of legend. They held power, knowledge and what he thought was pity. You almost ripped yourself apart from the inside out by flooding yourself with 10 times the amount of Yuki you were ready to control. If you were older or more experienced with it, you may have had a chance, but it was just too soon. What? I thought you said I wasn't dead. You lied to me, you son of a bit. GGGGRRRRRRR. Gulp. Vixen. Naruto subconsciously curls his tail around himself and flattens his ears in a very vulpine way. That's better, but I am female, so the son thing doesn't work, and this is your last warning with that insult. To continue, you are not dead. If you were dead, we wouldn't be here, she said with a very noticeable twitch to her eye and barely restraining her giggle for his fox-like behavior. Why does he have to call me a bitch? Anything else would do, but to call me a fucking dog of all things. Where is here anyway? Asked Naruto, pointing his ears up again. Breaking away from her thoughts, Kyubi said, we are currently inside of your mind while I'm repairing your body. So I'm going to be okay? I'm going to live? Asked a hopeful Naruto. Yes, you will live, but as I said before, there will be some changes as well as some setbacks in you using my power. Before Naruto could ask about anything, the Kyubi continued her explanation. To be more specific about where we are, we're in the mindscape that is the meeting place between our souls that this seal creates. Naruto looked confused. As per the norm, since meeting the Kyubi, our souls are meeting. How can our souls be speaking to each other? Just as with the physical manifestations you see now, the mindscape is only for our comfort. We are currently talking to each other's souls, and a soul is just a collection of energy, experiences, and emotions. Would you feel more comfortable floating in an endless void, staring at a cloud of red energy that is 100 times larger than your own or the beautiful me? I understand the soul thing, but if all this is for our comfort, why is it a sewer and not a ramen bar or something? Asked Naruto with a confused face and crinkled nose at the smells he was beginning to notice. That's what I thought at first when I woke up. It looks like a sewer because it's a reflection of what you have felt in your life, as well as your emotions. You should have seen it after you failed that test. I thought I was going to go blind from the ugliness of this place. Naruto looked sheepish for a moment before saying, sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. If that's true, then why is it all broken up and cracked? And if it can change from what I'm feeling, does that mean I change it by feeling different? It's like this now because your body is still damaged and being repaired. Whatever happens here is a reflection of your physical body and state of mind. If you pay close attention to your surroundings, you will notice it being fixed as we speak. The pipes above our heads represent your blue chakra circulatory system as well as the path my red Yuki travels. The walls represent your body, muscles, and bones. As Naruto looks around, he can see many of the cracks in the walls closing up slowly. He then notices that the walls are being marked with the same patterns as his tattoos as they are being fixed. When he looks above, he notices that the blue pipes are falling apart, showing deep purple-colored ones underneath that seem to be much thicker, but not as big as the red. As for you changing this place, I don't know, and I would also advise not to try it until I'm done fixing your body. It's hard enough to bypass the seal as it is. If you break my connection with you now, we would both die. Oh, I guess I should be careful about what I'm feeling then. Kyubi, why are the blue pipes turning purple? Oh, that, your circulatory system was beyond repair, so I had to use my Yuki and mix it with what was left of your old coils to make new ones out of our combined energies, then solidify it into a new system of coils. The mix of red and blue caused the purple color, I suppose. By this time, Naruto was far too confused to get excited over this fact or to question it. Okay. Back to these changes you've been talking about, what are they exactly? To tell you the truth, I'm not entirely sure. Naruto had a look of absolute horror on his face. Now before you go off on one of your rants again, let me explain. When no sound came from him, she continued, when your chakra was first drawn on in such large amounts, I didn't think anything of it until it started drawing on my Yuki. Even then I just figured you were in some kind of trouble and needed it. The seal would have given it to you anyway if your emotions were distressed enough. I have no way of telling what is going on outside the seal until you draw on my power enough for me to say yes or no to how much you're taking. The seal can give you so much without my say, but once you pass into my area of control, our connection is strong enough for me to use your senses. Like when you fought those Hyuga. You mean I was using your Yuki when I did that? Yes, but you only passed the point for a moment. Now, back to what happened. As soon as you neared the limit of what your body could handle, I worked as fast as I could to reroute the Yuki to areas of your body that were already being affected by it. Normally the seal would never let me do such a thing, but with our energies mixing so chaotically, it couldn't tell my will from yours. I did this because the chosen areas could handle the power better and advance naturally while giving me time to drain the Yuki back out of your system. While I was doing this, the Yuki that I couldn't get to was able to affect other things as well, and I haven't had time to check everything yet to see what happened, Kyubi said, looking as sheepish as a fox can. What do you mean, advance naturally, and what would these be specifically? By advancing naturally, I mean the parts of your body that were under my influence since I was sealed. These areas could handle the Yuki surging through them while the rest of your body was being destroyed by it. Before I try to explain what has happened to you specifically, I need to know what you know about demons and the Biju. I don't see what this has to do with anything, but I know a little. I know there are 9 of you Biju. You're the strongest. Many of you represent elements and can use them at will. Other than yourself. None have been seen for around 100 years. Other than that I don't know about the specific Biju. As for demons, they live a long time. Even the weakest are supposed to be quite powerful. Lower level ones were mostly wiped out hundreds of years ago, and the ones that are left other than you Biju are supposed to be easily taken care of by a Junin. Correct. I'm surprised you know so much. I will now tell you some history on demons. I know this will be boring for you, but please be just a little patient. You'll need to know this to understand what I have to tell you. 5,500 years ago, at the beginning of shinobi times, demons walked this land unchallenged. At this time, humans mostly hid away and few survived unless under the protection of a demon lord such as myself. Around this time is when the 9 Biju first arrived. You see, at that time most demons were actually Hanyo or half-demons. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but what do you mean they were half-demons? You humans only started recording your history about 3,000 years ago, so I guess you wouldn't know. I'll explain, but this is a lot further back than I intended to go, so pay attention. Every 10,000 years, the energies of creation itself come together, bridging the 5 worlds. These worlds are heaven, hell, the demon realm, your world, and the realm of the summons. Wait, demons are from hell, right? No, that is a misconception of humans. What you humans call demons are actually elemental spirits. We only received the title of demon because of the war. I will explain about that later. To continue, Kami-sama created the worlds of heaven, hell and earth in the beginning. For a time, that was all there was. He created man on earth for unknown reasons and allowed them to live their lives as they pleased. This was even before my time. As the ninjas' lives came to an end, they would either join him in heaven to share the knowledge of their lives with him, or be judged unworthy for the way they lived their lives and be sent to hell to be cleansed by its eternal fires. As this was being explained, Naruto's mind was strained to its limits to understand it all and was coming up short. His new ears were almost smoking. You see, as the humans expanded and grew in power, they began to become arrogant and filthy creatures, living in everlasting war with each other. Every year, less and less were judged worthy of joining with Kami. After so many were judged to be unworthy and sent to be cleansed, Kami began to wonder what was happening to his creations to cause this. Wait, how could Kami not know what's going on? Isn't he all-powerful and all-knowing? No, even Kami rested after creating the universe. He is all-powerful compared to any other being in existence, and even I don't know where he came from. He is all-knowing for the fact that nothing can be hidden from his eyes. Your thoughts, feelings, intentions, past, and even your future are all his to witness when he wants to, but if he is not looking, he does not know. He can only watch one world at a time and know what is happening there. Even Kami has cosmic rules that must be followed. Because of this, he did not see what was becoming of the cleansing souls. To say Naruto's world was rocked was an understatement. He had never been a follower of religion or really considered the ways of the universe, but to discover that the ultimate being was fallible is quite the shock. As Kyubi noticed his stupefied look, she decided this was just a little too much information at the moment. Well, I've gotten off topic. Long story short, Kami decided to wipe the slate clean after solving the problem of the cleansing souls and started again. This time though, he also created intelligent creatures other than humans. In other words, he created the summons and demons, or elemental spirits, to maintain the cosmic balance. The summons were originally created to guard the borders between the 5 worlds, and to ensure this they were given the ability to move between them freely. The demons though were created to balance and maintain the elements that made up the universe. Both demons and summons were created in the appearance of the animals of the human world, only on a grander scale, since in truth, we were working together for the same goal as the others. After all this was done, Kami decided to rest and leave the world he created in the hands, or paws, of his guards and caretakers. Naruto had taken to running his claws through his tail as he listened intently to everything he was hearing. He didn't understand everything, but he knew this was something no one else probably knew. Things were fine for some time until the convergence I told you about happened for the first time. The energy created by the workings and life of the 5 worlds built up until it collided with each other. Beings of all 5 worlds were thrown between the borders and caused chaos. The ones thrown into heaven were returned almost immediately, the ones thrown into hell died instantly, the summon realm was guarded, and the ones in the demon realm couldn't survive the harsh environment and colliding elemental forces, so these were no problem at all. The human realm, however, was a different story altogether. Because it was so calm, demons, summons, and humans were mixed together here. This was the start of the war between the 3 that would last for nearly 4,500 years. In a shaky voice that was almost a whisper, Naruto asked, "Ths can't be true, can it? I mean, there's no way." Looking down at the confused boy, Kyubi lowered her head to be more level with the boy. With as much of a soothing voice as she could make, she said, "I know this is a lot to understand, Naruto-kun, but you need to know this to understand what is happening to you. You would have eventually asked question.
That would have led to this anyway, so it's better to explain it now while we have time. And it lets me keep you distracted while I finish." Composing himself and taking a few moments to clear his head and process what he had heard so far, Naruto finally believed he at least understood what was told to him. He then locked eyes with Kyubi and gave a nod and a swish of his tail. "Very well. I will make this as brief as I can." The summons instantly decided that they needed to return everything to normal to protect the balance, as is their duty. The demons, which had been locked into the horrible elemental realm and never seen such a peaceful place, wanted to stay. This is what started the war. While the summons were powerful and had abilities of their own, the millennia of inactivity had made them weak, while the demons living in their hellish realm were stronger, more resilient, and could bend the elements to their will for battle. The realm that I and all other demons come from is horrible. It is always chaotic with clashing elements and is barely livable outside the areas the demons are aligned to. Because of these conditions, many of us grew cruel and sadistic. We had to fight with each other for the livable areas. One clan would battle another constantly. This is why the demons are so strong. Is that why you said the war lasted 4,500 years? Because the summons were lazy and the demons were hardened by their day-to-day lives. Yes, the war was long, hard, and even after our best efforts eventually dragged the ninja into it after the first 1,000 years or so on the summons side. During the 1,000 years of battle, the humans observed and learned of the energy the demons used to bend the elements, as well as how the summons used their techniques. This was the beginning of Chakra. Even though humans couldn't use Yuki like we demons can, they were able to learn how to use Chakra combined with the ways of the summons to imitate us. Naruto slowly nodded. It made some sense when he thought about it. You see, This war was not only how jutsu started, it is how the summon contracts were forged as well. The summons needed reinforcements because the ones that were brought to this world during the convergence were wiped out after the first 2000 years of the war, so the humans that had discovered chakra during this time worked with the remaining summons to create the contracts to bring reinforcements. You see, this is also the way your Cage Bunshin was created. Seriously, Kyubi, how was that? Asked Naruto with stars for eyes and tail waging. With a slight giggle, even though the summons originally could move freely between the borders, after the convergence they were unable to and still can't to this day without a human summoning them. When the ninjan first attempted this, it was a complete failure. Even though they could reach the summon
realm, they did not have the power to pull the summons forth. Even when hundreds of humans gathered, they still didn't have enough power. I even lack the power to do that. Wait, if that's true, then how do we summon today? That is where Cage Bunshin comes in. Tell me, how does that jutsu work? Do you even understand it? Not really. In the scroll, all it said is that you pull together air and other things in the atmosphere and hold them together with your chakra. You know half the jutsu. If that's how you form the body, where does the mind come from?
Naruto simply looks on with puppy dog eyes. Your soul, Naruto-kun, every time you make a Cage Bunshin, you place a small piece of your soul in it. That is why they take so much chakra, why you can hear each other's thoughts, and why, when they are dispelled, you know what they know. A Cage Bunshin is a part of your soul, and that is where the connection comes from. Naruto just stares off blankly. This is also how summoning works. By signing the contract, you exchange a piece of your soul with the group of summons the contract belongs to. This allows you to make a Cage Bunshin in the form of the creature you are calling and place their soul into it. That is also why summons can't die, they are not really here. Because of their powerful souls and the amount of chakra used to create the body, it's as if they are really here even if they are much weaker because of this. In reality, summons and demons are equal in strength, but because the summon creatures are here in proxy bodies, their powers are limited. Just as one of your Cage Bunshin are. This is way too much information, so if this war had never happened, not only world high-level shinobi not have summoning contracts, there wouldn't even be shinobi, would there? Probably not, since humans only learned of chakra from their contact with demons and summons. To finish the explanation of the war, eventually some humans sided with demons for their own profit, survival, or strangely enough, love of them. By the end of the war, the original demons were all but dead for one reason or another, and the war had been won in their decedents' favor, even though most didn't remember why the war had even started. By this time, the leaders of the realms of the summons and demons had contacted Kami-sama for help.
In an odd voice, you spoke to Kami? No, not directly anyway. At the time, I and the other Biju were the strongest of the demons, not the wisest. Kami agreed to allow a select few demons and summons to enter the human world in our real bodies to restore balance and free the humans. This is when we first appeared in human history and legend. When we arrived, it was horribly easy to restore balance. It didn't even take 50 years to do so. Once we were done and prepared to return, as were our orders, we as well as the summons received orders to remain here to maintain the balance in Kami's name. We were ordered to hide and stay out of the affairs of the world as a whole, which we demons didn't like at all. We believed that we should be able to at least wander if we wished. But you and the other Biju appear many times in history? Doesn't that mean you disobeyed orders? Good question. The summons asked if they could just leave their contracts with their chosen humans so they could return to their kin and home. Which was a very good idea for them. It allowed the guardians to always have contact with the humans as well as be happy and live their own lives since, unlike us, summons are not immortal. They can be killed just like us, but unlike us, they can and will grow old and die. As Naruto was listening intently to the explanation of ancient history and legend, he completely missed when Kyubi stopped referring to him as human and began speaking of him with words like, us. Instead, I wonder how he will react. Will he hate me? I couldn't blame him for it. I just hope the truth doesn't break him. He's been through so much and come so far. I don't want to be the one to ruin him, but he needs to know these things. He needs to understand and be ready for what's to come. To think, the next convergence is in only 13 years. While the summons were allowed to return home and happy for it, the 9 Biju were ecstatic about being able to remain in this world. Each of us was even given a region to reside in that had an abundance of our aligned element to make us more comfortable. For the next 3,000 years or so, we were content and happy with our freedom.
Every so often a war of humans would break out or we would have to act to maintain the elemental balance, but all in all we were left in peace. At least until humans created Fujins, Kyubi suddenly became quiet and was grating her claws against the cage floor with barely repressed rage in her eyes. Naruto noticed this and started backing up instinctively. When Kyubi heard the sound of water moving and noticed Naruto's scared expression, she immediately softened her features and tried to calm him. "I'm sorry, Kit. I didn't mean to scare you." With this soft reassuring, Naruto immediately calmed and returned to his original place, if not a little closer. "Are you all right, Kyubi? I thought you were about to throw me into the wall again." With a soft giggle from Kyubi that made Naruto smile, she spoke again. "No, Naruto-kun, I'm fine. It's just some bad memories." One by one, every one of my fellow Biju was sealed by humans, either into ancient artifacts or into other humans, as you very well know. Naruto subconsciously touches the seal on his stomach. "Your Yondaime sealed me away to protect his village. This was a good and honorable reason, but at the time of the sealing of my comrades, the human hunted us down to use us as weapons in their war. One by one my friends were sealed for greed, power, fear or other reasons just as foolish, and just to do so as well. At the time, I was in a deep sleep from stopping a massive battle that would have destroyed my region and knew nothing of the sealing. When I had woken up, all of them were gone and I was only able to find a few. One was sealed into a tea kettle in Kei's no Kuni. I could sense 2 were in Mizu no Kuni, 1 in Raiko no Kuni, and finally 1 in Tsuchi no Kuni. Out of the 9 of us, 5 were sealed and the other 3 I was never able to find. At the realization that I was alone, I returned to my sleep for the next 100 years until I was awakened by humans. At this point, Naruto could easily see the pain and confusion in her eyes, and for the first time, he didn't see her as a demon that ruined his life. He saw another lonely being in pain. In a soothing voice, Naruto said, "They hurt you, didn't they? Whatever they did, it made you confused. I don't know what they did, but I do know that whenever I tell Ayame Nichan and Tsukijiji about what's happened to me, I feel better afterwards. If you're
willing to tell me, I'll listen." Kyubi, for the second time in her long existence, was shocked. The boy whose life she ruined and brought so much pain to because of her own foolish mistake and rash action was being kind to her. She was never surprised by the acts of humans or other demons. She knew never to expect much. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I was going to tell you anyway, but the reassurance is nice." Taking a breath and looking at the boy at her feet, giving her a very vulpine grin, she continued. "After years of sleep, I was awoken by about 10 humans entering my den. At first, I didn't think of them as a threat as they circled around me. All I did was keep an eye on them. That was my mistake. They started to perform strange movements with their hands that are different from the hand seals you use, and then I was caught in some sort of strange energy that I couldn't recognize. It wasn't chakra or yuki. It hurt very much, and I suppose they believed they had caught me because one of them began laughing, saying, 'We did it. The power of Kyubi no Yoko is ours.' When I heard this, I lost myself to rage. These humans were just like the rest and wanted me just like my fellow Biju. In an instant, I broke their hold and killed 3 of them with a swing of my tail and began chasing the others. I followed them deep into Hai no Kuni. One of them, while running, turned to me and said the simple words, 'Please don't be angry with us, Kyubi-sama. We were only following Hokage-sama's orders.' At the end of that statement, I stopped my pursuit of those humans and headed straight for Konoha. I believe you know the rest. So Konoha was framed by these people and it caused your imprisonment, hundreds of deaths, mass destruction, and my lost chance at a happy life. Yes, most likely, Naruto-kun, but it's my fault as well. If I hadn't lost myself to rage, none of this would have happened." Naruto looked into Kyubi's eyes. "No, you're a victim in this like the rest. Do you know who these humans are or the one who spoke to you?" "No, they were covered in black cloaks. The only thing I know is that the one who spoke to me had a set of eyes that I'll never forget. They were bright yellow with black slits with purple lines going around them and ending in points along his nose set into pale white skin." As Kyubi described the eyes, a vision of them appeared in front of the cage. Naruto swore to himself to never forget those eyes. "Don't worry, Kyubi. Everything is all right now. Can you please explain these changes now that I know the history?" "Now understand, Naruto-kun. Most of these changes were already happening and would have continued to this point eventually because of the seal absorbing my power at its own pace. Originally you wouldn't have gotten to this point until you had absorbed a decent amount of my power, or you reached 18 years old I would guess. Because of the reconstruction I did, the changes happened quicker than they would have originally. What are these improvements exactly? I'm sure you've noticed some of them already. You mean I'm going to have a fucking tail? Wincing at the shriek Naruto had let out, Kyubi just shrugged before saying, no, I don't know why you have a tail while you're here, but if I was to guess, I would say it's your mind's way of measuring how much of my power you've absorbed, like your tattoos or maybe the connection between our souls. Huh? Was Naruto's intelligent reply. What's with the tattoos anyway? He asked as he held up his slightly glowing arm. Kyubi looks off to the side for a moment and watched the markings extend from the wall and finally into the cage. I wonder if he will not like this. The tattoos are my solution for your weakened circulatory system. Before this, I was always able to leak more of my power into your system at any time to heal you and keep you safe. It was my defense system that I was always able to send more power, but now that I was forced to make this new system, I won't be able to protect you like I used to by sending my Yuki to help. Kyubi then looked down with a worried and serious expression. If I even sent enough Yuki to you at the moment to heal a broken bone, you would die from your system rupturing. So my healing was always you helping me. I guess that makes sense. I always wondered how I did that, but what do these marks have to do with anything? I have studied the Shiku Fusion extensively over the years and came up with these seals. I originally created them so that one day I could make my vessel stronger. I knew that one day the seal would weaken enough for me to place them and allow you to use my power easier. Now they are a way of survival for the both of us. It will be some time before you can use my Yuki in any decent amount with this new system. In effect, these work the same way the seal did when it took my power and leaked it into your chakra system to strengthen you and contain me. These seals allow me to send power straight to your body. By doing this, I bypass your weakened system and directly enhance your healing factor. But doing it this way damages your muscles and has a very strict time limit once activated. So in effect, this will only be for extreme emergencies. Not to mention my Yuki in large amounts is just as damaging as it is healing. Naruto was quiet for a moment as he tried to process what Kyubi had just said. So these marks are just a way for me to use your power until my inner system can use it again? Yes and no. They are a way for you to use my power indirectly at the moment, but I originally made them so you could draw on my power through your inner system and the tattoos in unison. It was my version of a filter. This way you could have drawn on more power than you normally would have been able to and not have damaged yourself as much. But to my disappointment, I found that these seals normally draw on small amounts of my power, just as the Shiku Fusion does. I can force more power through them, but for only a few moments at a time, or I risk hurting you and damaging the seals. I am looking for a way to extend the time limit. So the tattoos are an emergency way for me to use more Yuki. Will they always show like this, and what's this about your power hurting me? The tattoos will only show when enough Yuki is flowing through them and disappear from view when not. As for why my power is damaging, humans were never meant to wield my level of power. Your body is put under great strain when you use it. That includes healing you. I won't bore you with how, but normally when you use my Yuki, it is forced through your system and smothers your chakra out of the way. My plan was to split the strain by having some flow through the seals and some flow with your chakra system. You would still get the same level of power, but only half the strain on your system. I won't even pretend to understand that, but I get there to help, for emergencies, and will make me stronger. Is there anything else about them, and what about this tail? You said it was a measure of power. What does that mean?
There are other uses for them, but we will leave that for later.
You understand the idea of the seals basically. As for power, I guess I'll have to explain this too. Ninja have a limit to the chakra their bodies can hold by the physical conditioning they've been through and how well trained they are. That is why you must train physically and mentally to prepare for high-level jutsu. We demons on the other hand simply grow in strength with age and the need for power, such as the harsh environment and elements we deal with and control. We start with one tail to store our Yuki in, and as soon as it's filled we grow another. This process takes hundreds of years per tail, and most demons don't live long enough to claim the title of a Biju, even if they grow multiple ones. Does that mean there are more than the 9 Biju in this world? Also, what are the other Biju? You're a fox, so what of the others? We will leave the specifics of the other Biju for another time. To answer your question, there are only 9 Biju, and the other demons with the same number of tails fight the current holder for their title as a Biju. By now though, I would guess there is a new set of Biju in the demon realm. About your appearance. While here Naruto-kun, I won't lie to you. When I was sealed, you became a Hanyo after being exposed to my Yuki. The influence my power has over you will only grow from here on. I doubt that you will become a fox or anything, but after you absorb enough of my power there will definitely be some drastic changes to your body so you can handle the Yuki. It will be years before this change occurs, but it will eventually happen, I think. The appearance you have now is what I believe you will look like minus the tail and ears. As she finished explaining this, Naruto looked shocked, even horrified. When he looked down into the dirty black, he could see a detailed reflection. He finally got his first good look at the extent of his transformation. His clothes remained the same except for his orange jacket and shinobi tools. Naruto's once blonde hair was longer and hung in between his shoulder blades. It was just as spiky as always, but now it was jet black all the way down to the tips of the spikes, which were crimson red in color, and seemed to almost glow in the dim light. Nestled in the massive mane of hair were two blood-red fox ears with black tips. He again noticed the blood-red tail with a black tip swaying behind him. When he studied his face, razor-sharp 1-inch canines met his eyes, and to his further horror, deep violet eyes with slits replaced his blue depths. Lastly, Naruto followed the path of his tattoos took. From his forehead, two strips flowed over his eyes and split to follow his whisker marks. The bands from his eyes continue down his neck to meet his shoulders, where they ended in a cone pattern split into 3 sections. His arm and legs began with 4 strips at the end of the digits and flow up his forearms and calves and meet a thick band around his biceps and thighs that merge into another 3-section cone shape. Hesitantly, Naruto pulled up his shirt and sees that all these marks are connected to the Shiku fusion on his stomach. On each side of the seal are 2 more strips that curve to a point and end just above the abdomen. Finally, there are 3 thick strips that cover his chest that curve up to almost meet his neck and shoulder symbols. At the realization that he truly looked like a demon, all the calls of demon, monster, and abomination all came back, and now he knew they were true. For the first time in nearly 8 years, since the time he was first beaten by a mob of villagers, Naruto cried. He truly cried. He cried out everything he had suffered for nearly 10 years of his life. All of the loneliness, pain, and torture. He let everything out. For Kyubi's part, she didn't know what to do. A Naruto that was yelling, arrogant, or confused she knew how to handle. In the 6 years since she had awakened, she had never seen the boy cry. She decided it was better to let him have his time. This was probably the only place he felt safe to cry. There you are, chapter 3. And as always, any Japanese or more out there terms I use will be listed. Hanyo. Half-demon Yuki. Demon energy Biju. Legendary tailed demons Shinigami. Death god. Tenshi. Angel the Change demonic nemesis by Dark Fate. Baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.4 The Change. Talking. Demon talking. Thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fics under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. As always, I don't own Naruto, but maybe if I know, it would never work. Last time, at the realization that he truly looked like a demon, all the calls of demon, monster, and abomination all came back, and now he knew they were true. For the first time in nearly 8 years, since the time he was first beaten by a mob of villagers, Naruto cried. He truly cried. He cried out everything he had suffered for nearly 10 years of his life. All of the loneliness, pain, and torture. He let everything out. For Kyubi's part, she didn't know what to do. A Naruto that was yelling, arrogant, or confused she knew how to handle. In the 6 years since she had awakened, she had never seen the boy cry. She decided it was better to let him have his time. This was probably the only place he felt safe to cry. After a while, Naruto finally calmed down and choked out the remark, "You probably think I'm weak now, don't you?" Kyubi only shook her head with a sigh as she said, "No, if anyone has the right to cry, it's you. I doubt any weak ninja could have lived your life and still have been sane. I actually feel honored that you feel comfortable enough around me to cry. Most creatures barely have the strength to look me in the eye when speaking with me." As Naruto dried his eyes, "Well, you have been nicer to me than most people. Demon or not, I guess that just made it okay," he said, wiping the remnants of his tears. Kyubi looked on and decided to talk about something to calm. "Naruto, tell me, Naruto-kun, Why do you want to be Hokage? Naruto was quiet for a moment. I want to be Hokage so everyone will respect me and recognize my existence. Now that I'm becoming a demon, that's impossible. So you're giving up? You realize to get respect from others, you need to get it through example and action. All the Hokage before you earned their respect through being a powerful shinobi that protected their village with their lives, right? If you prove to the village that you are a powerful and honorable shinobi who would risk his life for his home, you can still become Hokage. So you're saying that instead of working to become Hokage, I should focus on becoming a powerful shinobi instead? Asked Naruto, looking confused. If you can earn their respect before they discover your new demonic heritage, they will still trust you afterwards. To obtain the village's recognition, you must first earn their trust and respect as a shinobi, then become Hokage, not become Hokage to earn their respect. You're right, Kyubi. I've never let anything stop me before, and this is no different, and I bet I'll be stronger than ever now. As Naruto said this, the spark and foxy grin was back full force. This won't stop me. I'll become the strongest shinobi in the world and earn the title of Hokage. It's a promise and I never break a promise. That's my Nindo.
That is the Naruto I know, and you will be stronger than before. Not only are you already physically stronger, all the enhanced senses you've developed over the years have been strengthened to be equal to mine. That means your senses of sight, smell, hearing, and even taste are many times more powerful than humans or even animal. This, unfortunately,
means you will have to train very hard to gain control of them. Your body has also been reformed to be that of a demon. You will have greater healing powers than before, chakra, regeneration, and stamina. You will even need less sleep. The senses sound cool, but I thought you said my healing was weaker now, and if my body works like a demon's, doesn't that mean I'm a full demon already and not a Hanyo like you said? I will work with you on your senses when we have time. No, the healing I do is weakened because I can't send any more Yuki into your system without hurting you. Your healing before was the bonus for just having me sealed within you. Every demon host or Jinchuriki gains some abilities from their demon. Your slightly enhanced senses and healing came from me, and no, your body works like a demon's. You have demon abilities now, but you will still have human chakra for quite a long time. My stamina and chakra was already huge, so you mean I have even more? And what do you mean by needing less sleep? I explained before about your new system, correct? It is stronger because of the mix of our energies, also wider than normal coils, and will allow you better control over your chakra. Your old system was strained to the breaking point with your chakra capacity. Because of me, your reserves grew faster than your system did. This is why control was so hard for you. Most Junin don't have the amount of chakra you do, and they trained for years to get what they had and also prepared their circulatory system to handle it. See what I mean? With an excited nod, yeah, that means I should finally be able to do that stupid bunshin and become the strongest shinobi even quicker. You will still be able to train your human chakra for now, but whatever Yuki you've absorbed from me will be held back for safety until I've made sure about all the effects the transformation has had on your body. Also, I will not allow you to use any of my Yuki until I believe you're ready. How long will it take me to absorb your Yuki and become a demon? Also, you still didn't explain about my needing less sleep? That is many years from now. I doubt your hair will even begin to change color for months. As for the sleep, your new body will store nutrients and filter toxins better. This means your stamina is higher. You will get the same amount of rest in about 4 to 5 hours as you used to from 8 or 9. This also means you could go longer without food as well. On the other hand, this means you will have to be more careful to eat a balanced diet. What does that mean? In other words, no more ramen 24/7. You may still have all you want for lunch, but from now on you must eat foods such as meat, fruit, and vegetables for breakfast and dinner. No arguing on this. If it wasn't for me up to now, you would have been suffering from malnutrition as well as other diseases. I was able to keep you healthy, but your shortness was a result. What? You mean I'm a midget because of my beloved ramen? Ramen is the greatest food. It tastes delicious and has meat and some vegetables in it. It's healthy. Correction. You were a midget. The strengthening of your body took care of that, but if you don't begin eating better, not only will you stunt your growth again, you will become weak and never become Hokage. You will also never be able to use my power even after your body has settled. Okay, you win. I give my word to eat better from now on. What do you mean not be able to use it even when you allow it? It would be rather pointless to use my power when you would need a couple days of bed rest to recover from it. Your new system may be stronger than your old one and be able to control chakra better, but it has no experience with my Yuki. Even a small amount would damage it. Am I really that weak, Q? I thought that all my training would have gotten me farther than that, especially with all the work you've done. It's not that you're weak, Naruto-kun, it's just that you haven't had any real chakra control training yet and you've lost all the training you've done already, as well as the last 12 years adapting to my Yuki.
When training to use chakra, you are training your mind and senses to remember and recognize the amount of chakra you're using.
It has nothing to do with your muscles. Even though your body is stronger than before, your muscles have nothing to do with your chakra control. Now that your senses and body are different, you're back to square one in just about everything. Even your chakra circulatory system has softened again. You will have to train your chakra quite a lot to get your new system to where it can sustain my power. Once you rejoin the real world and your healing is done, you will need to relearn all the basics, was Kyubi's playful remark with a sadistic grin on her face. You have got to be kidding. I have to learn 5 years of the academy over? And what do you mean about my system? You already know it, don't you? You just have to redo the training exercises. It should only take a couple of days really, considering how little you will have to sleep and all the improvements from the last time you had to do them. Also, as I said before, your old system was working with my Yuki for 12 years. This new system, while stronger, has had no contact with it. We will have to take it slowly. You will eventually be able to use my power again, but we will have to work with increasing the amount every day. Cool. That means I'm not that behind. Maybe I can even get Iruka-sensei to help me. Q. How long until I can wake up? And, how long have I been unconscious talking to you? Iruka, you really should go home and get some rest. It's already been an entire day. You can come back in the morning, said the third from his seat. No, Hokage-sama, I want to stay by his side, said Iruka as he turned tired eyes to the Hokage. Like you said, someone needs to be here when he wakes up. The Sandaime could only smile softly as he said, at least the strange change in his muscles ended earlier. How many times did it happen, Hokage-sama? The Sandaime slowly walked to the end of the bed and picked up the clipboard and began to read from it. The first one began on our way here at about 4:30 a.m. and began again every 2 hours and 7 minutes. He went through the process 9 times. The Sandaime was silent for a moment before saying, Iruka, I don't know what this means, but you have barely left his side in the last 20 hours. You need sleep and food. Please at least take a break for that. There's food in the cafeteria and a bed in the next room. I will make it an order if I need to. Iruka sighs, all right, Hokage-sama. I'll get something to eat and see about some sleep. Just as Iruka and the Hokage reached the door, they felt a pulse behind them, and as they turned, the red haze that had been surrounding Naruto obstructing their view of the boy pulsed a second time, slightly stronger. This continued several more times, strengthening with every pulse, until finally on the 10th one, the haze dispelled and returned to the seal. Both men slowly approached Naruto to check on the boy, wary of what might have occurred within the mist. When they finally were by his side, they both gasped at the transformation he had undergone. Sandaime-sama, is he all right? What are those black marks and why are they glowing? He seems to just be sleeping now, but these changes have me worried. I want you to stay here until further notice. No one is allowed into this room until he's awake and has spoken with me, not even the doctors. Hi, Hokage-sama. Thud. Who made my bed so high up or the room so bright? Asked Naruto as he braced himself to get up. He heard a slight scratching sound. When he looked for the source, he noticed he had 1-inch claws at the tips of his fingers, and with sick fascination, he slow drags them across the wood floor and notices that it gives no resistance whatsoever. Are you enjoying the new additions, Naruto-kun? I thought you said I wouldn't have the demonic features yet. I said you wouldn't have the hair color, tail, or ears. I said nothing about the claws, physique, or facial changes. If you don't like the claws, just relax the muscles in your hand. Check for yourself on the cosmetic changes. Naruto easily finds a full body mirror hanging on a nearby wall. When looks into it, he notices his same clothes. The only noticeable changes are that they are a little too small now, dirty, and ripped. Which was to be expected after a fight. He then sees that he has grown about 3 inches since he last checked and is sporting slightly broader whisker marks, but not by much. Just enough to be noticed. He also finds that he now has slit blue eyes, Longer hair with ebony black roots that end an inch or so away from his scalp and blood-red tips on his trademark spikes. The only other change that was visible to him was that his face was more angular, almost as if he had lost all his baby fat and of course, his fun new claws. At this point, he decided to try relaxing his hand and to his amazement the claws started to recede. With the sound of slicing flesh and a little pain, they returned to his fingers and a normal nail closed on top of them. He quickly noticed that these normal-looking nails were bisected to show his claws were still there, just hidden. What do you think? I like it. You do great work Kyubi-hime, but where are my tattoos? Asked Naruto as he scanned himself. Thank you Naruto-kun, but from now on, just think and direct it to me. I'll hear you. We don't want people to think you're crazy or that you're talking to me. Remember what we talked about? Asked Kyubi, giving the mental equivalent to a finger flick, and the tattoos only show when I am sending my Yuki through them. Naruto nodded as he thought, yeah, we need to keep this a secret until I've gotten strong enough to protect myself. Just as Naruto was getting up from the floor, Iruka walked through the door to see Naruto awake. Naruto, are you all right? Shouted Iruka as he rushed to Naruto's side. I'm fine, sensei. How are you with the wounds from Mizuki Teme? I'm fine. I'm not the one that's been out for almost 2 days from a strange jutsu with red hazy chakra around me and freaky stuff with my muscles and strange marks all over me. Naruto blinked owlishly at his sensei's excitement. That's right. Could you get G-san for me? I have a lot to explain to you too and I need to ask you a favor, Naruto said with an even foxier grin in place. Now with his slightly elongated canines. Sure Naruto, just give me a second. Oh, sensei, could you bring me something to eat too? Sure Naruto. With that said, Iruka rushed out the door to find the Hokage. Do you really think this is a good idea? Don't you think you should keep this between us for a bit longer? If Iruka-sensei hadn't mentioned the Yuki, then yes, I would have. But if they have already seen it, then it's easier to tell the truth than try to lie. Besides, I'm going to need help with my training, and who better than those two? You're so smart Naruto-kun. It's going to be a long retelling, you know that. They will probably think you're crazy too. What choice do I have? Besides, I've got you to correct me right. I also will be able to get G-san to help and that is worth anything. Just as Naruto finished his sentence, the Hokage and Iruka walked through the door holding 2 bowls of ramen each. Ramen. Oh, great, remember your promise to eat healthier. You said I could have ramen for lunch and it's 10 a.m. Good morning Naruto-kun. You had us worried there, said the third as he sat down. Sorry about that, G-san, was said through a mouthful of noodles. Iruka says you have something to tell me? Asked the Sandame as Naruto finished his 4th bowl. Both Iruka and the Sandame thought, when did he finish his first one? Ah, that was good. Yes I do, and you better sit down and get some sake because this one is going to throw you for a loop. After blinking a few times, both of the men took seats next to Naruto's bed. Where to start? Pondered Naruto. How about at the beginning, Naruto? Suggested Iruka with a brotherly smile. All right. Well, after I activated the Hitoshirezu Kensai no Jutsu. Here we go. This is definitely going to take a while Naruto-kun. 4 hours later and 3 bottles of sake the Hokage got out of nowhere. Any questions you guys? Asked Naruto from his seat. The 2 men in front of him just looked at him with pads of paper, pens, highlighters and tape recorders in hand with, "Are you insane?" looks. As the Sandame was rubbing his temples to relieve the oncoming headache, Naruto, let me get this straight one more time. The jutsu you used nearly killed you. The only thing that saved you was that the Kyubi was able to control the chakra, or Yuki, enough to reconstruct your body into that of a demon, as well as give you a new chakra system made out of both yours and Kyubi's separate energies. Am I right so far Naruto? Naruto nodded. This also gave you enhanced senses, claws and the new looks, as well as some other abilities that you're not sure of yet. You also said that you would have gained these powers eventually anyway from the seal's natural process, but the changes were just speed up by this incident. That's right G-san. Q also said I needed to relearn all of the basics again because with my new body and chakra system, it's as if I never went through the training in the academy. That's actually the favor I wanted to ask you Iruka-sensei. Really, I would be happy to train you again. It should be fun, said Iruka, thinking of all the things he could help Naruto improve on this time around. Before that though, I have a few more questions Naruto. This story about the war, otherworlds, Kami, is it true, and when was the last time you spoke to Kyubi? I believe so. It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, with the summoning contracts and all. Both men couldn't help but nod their heads. The last time I spoke to her was just before I woke up. Q said that she would contact me when she finds out what the other changes and powers are. Alright. Now, do you trust her, and if so, do you believe her story? Yes, completely. And I doubt that she would lie about the story or the yellow-eyed man, said Naruto, locking eyes with the Sandaime. That can only be Orochimaru. I can't believe he was responsible for the attack. I never should have let him live. I need to keep this quiet for now. Alright, Naruto-kun. I want you to get some rest. The doctors said you could leave tomorrow and start your training with Iruka. It's not like I could get any rest at home anyway, and this food is better than what I can get normally. Iruka and the Hokage couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at that but remained silent. Also, I thought team assignments were tomorrow? After what Mizuki pulled, Hokage-sama pushed back the team assignments by 2 weeks so he could investigate. And what do you mean better food? Hospital food is horrible. Cool. That means I have 14 whole days to train with you, sensei. Naruto's mood took a darker turn when he went to continue. By the food, I mean that most markets won't serve me, and any restaurant other than our ramen stand kicks me out. You can't be serious, Naruto, said a shocked Sandaime. Ignoring the Hokage's statement, Naruto asks, when do we start training, sensei? Of course, we start first thing in the morning when you are released. I will get a few things together. Bye, Naruto. Iruka, please wait for me outside. Naruto-kun, said the Sandaime as Iruka left the room. Yes, Ji-san? Asked Naruto as he was extending and retracting his claws. First, why didn't you tell me about your trouble with the markets? Naruto looked down before saying, it just didn't seem important whenever I got to see you. Whenever I could, I just wanted to have fun, but I've done alright, so don't worry about it. The Sandaime just sighed, knowing he wouldn't get any further even if he tried. I took the liberty of checking on the jutsu you copied from the Forbidden Scroll and removed the ones I didn't approve of and replaced them with more appropriate ones, said the third as he tossed Naruto his scroll back. See you later, Naruto. How the hell did he do that? How did he even know I copied jutsu? I didn't even know he had come near me to take it. He did it while you were eating your ramen. This is why we are starting to train your senses as of now. I will first release your sight. Get ready. This is going to hurt for a while. Numerous curses and many thumping sounds were heard from Naruto's room for the rest of the day and well into the night. Outside the hospital room, Iruka, I have an A-rank mission for you, said the Sandaime in a serious tone of voice. What is it, Hokage-sama? Asked a truly curious Iruka. Several hours later, just outside the third's office. Piss off, you brat. I doubt the Hokage would take the time to spit on you, said the secretary in a shrew-like voice. Iruka, while under a henge, had to bite his tongue to keep himself back from slapping the woman, which would ruin the whole mission, and he could already feel the bloodlust of the Hokage from behind the door. As the door swung open, the wizened leader appeared with a deceptive smile on his aged face as he said, Naruto-kun, I'm so glad to see you. I've been expecting you for a while now. As Iruka under the henge entered the office, the Sandaime turned to the secretary. You're fired. I want your desk cleaned out and you gone by closing. As the secretary sputtered, he turned and entered his office behind Iruka. Iruka, how was it? It wasn't as bad as we feared, was it? Asked the Sandaime as soon as he reached his desk with worry obvious in his aged voice. No. Hearing this, the aged leader noticeably relaxed. I knew my people weren't that horrible. Naruto has always had a knack for exaggeration, was his thought as he lit his pipe. It was much worse than what Naruto said, was Iruka's flat reply with all seriousness. As the third choked on the smoke from inhaling too fast, he asked, what exactly did they do that was so awful? Where do I start? Everywhere I went, I was glared at and called names, people even threw things at me. Every restaurant, and I mean every restaurant except Ichiraku Ramen, kicked me out, and some even threw garbage at me. Some of the stores even threatened to summon Anbu if I didn't leave. 2 even showed up at 1. The few stores that would serve me double or even triple charged me for the worst product, and most of the shinobi stores only sold me equipment from the bins of damaged items to be fixed and still charged me full price. Look and see. As Iruka pulled out several kunai and shuriken, the Sandaime noticed that they were obviously rusted, off balance, or bent. The weapons weren't even fixable. They would have to be melted down and reforged to be used for anything. They charged you full price for these? At Iruka's nod, the elderly man lost half his wrinkles as his face tightened with anger. When I tried to enter the shinobi library was when the Anbu showed up. As soon as I entered, some pink-haired banshee screeched for them. I believe she was Haruno's wife. Pink hair is rare, after all. The Hokage only responded by saying, I believe we need to make a quick trip, Iruka. Outside Naruto's apartment, he doesn't even lock his door? Asked Iruka. As the two entered, they were disgusted. It wasn't that it was dirty, it was just the room itself. The walls were peeling and stained. The roof and walls had holes in them. The windows were broken. All the furniture was obviously scavenged. The only food in the whole apartment was instant ramen, the really cheap kind that tastes like rewarmed piss. Inside the small refrigerator, that was clearly a pre-installed item, was a single carton of milk that expired a month ago. The Hokage was literally trembling with fury now, as he slowly counted back from 1,000, something he hadn't had to do since his lectures with Jiraiya all those years ago about the boys' lecherous antics. If he was going to do it then, do not get caught, and especially don't run to him if he did. I had no idea he was treated this poorly, he muttered around his pipe, though I suppose that's no excuse. Iruka nodded, noting that the boy's bedroom was as sparse as the rest of the house, lacking the things that defined a teenage boy. Trophies, littered clothing, not even hidden porn. With the jutsu Naruto had made, he at least expected that. Iruka, I want you to take this letter and gather all the clan heads. It's time for a meeting. Hi, Sandame-sama, he must be really serious. The clan heads haven't been gathered since the Uchiha massacre. Hyuga Hiyashi was a man of many virtues, but patience was not one of them. As head of the prestigious Hyuga clan, he didn't particularly like being summoned from his bed to attend, of all things, an unarranged council meeting. This isn't like Sarutobi, he thought as his pale eyes narrowed. Unless we're going to war again. As he entered the council chamber flanked by his bodyguards personally selected from the branch family, he noted that everyone was present, even the Aburame clan's Shibi, whose silent presence added an air of seriousness. Sume, head of the Inuzuka clan, was also present with her dog. The three members of the Ino-Shika Cho were also present, Inoichi sitting quietly, Choza eating a rice ball, whilst Shikato was looking around, seemingly bored. The Elders' Council was also present in their normal bickering state. When the Sandame appeared, Hiyashi was about to speak up when he noticed the look in the old man's eyes, a look that he'd only seen once before, and wished never to see again. The look the Sandame carried when a young Junin went against his orders and led over 100 shinobi to their deaths. It has come to my attention that there have been a number of injustices being committed upon a certain citizen in this village, someone who I'm sure you're all aware of. The clan heads looked amongst each other utterly confused until Inuzuka Sume, in her ever-eloquent way, spoke up. Who the hell are you talking about? She asked, which basically summed up everybody's thoughts. Sarutobi glared at the woman and her canine companion until said animal began to whine. I am referring to one Uzumaki Naruto. The elders began to speak out when they were silenced by a glare filled with more than a little killing intent. Everyone in the room snapped to attention as the Sandame's robes whipped around him as he released chakra. Nara Shikato actually sat up straight, eyes wide with a ridged posture, saying, oh fuck, he's pissed. In the world of shinobi, there are several facts that anyone learns quickly. One is that one doesn't become a kage without being the strongest, most powerful ninja in the village, and secondly, that being in the same room as an angered kage meant one of few things. Someone was either going to be demoted, killed, spending the next few years either performing D-ranked missions or recovering from the most severe beating of their life in intensive care. From the look on the Sandame's face, it looked like all of the above was about to be added to the ever-growing list. This boy is only a teenager, and yet he has suffered such mistreatment that it's a wonder he's not unbalanced. Just look at this. As he said this, he turned on a video recording of the treatment Iruka hanged as Naruto received. At the looks of confusion he continued. Sarutobi scowled. Iruka took it himself while spending some time hanged as Naruto. He turned to look at them all. Umuno Iruka, former hunter nin, now retired as a Chunin instructor, spent a day disguised as Naruto, and the level of abuse he suffered varied from outright cruelty to potential murder. And this is without knowing his changes, Sandame thought to himself. Hiyashi frowned. So? The boy has the fox spirit sealed in him. He is nothing but trouble and a nuisance to the village. Wouldn't it be better if someone just killed him? There was a general amount of agreement from the clan heads, except unsurprisingly Aburame Shibi, who merely remained silent. The Sandame scowled at the Hyuga head. Vessel or not, I swore to the Yandaime that the boy would not be harmed by this village. His last wish was for the boy to be seen as a hero. Hiyashi frowned. Pardon me, Hokage-sama, but I fail to see why the Yandaime would put so much emphasis on this boy's safety. I'll admit the man was a saint, but even he wouldn't harbor a demon. Again, there was a round of agreement and Hiyashi felt as if he'd sufficiently ended the argument, especially when the Hokage sighed deeply and pulled out his pipe. Perhaps you're right, what was I thinking? Hiyashi smirked, a simple lapse of judgment Hokage-sama. After all, why on earth would a man go to such lengths to protect his own child? Konoha Hospital, as Naruto was buried under the sheet of his bed with the pillow pulled tightly over his head, people could hear light moaning from him. Q, how many more senses do you need to turn on? I'm about to go insane. That's the last of them, Naruto-kun. Sight, smell, taste and hearing have all been started. It even appears you have gained a slightly stronger sense of touch, but it shouldn't be much of a problem. How long until it stops hurting? Asked Naruto in a rather pathetic voice. It will stop hurting when your mind can deal with the strength of your new senses. Until then, your pain isn't from your sensory organs as it feels. It is from your mind saying that something isn't right and needs help. Well, can you tell it that there's nothing wrong? I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but the only way to deal with this is to take the time and allow your mind to adapt and come to terms with what is happening. But if it hurts so much, then you could always enter your mindscape again and train here. How would that help Q? Inside your mind you can't feel pain unless you want to. While your physical body adapts to your senses, you can train them inside your mind. It won't stop the pain later, but at least it will lessen it when you wake up. Sounds better than nothing Q. What do I need to start? Just calm down, close your eyes and relax. Let your mind wander and I will guide you. The room fell silent, as if struck dumb. Even Shibi's eyes widened behind his ever-present glasses. Choza had even stopped eating. Shikado looked startled and Inoichi's eyes were as wide as saucers. Sum's jaw actually hung loose, while the Hyuga head seemed at a loss for words. This changes everything. So you're saying, Shibi began and the Sandame nodded.
The boy's birth name is Namikaze Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Yellow Flash, and Uzumaki Kira, Konoha's Tenchi. He is the son of two of our greatest heroes.
The room had fallen deathly silent now. Thoughts of disbelief, shock, disgust and shame flooded the room. No one dared look up until Shikado spoke up, but, hold up, Yandaime never married. How could the Yandaime have a son? And the angel disappeared a whole year before the Kyubi came. Many in the room spoke up in agreement. If it was out of agreement for the idea or just trying to deny their own sins, no one knew. He did marry, he just never publicly announced it, Sarutobi replied, lighting his pipe. I personally married them. I even delivered the boy when the time came. Not even Jiraiya, the fourth sensei, knows about the union. Kira, after finding out she was pregnant, decided to retire to the county until Naruto was to be born to ensure his safety. When the Kyubi came, she had only been back in the village for a week. He took a drag of his pipe. Only two other people know of the boy's heritage. One of them is Orochimaru, who happened to find out by chance. Everyone flinched at this, the name of the snake Sanin still being a sore point to many Junin. And, who is the second person? Hokage-sama? Asked Shikado. Sarutobi sighed, the Anbu who I assigned to guard him when he was younger, Uchiha Itachi. Everyone's eyes widened. Two S-class missing nin with knowledge of the Yandaime's son, this was bad. Also, as you have all already been informed, as a result of a jutsu he recently used to stop a traitor from stealing the scroll of seals, he has speed up the natural process of the fourth seal. As a result of this, he has gained several special abilities from the Kyubi, and soon he will gain control over the Kyubi's chakra entirely. Everyone flinched as the math added up. The son of Yandaime and Konoha's angel, coupled with the infinite chakra of the Kyubi as well as any abilities he may have gained from it. This combined with the treatment he's received. Sarutobi exhaled. So as you can see, we have a genin with the potential to become the next Hokage who, according to Iruka, has more than enough reason to justifiably hate everyone in this village. The elders flinched at this, realizing what this meant. It would be the Uchiha massacre all over again, on a larger scale. As of today, I am making it clear that if anyone so much as threatens the boy and I hear of it, I'll trace it back to their clan head and execution will be a very likely possibility. He looked around. I trust the actions I have explained today will not occur again? The clan heads nodded, before being allowed to leave, their worlds sufficiently shaken. Hiyashi, in particular, was trying to see the potential benefits in this turn of events. Limitless power and the blood of the Yondaime combined with unknown abilities. He frowned. This boy would make a brilliant ally to the clan. I think a little family meeting is in order. But first I need access to the boy. Hiyashi stood. Sandame-sama. Yes, what is it, Hiyashi? Asked the Hokage with a raised eyebrow. Since we all are already gathered, may I make a suggestion for the boy's punishment for his indiscretion against my clan? You do realize he is still recovering from his ordeal and cannot give his explanation of his entry or to defend himself, don't you? He is also going to be busy with training. I do, Hokage-sama, but with the punishment I have in mind, he may give his reasons to me during it. We already know why he did what he did, so punishment is coming with or without his defense, and the punishment I purpose will leave plenty of time for his training. What are you scheming, Hiyashi? What do you purpose, Hyuga-san? Asked the Sandame while glaring at Hiyashi. As Hiyashi began to speak, all the others returned to their spots too. Listen, perfect. If this works like I hope it will, I will end up with the greatest weapon imaginable to attain my goals. A demon under my influence. Naruto's mindscape. Slowly Naruto's senses began to come back to him. He could hear the sloshing of the dirty water he was laying in from his tail moving. With his perked ears, feel the humid air on his skin, and to his ultimate displeasure, he could once again smell the sewers that embodied his mind. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was pleased to see the familiar sewers even if he loathed the smell. It was still the same dank and dirty place he remembered from before, but now it seemed brighter. The walls were no longer cracked, and the intricate designs that ran along them that symbolized his tattoos were quite impressive. The water seemed clearer, and the light shining from above his head felt warm to him. As he looked up again, he noticed the purple pipes that represented his chakra circulatory system almost shined. The red ones were almost the complete opposite though. Before, when he was here, they pulsed with such power it made his seem bland in comparison. Now the red ones seemed dulled and lifeless. For some reason, Naruto found this very disturbing. He soon found himself following the same route he had taken before, and soon enough, he was standing before Kyubi's cage once again. Just like the rest of the sewer, this room had brightened as well. As Naruto scanned the room, he noticed that the marking that supposedly represented his tattoos literally covered the walls here. Whereas in the rest of the sewer, the marking merely looked as if someone had taken a brush and a few hours to design them. Here they were his masterpiece. Intricate curves and slopes that intersected in every way imaginable that all led back to Kyubi's cage. I see you finally made it, Naruto-kun. We will have to work on your sense of time while here. When Kyubi emerged from the shadows of her cage, Naruto had to raise an eyebrow at her appearance. Before, she had shined with the power of her aura, and even when it was not visible her fur shined like precious silk. Now she seemed disheveled, and her aura was nothing but fatigue. Q, are you all right? You look exhausted, asked Naruto in a worried tone. Q looked surprised for a moment, and even Naruto caught it. I never planned on letting him see me like this. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. I'm just still a little drained from everything. Naruto looked up into her red eyes with a rare calculating look as if he was trying to read her. I guess that makes sense with everything that's been going on and everything you've done for me. Kyubi had to catch herself from giving a light giggle at Naruto's thinking face. I suppose so. Now let's begin the training for your senses. I plan on having your mind adapt far enough for you to train in the real world later. If you're sure you are all right. I mean, I am taking your power from you, so you have every right to be tired. Naruto looked down, almost ashamed, until Q said, taking my power? Whatever gave you that idea? Naruto snapped his head up as his tail and ears went ridged. Huh? But you said I was absorbing your power, Q. Doesn't that mean that I'm taking it away from you? Kyubi just had to give a tired giggle at this. I guess I didn't explain it well enough to you. Let me explain it this way. When you use chakra, you make more, don't you? With a slow nod from Naruto she continues, what makes you think I would be any different? Naruto looked stupefied for a moment before he continued, well, you said I was absorbing your power and becoming a demon because of it, and I just figured that it meant you wouldn't have it anymore. When the seal was first made, It was designed to expose you to a portion of my power every day to make you stronger and ensure that not only could you protect yourself, but keep me imprisoned. I surmise that the Yondaime intended for us to become equals in time. What is happening is that your body takes so much of my power in a day's time and adds it to your own. By doing this, over time you will be able to take more and more until you can use it all. That way I would never be able to overpower you. What the Yondaime didn't realize is how dangerous Yuki is to humans. If things had continued as they were, your body would have eventually reached a limit and my Yuki would have begun to hurt you. Once again, Naruto was sitting there perfectly still as he replayed what he had heard. So I'm not taking your power, I'm just using it make my own instead of just using yours like the seal originally intended. This time, it was Q that had to blink. Yes that's right, but how did you figure that out? Naruto scratched the back of his neck in his usual way. Well, when you explained all of this to me before, you said that your power was mixing with mine to slowly get my body to make Yuki on its own, but you just said that the seal was meant to allow me to use your power, not make it my own. It just kind of clicked, is all. Instead of my body just growing stronger so I can use your power, you changed it so that your power is helping me make my own. Okay. File this one under the many things that this boy has done to surprise me. Yes, I couldn't have explained it better myself. But don't forget that even though you are slowly growing stronger, that doesn't mean you still can't use my power when you need to Naruto-kun. Just to make sure, you are all right and I'm not taking too much away from you. Not to be mean, but you do look rather frizzled. I mean, your scary red glow is gone and the red pipes in the ceiling are dull. I'm just worried. Q took a moment. Well, I'm flattered that you're worried about me, Naruto-kun. But it's nothing to be worried about. If I explain about my power in percentages, then every tale stands for just about 11% out of 100. Our whole episode with your body took 44%. Then you took your prevent for the day, which is about 7. Then the tattoos I placed took 33. And finally another 10 was used to heal the majority of the other injuries. So I'm rather tired. When Kyubi looked down, she had to sweat drop as she watched Naruto using his fingers to count 60, 77, and 94%. You only have half of a tail left. Are you sure that's okay? Shouldn't that be chakra exhaustion or something? Is that why the pipes are so dull? I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Just tired. 6% is plenty, and I should be back to normal in a few days. Remember, I'm the demon known for having infinite strength and normally I do. Other than fighting another Biju, I have never used more than 3 tails at once, and when I used them up, I would draw on another 3. Because of this, by the time I needed to switch again, the first set was nearly restored. That is why I'm fine. I just used too much power at once. Well, if you're sure, then what do we need to do for training? First we will focus on training your mind before we start on your senses, and we will do this through meditation. Naruto dropped his head in defeat. Good, Naruto-kun. You could have more focus, but we can work on that more later on. For now, focus and make the mindscape into a forest area that you have seen before so we may begin your real training. Naruto had spent the last few hours in meditation to learn how to reshape his mindscape, and it was no easy matter. Even inside his own mind, Naruto's focus for such things was minimal at best. Okay. So focus and imagine a forest. After a few moments, the sewer began to slowly fade to a pale background before a rather dark forest began to appear. The trees were monstrous even compared to the ones in Konoha's forest. As Kyubi watched the changes around her, she wasn't surprised that the inside of her cage remained the same. I guess it will take more time before he can affect the cage. The forest sent a shiver even up Kyubi's spine as she gazed at it from behind the bars. Kyubi couldn't help but notice that even she could hide in this giant forest, but it seemed far too familiar. Naruto-kun, I told you to picture a forest you have been in. Where did you find one like this? Naruto looked confused for a moment as he looked back at the bars. He walked around the other side, expecting to see a back or a wall, but it was like it wasn't even there except for a shimmer in the air. As he walked back around the other side, he said, "A few years ago, I found a giant forest surrounded by a fence. It seemed different, so I wandered around the edge of it for a long time trying to find a way in, but it was closed off and I was never able to climb over the fence. I just always wanted to see what was inside since the trees were so big, so I thought of it." Kyubi just nodded her head as she looked on. This forest should work fine. To start, I will release the full power of your senses. Inside your mind it won't hurt, but there will be a pressure or weight put on you. There will also be disorientation and most likely extreme confusion. Well, it's better than the piercing pain I was in before when we tried to get this under control. We will start with your eyesight. I am not able to leave my cage, but I can create things for you to train with if you give me permission. Naruto didn't even hesitate to nod. First, to train your sight, I will create opponents to move around you in varying speeds and you will only need to follow them with your eyes. Then, for your sense of sound, we will cut off your other senses and do the same and have you follow an opponent's heartbeat and breathing to keep track of them. After that, for your sense of smell, I will use my memories to teach you the more common ones you will encounter, such as tracking sense, the smell left from different elements being used, the sense given off for different emotions and of course the ability to tell the difference between animal, human, and other sense. Taste we will work on over time. Naruto slowly nodded as he stood and brushed himself off. Okay, let's get this started. I can't wait to master these senses and not have a headache when I wake up. Sorry Naruto-kun, but that's not happening. Training the mind and training the body are two different things. Even if you master your senses here, it will only lessen the pain when you wake up. Your body and mind will still need to align to each other. This training is only to give you the knowledge, not the experience. Naruto let out a deep sigh. Power never comes easy, does it? No it doesn't, Naruto-kun. Not for anyone. There is always a cost for power, whether you know it or not. The next day, as Naruto was waking up to what Kyubi relates to having a hangover, he was experiencing some of the most painful jolts of his life. He could have sworn someone was messing with him in his sleep. Q, it feels like you have been chewing on me for fun. My head hurts, my ears are ringing, and I feel like I'm going to puke. Just try to relax Naruto-kun, and I don't appreciate the joke. I do not chew on everything like a common dog. Now close the blinds and sit on the bed and focus. I will try to lessen the pain and get you used to this. The training with your senses yesterday pushed you a little too hard. We will now work on focusing your senses on one thing to allow you to select what you want to do with them. Thank you Q. Naruto said aloud as he tried to relax. Iruka was currently making his way to the hospital to pick up his favorite student. He was thinking over what to do with his new pupil at the moment and having a hard time deciding what to do first. I guess first I need to get him used to his new body. Light sparring should do that, then I can have him go through the kata for the academy taijutsu. With his growth, he should be able to make more use of it now. I should figure out a training schedule for him too. Since he only sleeps 4 hours a night, he'll need something to keep him busy and out of trouble. I can just imagine what you could get done with an extra 4 hours a day. Iruka never got to finish his thought, because just as he was passing the shopping district, a messenger hawk swooped down to him to land on his arm. Now what do we have here? Iruka says, taking the message from its leg. Thank you for bringing me this. Off you go, said Iruka as he released the hawk. As Iruka broke the seal he began to read the message. Iruka, I would like you to bring Naruto by my office after lunch. I have a few things to give him and I need him out of his apartment for the day so it can be fixed up. I will see you later. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandame Hokage. I wonder what the Sandame is up to. Oh well, better get going. Naruto has never been the most patient shinobi in the village, thought Iruka with a smile, remembering all the years in the academy with the blonde. That's it for chapter 4. Just hit the little next button for more. Who she was, demonic nemesis by Dark Fate, baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.5 Who she was, talking, demon talking, thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fix under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. I'm saving up to buy Naruto $1, $1.05, $1.07, hey, a quarter. This will take a while. To anyone looking into Naruto's private room, it would seem as if the boy was in a trance as he sat on his bed. This alone was strange enough on its own, but his sensory organs were slightly glowing red. This was a very comical look indeed, almost clownish. In reality, he was trying to recover from the recent training of his senses. Currently he was conversing with Kyubi on his thoughts of the training and if he could handle any more of the like. You're doing good, Naruto-kun. You've already become accustomed to your new senses enough for them not to cause you pain anymore. I actually expected you to need a couple of days to be able to handle the rush of information from them, but it seems that the training we did inside of your mind really gave results. Now that the pain has subsided, we can focus on the many uses of enhanced senses as well as the vulnerabilities that they cause. What do you mean? I thought you said that you would only do one sense at a time to ease me into them. The training in my mind did make it hurt less, but it still hurt. That was my original plan, but when I saw how much trouble you were having with one, I decided to get all the pain out of the way at once. Would you have preferred to have gone through your senses one at a time and prolonged the pain? Naruto just allowed a deep scowl to cross his face as he continued to relax. I told you that these senses would take time and training to utilize. Nothing comes for free, especially power, it has to be earned. Not only do you need to learn how to use these senses, you need to get used to all the extra information you're given. Now at least you can learn how to understand the information you're being given. Before, you were just whimpering and grabbing at yourself. I was whimpering because I thought I was going insane. I could hear everything, the smells were sickening, I felt absolutely filthy, I was blinded by the littlest light and I even felt like I was upside down every time I turned my head, and the taste of the ramen that I had for lunch was disgusting. Exactly how long will it take me to master these senses? Do I'll be able to eat my ramen again? Pleaded Naruto. Human senses are so dull, it's like you aren't aware of anything around you. Your mind is literally being stressed to its limits to get these under control and you have barely finished scratching the surface of your senses. All you've done is stop the pain. You barely know anything about your senses yet or what they're telling you. As soon as you get a little more used to them, you can adapt to the changes. You seem to be good at that. You mean there's more pain? Asked Naruto fearfully. No Naruto, you are past the pain, but you have scarcely begun to become accustomed to these senses. Before, you couldn't take the intensity of the information, but now that you can process it, you need to learn to understand it and make use of it. This means identifying and categorizing them. How long will that take? Years if you learn quickly. This world is full of smells, sounds, and sights. I will be here through it all to help, but don't think you will be done anytime soon. When I first arrived here, it took me almost 6 years to grow accustomed to everything my senses told me. That is a long time. I wonder if I'll be able to do it? Asked Naruto solemnly. Don't worry Naruto-kun. When I learned, I had to do it on my own. For you, if you don't understand a sound or smell, just ask and I'll let you know. With you and me together working on this, we'll have this beat in no time. Said Kyubi in an almost perky voice. That's cool, I was worried there for a while. Hugh, what do you think the villagers will do? Villagers, Naruto-kun? Asked Kyubi. My new look. I can't exactly hide my eyes or face. Will they hate me even more now? Q sighs. I don't know Naruto-kun. People can be very cruel at times, and when they fear something, it gets even worse. I wonder if there's a way to hide my changes. Maybe Ji-san will know a genjutsu he can teach me to hide them? But someone could just cancel it, and plus shinobi aren't allowed to use jutsu on villagers and I really suck at genjutsu. If you're that worried about it, there's something you could do. It will also give you a good training exercise. Said Kyubi with a devious smirk. What is it? What is it? Asked Naruto frantically. Remember in the academy how they taught you the 3 methods for escaping genjutsu? Yes. Naruto asked, a little confused by the change of subject. What are they and how do they work? What does this have to do with anything? Wait, never mind, you always have a reason for these things. The first method is using the Kai release, which is expelling large amounts of chakra to interfere with the genjutsu. The second is to drop your chakra output down to absolute zero so that the genjutsu has nothing to affect your brain with, and the last method is to have someone else force chakra into your system to disrupt your flow as well as the genjutsu. I also heard you could use pain on some, but that only works on low-level ones. Correct again. I knew with enough prodding I could get that brain of yours working. Exclaimed Kyubi with a smirk. With a slight growl, so Kyubi-hime, are you going to grace me with the reason for my academy flashback? Snippy, aren't we? Well, I'll let you figure this out on your own then. If all your enhanced senses and change in features are produced by chakra, how can you hide them? Now what does that mean? Asked Naruto before he continued with his own thoughts. She said that all my senses naturally draw on my chakra to strengthen them. My senses are naturally as powerful as an animal's and my chakra just takes them to another level. So, is she saying that if I suppress my chakra, my appearance will return to how it was before? Does that mean I'll be a chibi again? I guess all I can do is try and see for myself. I knew he wasn't the baka he makes himself out to be. If I can keep pushing him in his training to figure things out on his own, he could really advance quickly. He always seems to stand up to a challenge. I wonder what kind of training I should have him do next. This suppression exercise I have him doing is good, but it won't take him long to master this. For humans, I hardly know anything for fighting styles. I guess I could have him start on Foxfire, or maybe the Dujutsu he's developed, but I think I want him to get used to his body and get some more chakra control first. I'll wait and see what that dolphin has him do today before I decide. While Q was going through her plans for our hero's training, Naruto had already begun his suppression exercise. Alright, all I have to do is focus. As Naruto began suppressing his chakra, he took up a position in front of a mirror to see the effects. To his surprise, nothing happened at all. Q, why didn't it work? Asked Naruto in all honesty. You need to reduce the flow much more than that. Remember, you aren't trying to disable a genjutsu, you're fighting against your own body. It will take a little time to learn this, and even longer to hold it. This will be worth it though. You will be able to use lower and higher level techniques easier when done. This will also help with your precise control. As Naruto attempted the suppression once again, Iruka had just entered the hospital from the front. Better, Naruto-kun, but still not quite there. If you will let me, I will control your chakra for you and put it at the right level so you can feel where it should be and try again. You can do that? I thought you said that the Shiku Fusion wouldn't let you? That was true before our connection strengthened. I still can't act of my own free will when it concerns your body, but if you allow me to, I could even control your body for you. What? You can really do that? Naruto couldn't help but stop for a moment as the implications flew through his head. Go ahead, I guess. Okay. Let me show you where it needs to be. As Q began to suppress Naruto's chakra, he took to closing his eyes to better feel the chakra flow. Just as it begins to reach the proper levels, the door opens and Iruka walks in to see Naruto sitting on the bed in what looks like a trance. All Iruka can think is, strange, Naruto, are you okay? We need to head out and begin your training. When Iruka speaks, Naruto literally jumps to the ceiling screaming, what the hell? Iruka looks up at his student to notice a rather interesting sight. Other than Naruto hanging from the ceiling like a cat in a cartoon would do. Before his very eyes, Naruto's thickened whisker marks returned to normal, followed by the rounding of his pupils from the slits they were at his entry. The highlights in his hair also slightly receded. Other than that, everything else remains the same. Naruto, what happened to you just now? You're almost back to normal, asked Iruka, with confusion evident in his voice. Cool, did it work? Asked Naruto as he dropped from the ceiling and ran over to a nearby mirror. Iruka once again asked, did what work? Q was teaching me a chakra exercise to help me control small amounts of chakra, but it's also a way for me to look more normal, but for some strange reason, I feel sort of numb and weaker now. That's because we just shut off the flow of chakra to your senses, healing, and muscles. Normally, it takes shinobi years to learn what you do naturally. Your senses, while still stronger than any normal humans, are barely comparable to what you have at your normal level. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if I should train in both these forms? If I become stronger in this weak body, I should really be great when I'm at my norm. Naruto spoke aloud. Naruto, what are you talking about? Asked Iruka with a deadpanned look. Oh, sorry sensei, I was talking to Q just now. She said I feel weak because with my chakra suppressed to look more normal, I cut off my body from using it. Naruto, this is not to be used while you are training. This is only to give you a normal appearance while in the village and help with your exact control. If you learned any jutsu while you were like this, they would be useless when you release your chakra. Why is that, Q? Because the flow would be too different to compensate for. You would never perform the jutsu correctly if learned while your chakra was suppressed. Even if you were able to perform the jutsu, it would be the same problem you had before the change all over again. Only this time, instead of having smaller coils than needed, your chakra would be moving too fast, and you would still have trouble with the amount of chakra used. You're functioning at bare minimal right now and wouldn't even be able to create a kage bunshin. Much less any other jutsu I can think of. Maybe a bunshin if you were lucky. Guess that blows that out of the water, said Naruto as he took up his thinking pose. Blows what out of the water? Asked Iruka, with a vein throbbing on his forehead. Sorry again sensei, but Q just said I couldn't do that. Train with my power cut I mean. Naruto-kun, this middleman thing is getting annoying. I'm going to go to sleep until you're done training with the dolphin. Can you feel the level to suppress your chakra to now? Yes. Good, keep it up while in the village or in public. When you're done, just let me know so we may continue our own training. With a yawn, Q curls up in her cage. Okay, Iruka-sensei, it's just you and me now. Q is going to take a nap until we're done. I suppose that's good. I was getting confused. So what's first, sensei? Well, we are supposed to meet with the Hokage around lunchtime. Right now, it's 7:30, so how about we head out to the training grounds to spar until it's time? I'm pretty sure you're stiff and need to get out, commented Iruka with a smirk. As Naruto began running to the door, Iruka called out, "Don't you want to get dressed first?" When Naruto looked down and sees the hospital gown they gave him so they could wash his clothes, all he could do was blush and head for the closet. While Naruto was getting dressed, he noticed his shirt was a little tighter than usual, but not to the point to be uncomfortable, and his pants only went to his lower calf. Luckily for him, he had some bandages in his pouch and just wrapped his legs and feet before putting on his sandals. Note to self: get more bandages and new clothes. Alright sensei, let's go. A few hours later, we find a slightly winded Naruto and a fresh-looking Iruka heading in the direction of the Hokage Tower. How are you not tired, sensei? We've been sparring for hours, asked Naruto with an exasperated pant. I'm fresh because you did all the work, Naruto, commented Iruka in a sing-song voice. I barely moved from the spot I was standing in to begin with. While you were running around and trying to act fancy, I simply used basic counters and allowed you to attack, came Iruka's reply. So I wore myself out while you conserved your energy? Asked Naruto. Correct, your high stamina gives you an incredible advantage when used correctly, but in a taijutsu fight stamina can be used up quickly, especially with how you fight. So I need to learn to use my stamina better. Yes, we will work on that too, but you did really good, Naruto. I honestly expected you to trip over your own feet considering the new body and all. What would you expect from the future Hokage? If I couldn't at least control my own body, it really would only be a dream to be Hokage. By the way, sensei, how do you think I did? After thinking for a moment, your speed has increased greatly. You're probably as fast as Kiba now. Your moves are still too choppy. You need to go through the kata for the taijutsu again, or better yet, find another style. I still think that the academy style just isn't right for you. I would also advise that you calm down a bit. You wasted all your energy blindly attacking me instead of trying to find an opening, and for you to run out of energy really means that you need to calm down. You fought out there just like you did against me in your exam. Okay. So after we talk with Gigi, what are we going to do? Naruto. Show more respect for Hokage-sama, and to answer your question, we will head back to the training field and I will give you a quick lecture on the basics of the shinobi world. Then we will do the basic chakra control exercises again of leaf balancing and molding chakra into the 12-hand seals. Do we really need the lecture, sensei? Asked Naruto with a fearful grin. Don't whine, Naruto. I may be a demon of legend known throughout the world, but I know little of shinobi ways. All your jutsu and fighting styles will have to come from your peers. I can teach you about your body and abilities, as well as the world, but you need to learn whatever you can from others. All the jutsu and yuki in the world will not make you Hokage if you don't have the knowledge, experience, and skill to use them. This, Naruto-kun, is the secret of true strength. If the dolphin believes this is important, thank him for sharing it and don't whine about it. Naruto couldn't help but have a serious look as he thought over Caillou's words. Sorry sensei, if you think it's important, then I'll listen and thank you for helping me, said Naruto with a snicker at the end. What's with the change of mind and the snicker? Q said that I need to respect your views and take whatever training you can offer me, and I'm laughing because she always seems to calls you a dolphin. As Iruka turns slightly red, well, please tell her that I don't appreciate someone without thumbs calling others names. Oh real original, monkey. The thumbs thing again. When will I hear the end of this one? As Q continues her rant about the unfairness of evolution and creation, Naruto says to Iruka. Damn, sensei, I think you hit a sore spot with that one, and with that they entered the tower. Sitting in front of the Hokage. It's good to see you, Naruto, said the Sandaime with a grandfatherly smile. Hi G-san, what did you want to talk about? Asked Naruto as he shifted in his seat. First, I need to tell you that in a recent meeting, I informed the council and top shinobi about your changes as well as classifying them top secret. Also, the third did not get to finish as the young boy raged in front of him. You did what? How could you do that? Me and Kyubi just went through all this trouble for me to look normal and you go and do that, shouted Naruto. With a hand gesture for him to be quiet, the Sandaime said, Naruto. I understand your feelings on this, but in matters like this I had to inform them. There was no choice, I gave them no specifics other. Then your change in appearance and the abilities I know about. They know nothing of the war or anything else you told me. Just to be safe though, it is on file with my signature if it is ever needed in the future as proof of your story. With this, the third holds up a file and places it into his drawer before locking it. You do not have to disclose any more if you do not wish to. In a calmed voice, all right I guess, is that all you wanted, because I have training to do. Naruto. Show more respect, shouted Iruka. It's all right Iruka, and no, it's not Naruto. During that same meeting, your punishment for the Hyuga prank was decided, spoke Sarutobi in a flat voice. Hearing this, Naruto winces. So what's the verdict, Ji-san? Starting tomorrow, you will be doing the Hyuga's laundry for the next month. This means 7 days a week starting at 4 o'clock every day. That's all? Really? I thought I would be doing a lot more, asked Naruto, blatantly surprised. I don't understand it either. This punishment was requested by Hiyashi himself. I suppose he thinks it's fitting since you dirtied them in the first place. Hiyashi requested this. I wonder if he's up to something. Or maybe he wants a more severe punishment and they wouldn't allow it, so he's trying to get me alone? Thought Naruto. Well, I guess I got off rather easy. This will cut into my training time, but I can live with it, commented Naruto with a foxy grin. Also, Naruto, I want to tell you to be careful around the Hyuga. Naruto just stared back at the Sandaime as if asking for more. Hiyashi is one of the council members that was informed of your changes and asked for this punishment after the fact. I believe he has something planned, but I have no idea what that may be. All I can advise you to do is to keep a low profile until he shows his intent. Naruto, getting a slight tingle from Q clearly saying she understood, said, all right, thanks Ji-san. I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Iruka, I have one other matter to discuss with Naruto. Could you please wait outside? Of course, Hokage-sama. Naruto, behave and be respectful. I will be waiting outside for you, said Iruka while he glared for a little.
Intimidation. After Iruka had left the room, the Sandaime stood and walked over to the pictures of the past Hokages that rested on the left side of the room. He then opened up the picture of the Shodaime. Behind the picture, to Naruto's surprise, was a safe with multiple seals as well as the classic lock.
Ji-san, what's going on? Naruto-kun, I once told you that I did not know of your family and that they probably died in the Kyubi's attack, yes? Of course, I've known about that for years now. Naruto, I need to ask you to remain silent for this. I will tell you everything all at once because I'm afraid that if you stop me, I will not have the resolve to continue. Is that all right? Naruto was currently watching the Hokage's face intently, trying to find a reason for his change of mood. He had never seen him like this. The aged man was sweating, the hand that was holding the safe was trembling, and he saw something in his eyes he never thought he'd see from the strongest shinobi in the village: fear. Q. What's going on? This isn't normal. Should I listen? Release your chakra, Naruto-kun, so I may get his scent. Without question he returned to his full form, and after a moment, Q said, I don't understand this either. He seems scared, but it seems more for your reaction than anything. I would say be quiet and listen to him for now. Thanks Q. To the Sandaime, it seemed as if Naruto had went quiet for a moment until his more animalistic features returned and then took a few whiffs of air. This was obvious to the Hokage as Naruto deciding if he was trustworthy or not. It hurt the old man greatly that he didn't have the boy's trust, but with the boy's past and how he was currently acting, he couldn't blame him. At Naruto's solid nod, he opened the safe. Naruto, this is a story of a wonderful woman that was considered by this village a gift from heaven, and her connection to you. As he spoke these words he pulled a cylinder from the safe. It was beautiful in design. The object as a whole was about 10 inches long and 4 inches wide, just slightly bigger than the average scroll. It was polished silver with what looked like hundreds of kanji covering it in the most beautiful patterns woven together perfectly. The kanji had just a slightly darker shade to them to make them noticeable, almost a gunmetal finish. The object was obviously a scroll holder of some kind, but what sort of scroll would need such care? Even the forbidden scroll of seals, supposedly the most valuable scroll in the village, was only on a stand in a glass case. This, Naruto, is the most valuable treasure of your father's clan. At these words Naruto stood to shout, but a raised hand reminded him of his promise and calmed his boiling blood. He never broke his word. That is the only reason for his current restraint. I know, Naruto. I have lied to you for your entire life. I have no excuse for it, and I understand if you hate me now, but understand it was your parents' request for their identities to be kept a secret until an appropriate time. By this time, Naruto was growling so loud in his head that even Q was backing off. How could that baka keep this from him? Even if Naruto doesn't hate him for this, the boy's trust in him is gone for good. You only earn his trust once. He'll have to do something incredible to get even a sliver of it back. Naruto, before I begin to explain, I need you to place some of your blood on the lid of this container while channeling chakra to it. Why do I need to do that? Asked Naruto with a voice laced with obvious doubt. With a sigh. This scroll is your family heirloom. Only one of your father's blood descendants can unlock it. If he was still alive, he would have to place his blood on this seal to pass it down to you, but since he is no longer living, you must place your blood on it so it will recognize you and only you. The chakra you channel into it will set the lock to need your chakra for the key. This will not only open it, but ensure that only you may do so afterwards. Without a word, Naruto approaches the desk while sliding his thumb along one of his canines and then applies his chakra and blood as requested. As soon as Naruto returns to his seat, the kanji on the case glow a faint red and begin to spin into a different pattern. Then, with a burst of blue light, the kanji stop opening the lid to reveal a black silky lining and a scroll unlike any Naruto had ever seen. Come here, Naruto. With no other prodding, he carefully approaches the desk. This, Naruto, is your birthright. This scroll is older than any other artifact I have ever seen. I believe that you already understand the idea of sealing non-living items in scrolls, do you not? With a nod as the only reply, the Sandaime continues. Every time you seal or unseal an item, you must use either blood or chakra, and must always rewrite the seal. This is a rule that has existed for thousands of years and none have been able to defeat it, except for this scroll. As the aged man said this, he carefully pulled out a scroll which seemed to be made of a black metal with a single bar of polished silver on one side. The moment the scroll was fully visible, not only could Naruto hear Kyubi's surprise, he could literally feel it. What is it, Hugh? That scroll is an artifact from the Great War. I had thought that all relics of that war were destroyed, for any single item to be left is disastrous. In the wrong hands, it could cause untold chaos. If this is truly your family heirloom, there may be more to you than I ever thought. Naruto, after hearing this, begins to stare intently at the object as if trying to see through it. Seeing this reaction, the Hokage continues. This scroll, as well as its container, are made of a metal that no one has been able to damage or even identify. For some unknown reason, this scroll only requires for the owner to write the kanji of the slot you wish to seal an item into upon the item in question. Write the object's name at the corresponding slot in the scroll and add chakra. The Sandaime softly grabs the polished bar on the scroll and gently pulls to reveal a polished soft silver material with 6 slots slightly set into it. The bar, polished surface, and the black case all seem to be one piece. No hinge, seam, or other sign indicates that they were ever 3 separate pieces. It was as if it had always been this way. Out of the 6 slots only 3 are occupied. In blue kanji the first slot says scrolls, the second says chest, and the last says Chosentsuru, challenge. Naruto, could you please come here and channel some chakra into each of these slots please? Standing as if in a trance, Naruto approaches the desk and does as asked. The first slot reveals 8 scrolls. 1 yellow with blue trim, 1 the classic brown, and the last 6 are sitting in a box of pure white. The scrolls in the box are also pure white with light green trim around them, numbered 1 through 6. The next slot reveals a chest about the size of the forbidden scroll with a lock and key. The last slot reveals 4 black rings, with black silk trim that runs the inside and strange kanji in sliver or circling the outside of the rings. At the appearance of the black rings, Q for the second time becomes extremely flustered. What is it this time, Q? If anything can get to you like this, it has to be serious. Who are you, Naruto-kun? Huh? WHO are you? No human should have that scroll or those rings. Both the Biju and summons worked tirelessly to destroy all of those weapons. How could they still exist at all? After a moment in a hurt voice, I don't know who I am Q. I never have. What are they anyway? They don't look that special. After realizing what she had just said, Q said in a soft voice, I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but for those items to have eluded us means that they were hidden well, too well. Kami-sama himself guided us to all the weapons and artifacts of that war for a reason. Either he decided to allow your ancestors to keep them, or someone was able to fool his sight. Either way, this points to something much bigger than family heirlooms. This whole exchange happened in the span of a second, but the seriousness had returned stronger than ever. As the Sandaime continued, giving the history of the scroll, thoughts of, how could that happen? Or, what could this mean? Circled both Naruto's and Kyubi's minds. These two scrolls here are not to be given to you until you become a chunin. This was the request of your father, so I will be placing them back into the safe until then. The Sandaime then places the yellow and brown scrolls back within the safe and then closed it. The chest you see holds your inheritance of money, family treasures, and other things from your parents. It is yours to use as you like. It is by far no legendary treasure, but it could allow you to live your life without worry. The rings are special weights your father used to train with, and are one of the secrets to his skills and speed. They are genius in design, and as ancient as the scroll. By absorbing small amounts of chakra that naturally flow from your muscles, they increase in weight until they are just slightly heavier than what you are comfortable with and then continue to grow with you as you strengthen. Because of this, they constantly exercise your muscles without interfering with your performance too greatly. This also gives you the advantage when you remove them. They also are easily removable. By unhooking the latch on either the left or right hand ones, all of them will detach as well. I wanted to give you these items now because I realize it was wrong of me to keep everything from you. I should have explained it to you sooner. Let you know that you had a family and learn of them, but I thought I was doing the right thing. I see now that you need these things, especially what your mother left for you. You already said that I can't know about my parents, so why are you doing this? Was Naruto's sharp question. I can't tell you who your father was until you reach the rank of Chunin, but I can tell you about your mother. Naruto's eyes immediately softened, and in a shaky voice he asks, who was she? Taking a deep breath, she was, truly an angel. She was kind, strong, intelligent, a medical shinobi with no equal, and quite honestly you act just like her. Loud, brash, stubborn, but are always able to take a situation seriously when needed. Under her care, even the most injured would survive. For her bravery, kindness and the fact that no person had ever died under her care, the people began to call her Konoha's Tenshi. Her name was Uzumaki Kira of the former Whirlpool country. At this point, he pulls a picture out of his desk and hands it to Naruto. With trembling hands, he studies the picture. The woman could only be described as beautiful. She had cream-colored skin, dark violet eyes, and long blazing red hair. She was dressed in a white kimono with purple flowers decorating it with a red sash tying it shut. She was sitting on a stump with the wind blowing her hair. Naruto was hypnotized by her, and the only thing that brought him back was Kayu's voice. She's beautiful, Naruto-kun. I can see where you get your spirit from. It shows in her eyes. Thank you Q. When Naruto finally locked eyes with him again, Sarutobi knew it was time to continue. I'm sorry, I don't know much more about her than that, Naruto-kun. Your father always kept their lives very secret, also, because she
wasn't a military shinobi. I had no control over her. All I could do was request her assistance from the hospital for missions, but my old student Tsunade was the one to train her in the beginning. If you ever meet her, she could tell you more about her.
Naruto was struggling to process all this and was failing badly. For the second time in 8 years, he was about to cry. These 6 scrolls here are her gift to you. She wrote these scrolls herself and promised that anyone who finished them would be able to qualify for a Class 1 medic's license. It was her dream that you would follow in her footsteps, or at least learn the basics of healing. She always said that any fool could kill someone, but it took someone truly skilled to save someone. By the time he had finished speaking, Naruto was once again staring into the photo of his mother, in deep thought. My mother was a medic nin and it was her dream for me to be one as well? Should I believe him? Could he just be trying to manipulate me? Is this really even my mother? If you are so unsure, Naruto-kun, then just ask him again and focus your hearing on his heartbeat. If he is lying, it will skip. I will also judge by his scent. Alright Q, let's see. Naruto then focuses his all on the Sandame's heartbeat. Ji-san, is this really my mother and did she really want me to become a medic? Bum bum. Bum bum. Yes, she did Naruto-kun. When your father sealed these items away for you, those were the last words your parents spoke to each other and me. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. No skip, he told me the truth. Everything he said was the truth. Yes, I believe that he is one of the only people we can truly trust in this village. What am I supposed to do now, Ji-san? Taking a calming breath, I would suggest that you think on what you want to do. I gave you these scrolls now because chakra control is something you will need, and not only do these scrolls contain the most advanced exercises, they're your mother's last gift to you. You need to decide if you want to build off what she left for you or not. Your mother's life work and her dream for your future are right here. This is what you hold now. With this, he gently pushes the items over to Naruto. After sitting for a good while just allowing his mind to wander, Naruto uses the ink on the desk to reseal the items and then places the scroll back in the cylinder. He places the scroll in his pouch while heading for the door. I need to think about this, Ji-san. I'll let you know later. The venerable third Hokage could only hang his head thinking, in my life, I have always lived by what I thought was right. When I look back, I can only see two regrets. Allowing my eyes to be clouded by my hopes for Orochimaru, and my handling of that boy, I'm sorry Minato. Kira, I have failed to protect him. Outside the office, Naruto, you were in there for a while. Are you ready to train again? We still have a lot of work to do today, said Iruka with a smile. I'm sorry sensei, but after everything I just heard, I need some time alone. If it's okay with you, can we please meet again tomorrow at the same time? Asked Naruto in a broken voice. After a pause to think, of course, I'll see you at the same training ground at 7 o'clock a.m. Before you go, take this Naruto, said Iruka as he handed a piece of paper to Naruto. He pocketed the paper instantly. Perfect sensei, see you then. Naruto took his leave without another word. What did the Hokage tell him? Well, maybe his new apartment will cheer him up. This gives me time to plan the specifics of his training for the next couple of weeks tonight anyway. See you tomorrow. Naruto. While walking through Konoha, Naruto didn't even acknowledge the glares he was getting. He was too deep in his thoughts to care. The only reason no one had noticed his features was that Kyubi was holding them for him, knowing that in his state of mind, he wouldn't be able to. What should I do? If I become a medic, can I still have my dream? Should I just follow the path my mother left me, or should I make my own? Were just some of his thoughts. I can't interfere with this. He needs to decide this for himself. No matter how much I want him to be alright, this is a path only he can decide to follow. I will stand behind him whatever he chooses. Naruto. After climbing the stairs to his apartment, Naruto instantly notices the differences. The graffiti and telltale dents and scorch marks of the vandals are gone. His door is now a pale white with a ramen bowl on the front with a sign that says Uzumaki under it. He also notices the symbol of the Anbu on his door. He knew that the Anbu used this symbol to tell others that this is their area or other property such as their safe houses or members. Ji-san must have placed this here to ward off the vandals. I can't believe he got me a new door too. When Naruto tries to open his door, he notices that it's locked. After digging for his key, he finally opens the door with the ghostly clicking sound. I haven't locked my door for years. There isn't anything for them to steal anyway, and all they ever do is break what little I have, so it never really mattered, was his morbid train of thought as he entered his apartment. After turning on the light, Naruto is absolutely shocked by the apartment. The hellish, stained, smelly place he once knew is gone. The walls were now fixed and painted a dark blue, almost a nighttime color. His floors are now a polished dark stained wood. His once broken windows now seem to be triple paned. All his old furniture is gone and replaced by what looks like black leather. The kitchen is the most surprising. All the appliances he never thought he would have were there. A full-size refrigerator, freezer, wide-top stove and oven, toaster, coffee maker, as well as it seems he has a new set of pots, pans, as well as new china sitting on the counter still wrapped. I can't believe Ji-san did this. This is more than I ever thought I would have, and my apartment looks great. You deserve it, Naruto-kun. Why don't we take the full tour, and then put everything away before dinner? Said Q with warmth and a smile. Sure thing Q. I wonder what else he did. As Naruto explored his new apartment, he began with the first of his 4 rooms, which is the combination kitchen, living room. The living room has a huge sofa by the back wall, a love seat just to the left by the hallway, and a coffee table between the two. What looks like a 38 inches television with a lazy boy in front of it sits next to the balcony. That looks out at the Hokage mountain. On the balcony are a simple chair and side table as well as a combo washer and dryer. Next, the kitchen counters seem to have been replaced with black marble. All the new appliances and china are there as well. Down the hall, he first stops at his guest room and finds it has a new bed, plain white walls, and the classic amenities you would expect. The bathroom, that used to be rusted and dirty, is clean and organized. It has new tile floors that continue halfway up the cream-colored walls. His sink is new and larger than his old one, with a blue carpet in front of it as well as new curtains for his shower. Lastly, he enters his own bedroom, which is the second largest room. When he enters, he notices a queen-size bed with navy blue sheets and comforter. Next to his closet is a desk with ink, scrolls, brushes and what looks like books on everything from jutsu creation to basic poisons and anatomy. On the other side of his bed is a bookshelf that contains all his old books, but they seem to be new additions. Instead of his beat-up ones he found in the garbage, sitting on the chair by the desk seems to be a pair of blood-red pajamas with a note. Naruto then read the note, and he couldn't help but to shed a tear. I know this doesn't repay the debt I owe you, Naruto-kun, but I hope it's a start. I have allowed you to be alone for too long, and I will make sure to end it. This new apartment is under Anbu protection now, and will be guarded against vandals. The money I gave you today will last you the rest of your life if you haven't checked it yet. The books I left you should help, since I've heard that you have been kicked out of the shinobi library before, and that you don't sleep very much. Other than that, study hard and make your mother and father proud. The Sandaime Hokage. P.S. I took the liberty of destroying the orange jumpsuits. If you don't hate me in the morning, meet me around the same time and I'll take you to buy new clothes and proper shinobi equipment. When Naruto finished reading the note, he had made his final decision on 2 things. 1. He would never doubt the Sandaime again. Just like he would never doubt Iruka or Kyubi. The old man had done something that only those 2 had done before. Care for no reason other than to care. He had also made the decision to follow in his mother's footsteps. She had left him her life's work, and he would be damned if he was going to disappoint her after just meeting her. She left her dream for me. I will prove that her scrolls work and become a great medic and Hokage. I will not fail this, or her. He was once again staring intently into his mother's photo. Just as I thought, Naruto-kun. I wanted you to choose this on your own. Learning medic techniques will help you greatly and we begin your study of them tonight. After dinner, start reading the first scroll and I will help you. Plus, if you do well enough, I'll teach you a special training technique. Defiantly Q, and I can't wait to find out what you're planning. Click next if you dare. Training and Laundry Demonic Nemesis. By Dark Fate, baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.6 Training and Laundry. Talking. Demon talking. Thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fix under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. And now I will express my current state of not owning Naruto with interpretive dance. The next day Naruto woke up around 4 a.m., as his new norm is supposed to be. After a shower, he got dressed in his only pair of clothes. With Kyubi's reminder, he also attached his new weights, which to his surprise, already set to 37 pounds, each. Q said this was a very good start, and that he should progress quickly over the coming months because of his demon body. Then, after a breakfast he headed for his door to start his training schedule that Iruka had handed him the day before. Naruto, this should be a simple schedule to follow. I decided to spread out your training to cover just about everything to be sure you're ready to meet your team. After a few days working on this schedule I'll change it to focus more on your problem areas. 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Run as many laps around the village as you can in this hour. Try to add another lap every day. This will not only help you work on your speed and movement but hopefully finding your own limits. 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Work on whatever chakra control exercise you're currently working on. First do the leaf balancing. If this is too easy, do multiple leaves. I will give you the next exercise when you display mastery. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Meet me at training ground number 19 for taijutsu sparring. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Ninjutsu training. You will remaster all 3 academy jutsu during this time. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Full sparring to ensure you can use your jutsu and fighting style efficiently. 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Lunch 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Hitting a log for 30 minutes per limb and keeping track of how many hits you get in that time. Try to increase this every day as well. 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Will be free time for me to work with you on whatever you want or are learning. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Will be resting before you go to the Hyuga. This is exactly how Naruto's day went until his meeting with the Hokage at lunchtime. Inside the Hokage's office. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I see you came after all, said the Hokage with a relieved smile. Of course, who could turn down free stuff? Besides, you took the rest of my clothes, so I really need to shop. Ha ha. Well, if that's the case, let's start with the clothes store. The Sandaime pushed a button on his desk and said, I'll be heading out for a while. Be sure to hold all my appointments. Hi, Hokage-sama, was the new secretary's reply. Well, let's go, Naruto-kun. Just as the venerable Hokage began to leave, a small boy burst through the door holding a shuriken. He was wearing a yellow shirt with the Konoha leaf symbol, gray shorts, a long blue scarf and a strange helmet with some of his brown hair pulled through the hole in the top. The boy began yelling. I challenge you for the title of Hokage, Gigi. But before the kid could get 5 steps, he tripped on his own scarf, slamming his head into the ground, making him wither in pain. Naruto, for his part, could only look on owlishly as the Hokage sighed deeply. Before anyone could say anything, the young boy sat up saying, I get it, it's a trap, isn't it? As yet another man burst through the door wearing a full blue bodysuit, black sunglasses, and a bandana-style hite as he asked. Hey, are you all right, honored grandson? And for the record, there aren't any traps here? At this point, Naruto had enough, so he asked, Ji-san, who's the kid and why is he attacking you? After addressing the Hokage in such a way, Naruto had both the kid's and the other man's attention. Who is this guy that he thinks he can talk to my grandfather like that? Thought the boy. It can't be. Don't tell me it's him. Our village disgrace. The so-called human form of the Kyubi no Yoko. Before the Sandaime could answer Naruto, the boy stood up and pointed at Naruto while screaming. It was you who tripped me. It was you, right? Naruto was already having a strange day, so having some small boy acting like the villagers was too much. As Naruto grabbed the front of the boy's clothing, he simply said, You tripped over your own scarf. If you want to attack someone, don't be stupid enough to announce it. The Hokage was finding this very amusing because, not even a week ago, Naruto would have done the very same thing. The man in blue, however, shouted in horror saying, Naruto, unhand the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. After Naruto heard this, he looked between the Sandaime and the kid a few times as the kid thought. Just like all the others, if I was anyone else he would have hit me, but as soon as he heard I was the Hokage's grandson, he wouldn't touch me. Go ahead, give it your best shot. You won't do a thing knowing I'm the Hokage's grandson, or are you afraid of me? Naruto, hearing this, just looks at the boy with slightly glowing eyes. I was going to let you go out of respect for Ji-san, but since you seem so stuck up, let me just say this. I don't care if he was your grandmother, you brat, yelled Naruto as he struck the boy rather hard on the head. As the man in blue freaks out, Naruto simply said, Let's go, Ji-san. This grandson of yours really ate up our time. At the Hokage's nod, Naruto heads out the door, followed closely by the Sandaime. As the man in blue turns back to the boy after the shock of someone speaking to the Hokage like that wears off, he found the boy gone again. Once again, Naruto had taken to suppressing his chakra while walking through the village to avoid unneeded attention. Kyubi still had to aid in keeping the level of suppression constant because Naruto hadn't mastered it yet, but with the chakra control training from Iruka, it was getting much easier. You know, Naruto-kun, you don't have to do that. The villagers would get used to it eventually. Besides, I'm here with you, said the Sandaime. I don't agree, Ji-san. It's just easier this way. Plus it helps with my chakra control training, replied Naruto. Alright, you win, this time, but only because we're here. Well, go ahead and get whatever you like. Just as Naruto had entered the shop, Someone throws a sandal at him only to have it caught by the sandame. The shop owner and the rest of the patrons were just a little unnerved by this. Not only was the Hokage here, but the look in his eye was chilling. "Well, Naruto-kun, it seems they are already trying to give you free merchandise," said the sandame with a smirk. "Right, Ji-san," said Naruto sarcastically. "Next you'll be telling me it's okay to let Q out for a walk." After the words left his mouth, everyone in the store backed up against a wall and turned white as a sheet at the idea. "Ha ha, now Naruto, I know you could probably do that, but I doubt you would want that because then you couldn't get your clothes or equipment," said the third with a look in his eye that said, "Drop this now." "I guess you're right. I am going to need those for when I get my team. Besides, I doubt Q would go back that easy after the walk anyway." "Most likely. Now let's pick out your clothes, and then we can get your equipment from across the street. I've been friends with the owner for years and I know we'll get excellent quality." After the two had their little discussion, the tension lifted for the most part, but it still seemed a good amount people left the store in a hurry. Soon enough Naruto approached the counter to speak with the owner after browsing the aisles. "Excuse me sir, could you answer some questions for me?" "Of Su RSE, how can I help you?" asked the owner. Naruto raised an eyebrow to the stuttering man. He had never seen open fear of him before, so it was new to him hearing someone stutter out of fear as he asked, "I wanted to know if you could get me 2 pairs of sandals like these. One with red trim and one without, but both in black please." After studying the sandals and writing on an order form, it seemed as if the man had entered some kind of salesman mode, giving suggestions of what to buy or what he could use. Naruto was kind of taken back by the man's turnaround and comment, "This order won't be a problem. I just need you to write down your size and they should be ready by Wednesday." Naruto just nodded happily as he thought over what else to buy. "Thank you. Do you sell unmarked flank jackets in colors other than the standard green?" "Sure, just add that to your order. I can have any color you want." "Could I get dark blue with black trim for those?" asked Naruto with energy in his voice. "Of course. How many do you want?" "2 please, and could you put my spiral symbol on the back of them in red?" "No problem," said the store owner. The Hokage then walked up to the two with a playful smile. "It sounds like you really know what you want, Naruto-kun," said the sandame with a chuckle. "I've wanted to dress different for years now. This is just my first chance to get what I want, that's all. The orange wasn't bad, but it just isn't for a shinobi." At this, both the sandame and Naruto share sad smiles. "Well, go pick out the rest of your clothes. We need to get to the supply store and back before Iruka comes." "All right, I'll be right back." Naruto then hurries through the aisles and comes back with 10 pairs of black Anbu-style pants, 5 long-sleeved tight black shirts, 5 black t-shirts, socks, boxers, 2 pairs of black fingerless gloves with metal over the knuckles and the back of the palms, and finally he had a long dark blue coat in his arms with the rest of his things. "Is that everything, Naruto-kun? Don't you want a little bigger wardrobe than this?" asked the sandame in all honesty. "No, this is enough. It's enough to get me through a week, and if I ever need more, I have somewhere to shop now," said Naruto with a big smile. The shop owner couldn't help but to think about the boy before him with amazement. This is the horrible demon? It's just a kid. I doubt it could kill me, let alone destroy the village. No, this isn't the demon. This is the boy that holds it. Just like the sandame said all those years ago, I've been a fool. All you have to do is look at the boy too. See that? Would you like any other customizing, Uzumaki-san? I could do other things than just put the spiral on the back of the jackets. Really, I did want some other things done, but I didn't want to be rude. Nonsense, as long as you are a return customer, it's no trouble at all. I'm here to make money, after all. If I'm the only place you shop, I'm going to have to work hard to keep you happy and coming back." Both the sandame and Naruto couldn't help but to smile softly. "I knew my village was better than what I've seen. They're only afraid of what they don't understand. Naruto will be accepted and will be loved someday. It's just a matter of time," thought the sandame proudly. Naruto just stood there for a moment before nodding. Then, "Could you please put my spiral on the back of all the t-shirts? I should wear my symbol even off-duty after all." "No problem, it should all be done by Wednesday. Now let's add all this up so you can be on your way." 10 pairs of pants. 183 ryo, 10 shirts. 123 ryo, 10 pairs of red boxers. 41 ryo, 10 pair of socks. 26 ryo. 2 pair of sandals. 67 ryo, 2 pair of gloves, 19 ryo, and finally 2 flank jackets, 103 ryo. We'll just waive the customizing charges since it's such a large order, so the total for today is 562 ryo. Finally being able to dress like a real ninja. Priceless. The owner finished with a thought and the biggest smile, but the Hokage looked slightly pale. That's almost the individual pay for a B-rank mission, thought the Hokage with a grimace. I suppose I've become too accustomed to having everything provided for me by the living budget I get as Hokage. Naruto, seeing the Sandame's face, couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "That, G-san, is why I only got what I needed. Living alone teaches you to watch your money. Especially when you're overcharged for most things." Finished Naruto, receiving a scowl from the Sandame and the store owner. "Well, that won't happen here. You are always welcome at Kachiru's. I'll make sure everyone here knows too," said the shop owner, newly named Kachiru. "Thanks," was all that Naruto could say, not used to such treatment. One more thing. This coat, Naruto then holds up a long coat that goes down to the middle of his calf and seems to be made of a soft, blue material with a black hood and the right sleeve missing. It also had 1 loop over the right side where the arm would be and 2 over the left side sleeve made out of a black material. What's it for? It looks sort of weird. That coat, Naruto-kun, is meant for a swordsman. The right sleeve is missing to ensure easy movement for the sword arm. The loops over the arms that connect to the coat ensure that the coat will lift with your arms to further aid your free movement, said the Sandame. Cool. How much is it? And do you think you could customize this too? Ha ha, I'll tell you what, since you're buying so much, it's a free gift. What do you want for it? Thank you so much. Could you put a red Kyubi with black outline on the back? Both men were stunned silent by this request until the Sandame asks, Naruto-kun, why would you want that? I'm going to have to eventually face this, G-san. I'm not ashamed of Kyubi, I'm proud, and someday, I'll be respected for it. That day is the day I will wear this coat with pride. Right, Kyubi-hime. After a moment of shock, thank you, Naruto-kun, said Q with a little choke to her voice. It will all be done on Wednesday. This kid is going places. I hope I get to see it through and help out where I can. After that, the Sandame paid for everything they could take at the moment, and leaves a note to claim the rest at the Hokage Tower. He and Naruto then walked out with 2 bags of clothes heading for the supply store. As Naruto and the Hokage walk through the streets, they both notice a rather badly hidden boy following them, but they both shrug it off as an annoyance. Is this it, G-san? Asked Naruto as he and the Hokage were standing in front of what looks like a rundown store that had seen better days. The front was dirty, and the blinds in the windows were closed. The only thing that would even let you know that this was a store is the sign that says, Higurashi Weaponry. Yes, it is Naruto. This is one of the best shinobi suppliers in the village. How can this be one of the best? It looks like a rundown dump. I agree, Naruto-kun. It looks like a dump, but you can never be sure. With a frown, the Sandame said, Shinobi must always look underneath the underneath, Naruto. Never take anything for face value. Everything in this world has an underlying reason or cause. Always be thinking of that and always be looking for it. He then opens the door and has Naruto walk in. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Everywhere he looked were weapons of all designs and sizes, from the common kunai to the largest swords he'd ever seen. Naruto-kun, I will be ordering your supplies and equipment this time so you can see what you need to carry normally. After I am done, you may ask for anything else you may want or need. Alright, G-san, I'll make sure to listen, said Naruto while looking around the room. Just as the two reach the counter, a giant of a man enters from the back room. He had tanned skin, short brown hair, and obviously was quite serious, or that's what Naruto thought. Ha ha, Hokage-sama, nice to see you. What brings you to my shop? You haven't been here for years? With a smile and nod, the Sandame says, actually Koseki, I am here to equip Naruto-kun here for his upcoming Genin team. Is that so, Hokage-sama? Well, what can I get for him then? Asked Koseki, looking to Naruto. Well, first off he will need, as the Sandame continued to name off one item after another, Naruto decided to take a walk around the store to see what interested him for a weapon. He saw many things he had never seen before and never would have thought existed. Thankfully, Q was giving him a very detailed play-by-play of the weapons and their uses and weaknesses. After a while, he found a very interesting straight sword that was very well balanced. After thinking it over, he came to the conclusion that a sword of some kind would fit him the best, and this one seemed the best one to start with. He wanted to buy it, but before he could get 2 steps with it, Kyubi spoke up. Not yet, Naruto. You need to master the basics and get a handle on your taijutsu before you even think of taking a weapon style. Why is that, Hugh? Can't I do both? I mean, hand-to-hand is great for spars and when you don't want to kill, but wouldn't I be at a disadvantage against a weapon user if I didn't have one as well? Normally that would be true, but until you get a handle on your own abilities and get decent skills in taijutsu, a weapon would only waste your time. Besides, if you train in taijutsu now, it will help later when you do take a weapon. Besides, you have barely begun your Medanin training. You can't take on too many things at once or nothing will get done. Even though Naruto didn't like it, he had to agree. He had too many things to master as was. To add any more now would be foolish. When he turns to place the weapon back on the shelf, he bumps right into a girl that was approaching him from behind. As they were falling, Naruto acted on pure instincts. He instantly released his full form and instinctively strained himself to see what to do next. Suddenly, as things slowed down to a crawl, he quickly wraps his arm around the girl's waist and, with a flick of his wrist, throws the sword in the air and positions her across his lap while he takes a kneeling position. Then, he raises his hand up towards the falling sword. The 2 older men were watching the whole scene with worry until Naruto began to act. To say that Koseki was shocked was an understatement. At first, it seemed as if his daughter had just returned from training and was heading over to talk about the weapon the boy was holding. Then they ran right into each other with a dangerous weapon in the mix. He almost had a heart attack until he saw the boy begin to move. It was like water, so quick and fluid. Those are the movements of an experienced fighter. How could he already be at that level? Sarutobi said he was just joining a team. And what's with the changes? His chakra also just went through the roof. I thought this kid was a genin, but that's a high Junin chakra signature. This is when he notices the blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks. Only one thing came to mind. Kyubi. The Hokage, on the other hand, was a little more interested in the change in the boy's eyes. What was that just now? For just a moment, Naruto's eyes turned red. I'll have to watch him closely from now on. This could be another power from the Kyubi. Maybe it's a dojutsu of his own. That would be some leverage with the council indeed. As things began to return to normal for Naruto, he reaches up and catches the sword by the handle only to look at it strangely as he thought, how did I just do that? Then he looks down at the blushing girl in his lap. Sorry about that. I was a little too deep in thought and didn't realize you were behind me. My fault, said Naruto with a smile. Naruto took a moment to study the girl in his arms and could only think, cute. She was about the same height as him, with light brown hair in 2 buns on top of her head as well as chocolate brown eyes. Her skin was flawless with a light tan, and her current blush was just so cute. She had an athletic build and wore a pink Chinese shirt, blue pants, and the classic shinobi equipment. She also seemed to be carrying 2 scrolls on either side of her slender hips. You can stop leering now, Naruto, came Kyubi's snippy comment. There's nothing wrong with looking cute, said Naruto, a little too playfully. Am I having a bad influence on him? He is getting a little too interested in girls. I'll think about that later. He was able to activate it on his own, if only for an instant. It was by instinct, but it was much sooner than I thought it would be. I will have to tell him about it soon and begin training him to control it. Hopefully, it can wait until he finishes with relearning the basics. After about a minute or so of the girl just lying in his lap, Naruto coughs lightly saying, I know it was my fault and all, but you can get up now. In an instant, she was up and a good 10 feet away from him, blushing worthy of Hinata. As Naruto placed the sword back on the stand, he could hear the boisterous laughter of the store owner and the yell of the girl. Stop laughing, Toussaint, it's not funny, screamed the still red girl. Maybe not to you, Tenten, but to me it's hilarious. As the newly named Tenten was fuming, Naruto made his way over to her. Sorry again about that. I really need to pay better attention. I'll be sure to do better next time. That's all right. I space out about weapons all the time, so no big. You did save me after all. She finished with the blush growing stronger. I was the one to put you in that position in the first place, so it really wasn't a rescue. More like solving the situation I started. Well, whatever you think, but still, thank you. By the way, that was really cool how your face changed. Is it a Kekai Genkei or something? You could say that. I've been this way for a while now. Naruto, come here so we can go over the equipment with you, called the Sandame, wanting to get the kids away from that discussion. Both Naruto and Tenten approached the counter to see the still smiling Koseki and Hokage. The moment Tenten saw the Hokage, she instantly began bowing while praising him. As all three men sweat drop at the girls overacting on the matter, Naruto approached the Sandame to ask. So Gigi, what are we setting me up with? Both Tenten and her father were slack-jawed at the blatant disrespect for the Hokage and were both thinking along the same lines. This boy is either really powerful or just stupid. He's cute, but no one gets away with speaking like that to Hokage-sama, thought Tenten, thinking of all the times the Hokage had silenced the green horrors for using similar familiarities in public. I heard of the Hyuga incident that he pulled, so I knew he had brass balls, but this kid is suicidal. I've known the third for years, and even I can't get away with calling him just Sarutobi. Most people that do what he just did get D ranks for a year. The Sandame, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere in the room, motions for Naruto to come over and for Koseki to explain the setup of the equipment. After the shock of the aloof attitude of the venerable Hokage passes, Tenten takes a position next to the counter and Koseki begins. Alright Naruto, this is the top of the line supply pouch. It has 6 equal-sized compartments and one large one in the back. The first one in the upper left holds 2 basic-size scrolls, the ink bottle, and a brush. The slot below that is empty for your use. The middle top has 10 smoke bombs. The middle bottom slot has soldier pills, blood pills, and nutrient pills. These pills. Sorry to interrupt, but I already know about the types of pills, their makeup, and the uses, said Naruto flatly. Oh, so you're already that far? Asked the Sandame. The pills are in the first scroll along with basic anatomy and body structures. Making them is covered later though. What is he talking about? Asked Koseki. Naruto-kun is training to be a medic nin, replied the Sandame with a small smile. So that's why you wanted the med supplies, correct, Koseki-san? Tenten, trying to be respectful, remains quiet in the discussion, but it's obvious she has questions. Both Naruto and Tenten seem to decide to lightly talk to each other while the two older men conversed. So you're a new genin just joining a team, and you're training to be a med nin? Asked Tenten with awe in her voice. Yup. I would guess you're a little older than me and a little more experienced too? Replied Naruto. You really think so? Well yes, I've been a genin for about a year now and have been on some C-rank missions already. My teammates and my sensei are a little weird, okay really weird, but they are really strong and I can count on them. The 4 of us have been through a lot and are still here anyway. That sounds cool. I hope my team and me get along that well. I don't meet them for 2 more weeks. So you're going to be a med nin? I'm a weapons specialist myself. Being the daughter of a weaponsmith helps out a lot with that. Well, my mother was a medic nin. I'm just starting because it's what she wanted, but it will be a while before I can get anywhere with it. I just hope that I can do it. With your mother to help you, I'm sure you can do it. Plus, if you ever take a weapon, let me know so we can spar, said a smiling Tenten with a wink. Yeah, I'm sure her being here to help would be good, but I've never met either one of my parents. The only reason I know about my mother at all is because Ji-san told me yesterday. After a pause, I'm sorry, Naruto, my mother is gone too, so I know how it is. She died in the Kyubi attack before I was even a year old. With a slight wince, it's alright Tenten, you didn't know. Before Naruto could get any further, the Sandame called him back over to finish the explanation of the weapons. Koseki was watching the boy, carefully thinking while Naruto approached. Is this really the Kyubi kid? I heard he was a real dunce and the dead last of the academy. If that's true, how can he be a med nin in training? Most can't even think about being a medic until they reach Chunin. I'll have to keep an ear out. Now where was I? Oh yes, the pills are here as I said before. In the upper right is the slot for your kunai. It has a special material in it that will not cut or poke through. Next is the bottom right. It holds your shuriken. Lastly is the large compartment in the back. It is for whatever you can fit there. We also have a new leg holster for you. The Hokage has also asked for extra equipment to be set up in a duffel bag for you so you can refill your supplies as needed. Will you need anything else? After going over everything with Q, Naruto decides on a few other items, but first he wanted to know about the med supplies they were talking about. After a confused look past Koseki's face, he left for the back room for a moment. When he returned, He was carrying a medium-sized gray box. Naruto couldn't help but think that it reminded him of the boxes that he's seen people use for fishing. Hokage-sama told me that you're going to become a medic nin, so he asked if I had any med nin supplies like what are issued at the hospital. This one is what they issue at the hospital to third-class nins and up. As he said this, he unclips the top to reveal that the whole front of the box can be opened like a toolbox to reveal everything you could need, from bandages and salves to surgical tools and sterilizers. I hope you won't hurt yourself with this. It has several sets of supplies. If you need a refill on anything, you can get it at the hospital. Thank you. This will really help with my studies. The other thing I wanted to know about was if you had a belt to hang all this on as well as straps for this scroll. Asked Naruto as he pulled his family scroll out of his current pouch. Both Tenten and her father were both mesmerized by the scroll's case. After a moment, Koseki comes out of it and replies, "Of course I do. Give me a moment." He comes back a moment later with a dark black belt that seems to be two belts crossing one another with a large silver belt buckle with a leaf symbol on the front. For a moment, Naruto thought it was two separate belts until Koseki pulls on one to tighten it. This belt is designed to attach to your hip with this section with a buckle and then have your equipment hang off of this one here. The two different sections allow your supplies to move with you and not throw you off balance. And this, Koseki then holds a tube of some kind with a strap on the side. Is the top of the line straps we have. Just let me fit them to your scroll case and then you can attach it to either your belt or your leg like a holster. Naruto looks to the Sandame, and with a nod, he replies, "Of course, thank you, and do you have any small pouches that I could hang off the belt?" "Of course. How many would you like?" After thinking for a moment, 3 please. "All right. Here you go Naruto. These are the small pouches. 2 of them are divided into 2 sections and the last one is open. Thank you again. I'll be sure to come back if I need anything else." While smiling, the Sandame couldn't help but think, "Naruto, sometimes I think you may be too innocent to become a shinobi, but I always forget that your father was the same way when not on a mission. I wonder how far you will truly go." After gathering all his new equipment, Naruto and the Hokage began to head for the door. "Hey boy. Don't forget your duffel bag," calls Koseki while holding the rather heavy-looking bag. "Sorry, I forgot about that after talking to Tenten," says Naruto with a small laugh, which earns another blush from Tenten. He quickly walks back to the duffel while pulling out his scroll. When he pulls out the actual scroll, both the weapon users are again at a loss for words as Naruto sealed the duffel. "Whhoo, how did you do that? You didn't even draw a seal. Can you teach me to do that?" squealed Tenten. "Sorry Tenten, but it's the scroll that does that, not me," was Naruto's reply. "I'm sorry young lady, but that scroll is a very powerful family heirloom of Naruto's. Even I don't know how it works." The Sandame then turns to Tenten's father and says, "Thank you both for your help, but we really need to get going." Both Naruto and the Sandame begin to leave the store, but not before Naruto calls back, "Thanks for all the help Ten-chan." This, of course, blazes the blush right back to Tenten's cheeks. That boy sure is a mystery. I wonder what else there is to know about him. He would make a great sparring partner. "I don't know Ten-chan, but you could always hang around him and find out," teased her father. "Maybe too-san, maybe," said Tenten with the blush still in place. Naruto was struggling to get his door open with all his bags in hand. It was not the easiest thing, but for all his effort he heard the satisfying click. "Well, that went great, Hyuga." "Absolutely, Naruto-kun. I couldn't get enough of the joke of you letting me out and everyone turning whiter than the Hyuga's eyes. You also seem to enjoy your time with that Tenten girl," replied Q with a giggle. "I know, that was so funny, and now I even have 2 stores that will serve me." Tenten was nice. "Too bad all girls aren't like her, and you. Most of them are either quiet weirdos or screeching banshees like Sakura." "Good for you, Naruto-kun. Now if only you could get another restaurant to serve you, we'd be in business. Now get ready. You have to be at the Hyuga's in an hour. You don't want to be late and have your punishment extended." "All right Q, just let me shower and change." After his shower, Naruto put his clothes in the washer and sets out all his new gear, his old gear, and unseals all his stuff to sort through it and decide what to do. "Let's see. All this is hand-me-down stuff that I can drop off in the repair box on my way to training in the morning. I want to carry my current med scroll on me instead of sealing it so I can study it when I get time. The jutsu from the forbidden scroll I'll seal for now, at Least until I finish with Iruka-sensei. After this thought, Naruto reseals all his jutsu and med-nin scrolls. Into the first slot of his family scroll, his duffel of weapons, camping, and survival supplies into the second slot, and a second duffel bag with 3 sets of clothes and some hygiene supplies into the third slot. Finally his chest of money he seals into the fourth. He then places the rest of his clothes and some or the supplies into his closet before sitting down for a quick dinner. I'm starting to like other foods, Hugh. Maybe I should see if Iruka-sensei could teach me to cook. If you want, Naruto-kun, I could teach you as well. You cook, Q? Don't you just eat like rabbits and other things you catch? I do have a human form, Naruto. Most of the time that I've spent in this world has been spent in a human form. It would be kind of hard to keep hidden if I had to be a 100 feet tall fox all the time. This also allowed me to learn how to cook fairly well and learn of humans in general. I did have to support myself after all. Really, Q, I had no idea you could become a human. What do you look like? With a slight sigh, to tell the truth, Naruto-kun, I'm not sure anymore. For some reason, I can't change my form in this cage. Shape-shifting is one of the many abilities all kitsune and most demons in general possess, much like your henge. But for some reason ever since my sealing I've been stuck in this form. That's too bad, Q. Maybe we can fix that somehow. Naruto said this as he was dressing in his new clothes. Maybe, Naruto-kun. I have been thinking about what you said about fixing this place up, and I wanted to try it tonight when you come to visit. That's fine. I don't think it's fair that you're stuck in a sewer anyway. I don't understand why it changed back from the forest after I left last time, Q. I've been thinking about those summon contracts you told me about. What about them? You said that all it took was an exchange of soul fragments, a cage bunshin, and implanting the soul in the bunshin, right? Yes, but where are you going with this? You and I have our souls intertwined and your soul is already here, so what's stopping us from using summoning to let you out? Q was quiet for a long time until, you're brilliant. Naruto. It will take some altering and a few tweaks on my part, but it's totally possible. I can't believe I didn't think of this. I'm glad I had a good idea. How long will it take? Good idea. You had an epiphany with this, Naruto-kun. I'm not sure how long this will take me. We're dealing with very old stuff, but I'm sure I can figure it out. After all, I was around when they first did this. Can I do anything to help? All you need to do is either learn the hand seals for the Kachiyose no Jutsu, or actually obtain a summoning contract to practice with. Either way will help greatly. Well, Q, I'll look into that, but I need to get to the Hyugas. I really don't want to see what they do if I'm late. Naruto then stands wearing the same clothes as before, except both of his thighs were wrapped with bandages. He also clipped his new belt around his waist and hooks his new pouches to it. Then he attaches his scroll case to his left thigh while leaving his new supply pouch on the back right, places the 3 smaller pouches on the front right, and finally, he hooks his leg holster to his right thigh. I guess it's time to go. I'll be going deeper into the seal to start on the summoning. If you really need me, just try tapping into my Yuki and I'll know. See you later, Q. Naruto arrived outside of the Hyuga compound with just 3 minutes to spare, only to meet the hateful glares of the guards and the strange feeling of being followed. I'm glad I've gotten the hang of suppressing my chakra. It would be such a pain to deal with the reactions my new looks would cause. Afternoon, I'm supposed to start my laundry duty today, said Naruto with a slightly embarrassed smile. With a slight smirk, understood, please follow me. The elders wish to speak with you before you begin. As Naruto followed the guard through the compound, he noticed that unlike at night, the Hyuga's home was rather beautiful during the day. Clean white buildings, gardens and flowers everywhere, and there was even a small lake and river running through most of the compound. Here we are. Be sure to show the utmost respect to the elders and do not speak until spoken to or ordered to do so, warned the guard. This sounds like a pain in the ass already. I can't believe that I'm going to be stuck doing this for an entire month. Maybe I should ask for a harder punishment? After this thought, the door slid open and Naruto was ushered in. Once Naruto was inside, he couldn't help but notice the 7 rather intimidating people at the front of the room. The middle person, of course, was Hyuga Hiyashi, but the 3 on the left and right were all older, ancient in Naruto's eyes, and seemed rather unwilling to be there. Let's see, should I make the effort to remember their names? Nope, don't care. I'll just refer to these geezers as elders 1 to 6. thought an irritated Naruto as he stared at the old men and women of the council. Naruto was quick to notice a pillow on the floor right in front of them by about 10 feet. After approaching it, he looked to them as is asking, "Is this right?" With a nod from one of the elders, Naruto took his seat. With an almost unheard sigh, after his entrance, the elders began signaling each other with subtle body language and eye movements which Naruto caught after a few moments but decided to just see where things went. Elder 3, is this really the boy Hiyashi-sama told us about? Elder 6, he looks like nothing special. Was the Sandaime speaking the truth of his lineage? Elder 1, his chakra signature is less than a genin. How could this boy have infiltrated our home or be who Hiyashi says? Fem Elder 4, I believe we should be silent and wait to see the outcome of these talks. If our clan head thinks of this boy as powerful, there must be a reason. Elder 5, I agree, just observe the boy. His equipment is immaculate, his muscles are tight and his sitting position is all of an experienced shinobi. The boy is ready to react to us at a moment's notice. Fem Elder 2, I doubt that very much. The boy is probably scared witless of us, and I have heard that he is being trained by a chunin and has been spending time with the Hokage. That is all this appearance is. If you haven't noticed yet, the boy caught on to what you all have been doing from the beginning and has been deciphering it, came Hiyashi's calm statement. The room locked onto Naruto only to notice his unblinking eyes and the slight twitch to his face. Well, Naruto-san, have you been able to get much out of their conversation? Asked Hiyashi. Not much, Hiyashi-san. Only that it was about doubting me and trying to decide something. I am not very experienced with body language. Very good. Well, I am sure you know of the punishment we asked for, do you not? You want me to wash your clothes every day for a month. It was actually a surprise that you would ask for so little. Little? My clan consists of over 230 people, Naruto-san. You will not be doing this alone. You will be working with the normal shift every day. If we trusted the whole chore to you, half my clan would be without their clothing. I see, if it's all right with you, I'll begin my work now, said a bored Naruto. Actually, Naruto-san, I wish to ask a favor of you, requested Hiyashi. A favor, Hiyashi-san? What is it that I could help you with? Asked Naruto, and for the first time since arriving, truly curious of the answer. Well, there is something I wish to ask you, but first I wish to ask why you look different than the report I received implies, as well as the specifics to your intrusion into our home. After considering his words, Naruto replies, in all truth, Hiyashi-san, if any of you would have used those famous eyes of yours, not only would you know the answer to your question, but I would have never pulled off my prank. Elder 6 asked in complete indifference, what do you mean by that? I am simply suppressing my chakra to my bare minimal to hide my more demonic features, and if your guards had done sweeps of your compound, I never would have made it over the wall, let alone into the buildings. Naruto decided it would be simpler to release his suppressed chakra to its normal level. Not only do his more animalistic features return, but most of the council was finding it hard to breathe for a moment because of the sudden pressure in the room. With a slight cough, well, Naruto-san, if that was the problem with my security, I will add normal sweeps to the patrol. It has been a long-standing tradition to prohibit the use of the Byakugan while inside the compound for privacy reasons, but I think the guards can be an exception, said Hiyashi. You may also want to stagger your guard change and patrol times as well. If you have any pattern to it, you can easily get in just by memorizing their movements like I did, commented Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-san. I have to admit, the years since the Great Wars have made us rather lax, at least in regards to our home. Then with a deep sigh as his first real sign of emotion, Hiyashi asked, now the favor I wished to ask of you is simple. I believe you know my daughter, do you not? You mean Hinata? Yes, Hinata is my oldest daughter and the heir to the clan. Yes, I know her. What about it? While you are serving out your punishment here, I would like you to help train her. All the elders stiffen at this. Naruto also catches the obvious sense of anger, surprise, and fear. What? Why would you need me to train her? She was better than me in the academy in a lot of things. I don't see how I can help her. We know the heiress has great potential and can become very strong, but something is holding her back, said Fem Elder 4 only to receive rather harsh glares from her fellow elders. When my daughter was 3, Kumogakure tried to kidnap her. I was able to rescue her, but after that incident her confidence dropped considerably. She still showed great promise, but her progress slowed. At the time, I took to giving her compliments and praise to urge her forward. It worked for a time and her strength grew. At least until she turned 7, the year her sister was born. That year, I lost my wife and Hinata lost her mother. Her shyness and timid nature grew exponentially after that, and no matter how kind I was or how long I spent training her, she did not improve. I eventually took to being colder and harsh with her in hopes of bringing her out of it. To my disappointment, she slipped deeper until she became what you know now. I'm sorry to interrupt Hiyashi-san, but why are you telling me this? Asked Naruto with eyes like dinner plates. I must tell you, Naruto-san, that I knew your mother well. When I first heard that you were her son, I could not believe it. Your mother was actually the one who introduced me to my wife and was a great friend of the Hyuga. Now that I think about it, you act just like her. Even among the council, Hiyashi couldn't help but let a small smile slip as the memories flooded his mind. Really, you really knew my mother? Asked a skeptical Naruto. Yes, she was a very strong woman and was able to do the most amazing things. She taught my wife medical jutsu, and as I can see from the scroll in your pouch, you're following her footsteps, are you not? Yes, I just started yesterday, but I intend to learn all I can. I hope to become a med nin as skilled as she was. That is good to hear, Naruto-san, but let me get straight to the point of all this. I wish you to train with Hinata in the hopes that not only will a training partner from outside the clan help her, but with your brash and rather flamboyant attitude maybe you could help with her confidence. I also hope that your mother's touch for miracles is still alive in you. Not sure how to respond to being called flamboyant, Naruto just replied, I don't know what I can do to help, but I guess since I'll be here anyway I could try. With a small smirk, Hiyashi said, don't think we ask this of you without offering something in return. Really, what would that be, Hiyashi-san? How would you like to learn Jiyuken? This statement silenced the whole room. It was impossible for Naruto not to notice the tenseness of the elders and all the smells in the air. To say Naruto was pulling on Kaiyu's Yuki would be an understatement. As time began to slow as it always did when they talked to each other, Naruto heard, what is it, Naruto-kun? Can't you be without me for an hour? As Naruto gives Q the play-by-play, she was quick to begin sorting out the emotions of the group. What do you think, Q? Asked Naruto. The elders have a mix of shock, anger, and confusion. Hiyashi, on the other hand, seems totally sincere in his wishes. He does seem to want something else out of this, but I can't tell what he's planning. He doesn't have any malicious intent about it. I say take the offer. The Jiyuken style is legendary. It's much better than what we could have hoped for, and from what I know of it, we can easily combine it with the skills I will be teaching you. To the elders and Hiyashi, Naruto seemed deep in concentration for a few moments until he locked eyes with them. This caused them to flinch noticeable. The slit blue eyes alone caused some amount of tension in people, but now it was easy to see the deep red tint circling the boy's eyes as if there was a second set behind the sapphire orbs. Your offer of training is much appreciated, but I must ask, why would the most powerful clan wish to teach their style to an outsider? Not only that, but the one that by all means is a threat to them? Hiyashi was silent for a moment. It was obvious that he was carefully considering his words. To explain, you must first understand that while our style is powerful, it is our Kekkei Genkei that makes it the power that it is. Because of your lack of it, you could never truly master Jiyuken to the level that we can. The basic forms and attacks you may learn easily enough, as well as the intermediate, but any of our secret jutsu need the Byakugan to be performed correctly. I myself taught your mother our style, which she combined with her medical knowledge to create a style all her own. Even though your mother avoided fighting as much as possible, she was feared by many because of how fiercely she would fight to protect her charges. Her use of this hybrid style is the reason, and I am sure that you could do the same in time. I offer you this not only because of my wish for you to help my daughter, but to repay a debt to Kira as well. If that is the case, then I will gratefully accept the offer of your training, said Naruto while bowing. Very good, Naruto-san. You will begin tomorrow at 2 p.m. and take the basic lessons with the children until 4 p.m. Then you will train with Hinata until 6 p.m. when she retires for the evening. You will then work with the others on the laundry. Don't think just because I asked you a favor that you will escape your punishment, said Hiyashi with a smirk at the end. Thank you all. I'll begin my chores now. With that said, Naruto left the room to be guided to the laundry room by a guard outside the door. Elder 3 quickly cut in. Hiyashi-sama, what are you thinking offering our teachings to an outsider? I offer them because to gain, you must give. You all sense the power in that boy. Just the blood of his parents ensures great power. But with the demons added to it, he could become a kami among men, said Hiyashi. Elder One, that is why we don't need to add to it by teaching him our style. Even if he can only learn the forms, it still will greatly add to his growing strength. That is exactly why I am doing this. I would rather have that boy. Look upon this clan as the ones who trained and accepted him rather than the ones who allowed their members to beat him in the streets and throw him into a dumpster. Or would you rather him see us as enemies when he reaches his peak of power? The entire room fell silent until Hiyashi spoke again. The point is he would grow stronger with or without our help. This way, we can bring him under our influence with kindness and our teachings. I doubt we could ever control him, but we could easily manipulate him for our means by earning his trust and friendship. This decision is final. As soon as he becomes proficient enough in the basics, I will begin training him in secret until he knows everything he can learn of our style. The elders leave the room with heavy minds, leaving Hiyashi to his own thoughts. Kira-chan, I hope you can forgive me for using your son like this. The elders and my clan are out of my control now. Everything we and my wife planned has fallen apart, and without the power of your son behind me, there is no way to finally fulfill our plans. I put all my hope in him. My daughter, my clan's future, and the fruition of all our dreams, are all up to him. I just hope I can win his trust. The power and friendship of a demon is my only hope. Just as Hiyashi finished his prayer to the dead, he took a picture out of his robes that showed a younger Yondaime, Kira, himself, and Hinata's mother in a beautiful field of flowers being married on the same day by the Sandame. Money. Now as for the way money works in this FIC, I have never seen or heard of a specific currency for Naruto, and they have very seldom even shown it, and it's far too generic looking, so I went with Ryo, a type of money from a game I have. If this is a real currency, then go ahead and bash me for my ignorance. I also have no idea how this currency should work, so I'm just thinking dollars, but calling it Ryo, just lazy I guess. As always, any weapons or original characters I use usually come from a picture I've found online. Check my profile for links if you feel like it. Firestarter. Demonic Nemesis by Dark Fate, baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.7 Firestarter. Talking. Demon talking. Thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fics under the name A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. As always, I don't own Naruto, but that doesn't mean I can't make him do some naughty things. It was late and the stars had been visible for hours already, but Naruto was still trying to relax and grow accustomed to his new bed. After so many years of his lumpy, worn-out mattress, it was strange for him to sleep on a feather-soft, comfy bed. His time with the Hyuga earlier this evening was also adding to this state of mind. After he had returned from the Hyuga compound, he was trying to make sense of what his life had become and what was going to happen next. Things just kept coming one after another, and it was starting to wear on him. How did things turn out like this? Just 4 days ago, I was just another boy in the academy trying to pass his exam. Then that traitor came along, and everything just went out the window, I guess. When I think about it, I really should thank Mizuki Teme. If it wasn't for his betrayal, I would never have met Q, learned of anything I know of now, or even become a genin. But what am I going to do? With all of this, I've become a demon. Well, sort of anyway, at some level. That alone is a lot to deal with. I'm learning from Iruka-sensei as well as Q. I just found out about my family and the dream my mother had for me. Now I'm even learning from the strongest clan in the village, and all I have to do is laundry and train with Hinata. This is just too much to process at once. It's like I'm living in a dream these past couple of days. Just relax for now, Naruto-kun. All you can do is deal with one thing at a time. Continue with your training, follow the schedule one set up for you, and remember to let Iruka know what you're doing. If you keep on working, you will be ready for your team in no time. Now get to sleep. You begin your training with the Hyuga tomorrow, and I also have a new technique for you to work on. Thank you, Q. You always can put things so simply. No, nothing about what has been going on is simple. We have much to do and even more to learn with very limited time. We will do it together, and in no time, we will have everything sorted out. Alright? Alright, Q, I will. Good night. After that, Naruto slipped into dreams of the Suiden jutsu he would be learning, and learning them with a certain panda-like weapon user in a soaked top. Naruto, if only you knew what was to happen in the coming years. I have seen it happen once, and I do not wish to see it again. All I can do is train and teach you all I can. I also need to keep an eye on the other humans. The Hyuga's offer of training was too good to pass up, but I wonder what else they want out of it. The training of their heiress can't be all. I know that this Hiyashi person has another agenda. We shall see where this goes. The next morning, Naruto woke up fresher than ever. Not even the cursed ringing of his alarm or the ungodly hour could put him down. After a quick breakfast, he headed out the door to start his day. So Q, what's first on this new training schedule? Well, first off, I was going to have you continue the morning routine you started yesterday. 4:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. Run as many laps around the village as you can in this hour while taking swipes with your claws to grow accustomed to them. Also, with every swipe, I would like you to extend and retract them. They need to become second nature to you. Try to add another lap every day and improve your balance while swinging. 5:30 to 6:30. This time will be used to practice your unique abilities with me in secret. We don't need rumors of the demon throwing fire now, do we? 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. You will use this time by alternating between punching and clawing a log. Starting with your left hand, you will punch then claw with your right and so forth for 30 minutes. Then switch hands and begin again. You are doing this to learn how to lock your muscles so as to not break your fingers while clawing something. After this, you will continue by kicking the log for 30 minutes per leg. As the dolphin said, try to increase these numbers daily. 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. You will be working on chakra control. Either exercises from Iruka, your mother's scrolls or me. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Ninjutsu training with the dolphin. Since I don't know any, this will be especially important since I plan to pay attention as well. 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Sparring with the dolphin. 12 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. Lunch. 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. This time will be used to study your medical scrolls and work on the techniques in them. The main reason I'm so committed to this schedule is because you had 12 years to learn about your last body, but this time you only have 2 weeks to get a working knowledge of your new one, and as you know, after this schedule you are to be at the Hyuga compound to begin your Juken training. Damn, I need a watch. Guess I better get started or else I might not finish, slave driver. In case you forgot, I can hear your thoughts. Just for that, Barb, I'm sending some of my power to your weights. In an instant, Naruto's tattoos light up and his weights increased from 40 pounds per limb to 60 pounds per limb. With a slight groan, he hit the ground in an absolutely comical fashion. After taking a moment to stand again, he began his run, not daring to incur Kyubi's sadistic training wrath again. Several hours later, Naruto was just finishing up with kicking the claw-marked log for the day in Training Area 19. He was finding his schedule to be showing great improvements from the day before. The first time, he had barely got past 100 hits per limb, and today he was well over 150. He had to stop several times because of the pain. Before, since he had never really put any real effort into hard-hitting taijutsu, but now he could hardly feel it. When Iruka walked into the field to begin their taijutsu spar, he couldn't believe the gashes and chunks missing from the log. I better be careful here. Before Iruka could say a thing, Naruto said in, sorry sensei, but because of a few changes, Q decided to rearrange my training schedule. Why would she do that? It's only been 1 day, said Iruka with confusion clearly on his face. We had to redo it because the Hyuga offered to train me in the basics of Juken in exchange for me doing them a favor, and I'm supposed to arrive for training at 2 p.m. from now on, said Naruto, not stopping in his kicks for a moment. With a stupefied look on his face, you're going to be learning Juken? That is incredible, Naruto. To my knowledge, no one outside the Hyuga clan has been taught that. I can't believe your luck. With a sigh, no, there has been one other that's been trained in it and I hardly believed it myself. It was clear that Iruka was waiting for an answer. Konoha's Tenshi, Uzumaki Kira, my mother. Your mother, Naruto? Asked Iruka fearfully, for he understood how serious this could be. When did you find out who she was and who told you? I found out yesterday when Ji-san called me for that meeting. He told me about my family and my history, mostly anyway. He wouldn't tell me who my father was. He said I had to wait until I get to Chunin rank. Is that so? Does any of this have to do with you receiving training from the Hyuga? It would be easier if I told you everything from the beginning, sensei. Over the next hour or so, Naruto retold Iruka all he knew of his mother's history, clan heirlooms, and the desires of the Hyuga along with the changes to his schedule until it was almost lunchtime. "Why can't anything with you ever be easy, Naruto?" asked an exasperated Iruka. "I want to know that too, sensei. It seems that every time I start to get used to one thing, another one pops up." "So you're learning Juken in exchange for training with Hinata as well as some debt to your mother, and these artifacts from your father are some of the ancient war tools you told me in the Hokage about? I wonder if this will finally give that girl a chance to tell Naruto her feelings, or at least give her some confidence. If she can do that around the boy that always makes her faint, maybe there's hope for her yet. I was never able to fix that problem in the academy." "Yes, that's what Q said, and if you could have felt her emotions you would understand what these things must be," said Naruto while cradling one of his weights. "Did you tell the Hokage about what the heirlooms are or their history?" "No, at the time I was too upset to think about it, and afterwards I decided that I didn't want it out in the open. I may trust Ji-san, but as the Hokage, he would have to tell the council about them and I don't want that, so I decided to let him think all the relics of the war were destroyed, for now, anyway. If you think that's for the best. Remember Naruto, those items may have been used for war, but weapons are not evil, only their users are. Now that they are in your hands, it's up to you to decide what they are, but you are right about those items. I believe it would be better to keep them a secret for now and be careful how you use them." Naruto could only remain silent and consider Iruka's words. "If you continue on training like we have been, it shouldn't be a problem, and I have to admit, Kyubi's training schedule is pretty good. We will have you a trained shinobi by the end of the week, then we can start on other jutsu and your medic training," said Iruka with a sincere warm smile. "You know, Q gave me the same advice that you did. What should we do now, sensei? If you're going to be a med nin, we are going to work on chakra control a lot more closely. Normally, they won't even begin training you in the medic program until you have high chunin control." "How do I get that?" "Simple, since you've already completed the academy control exercises yesterday, which surprised me greatly, I will let you practice molding your hand seals on your own time and get you started on a higher level exercise." "Cool sensei. What do I have to do? I'll have this beat in no time. All you have to do is climb a tree," said Iruka with a slight smirk. "Huh? How is climbing a tree going to help?" asked Naruto, totally missing his sensei's smirk. "I agree, with your claws, climbing a tree is simple. I think training in the use of foxfire would be much more useful as a control exercise, since you have the hang of suppression. At least, that was what Q thought." Later, sitting in Ichiraku Ramen, we find a happily smiling Iruka and a badly scuffed and bruised Naruto eating. "What are you so happy for, sensei?" "I haven't finished the exercise yet," asked Naruto between bowls. After finishing his bit, Iruka looked straight at Naruto. "I am happy for two reasons. First, you are coming along in your training faster than I could have dreamed. You will most likely finish the training basics in a few days, and then we can move on to more complicated things with the time we have left. And second, you forgot the bet you made with me after beginning the tree climbing exercise. Earlier that day, after making it 3 steps up the tree, the bark of the tree shatters and Naruto is launched at the ground for an unwelcome meeting. That hurt, was Naruto's groan from the ground. I suppose this training has its uses. Being able to scale walls will most defiantly be a help for you. It will also help in learning foxfire. Since from what I can see, it will be a bit difficult for you. Oh Kami-sama, if you say something is going to be difficult, it will probably kill me. Aren't you exaggerating just a little, Naruto-kun? In case you forgot, you said, and I quote, your new senses should cause you some minor pain at first. Those senses nearly drove me insane. I even passed out from the pain. At this point, both Q and Naruto heard the booming laughter of Iruka from his seat. Stop laughing, sensei. It's not that funny, ha ha. Yes it is. You looked like a rubber ball just now. Hey, I'll have this mastered before lunchtime. I even bet you I will. Oh really now, what's the wager? Asked Iruka, knowing full well of his victory. No male shinobi had ever completed this training in less than a day. Even the genius Yondaime had taken a full 10 hours to master tree climbing. If I win, you have to buy me all I can eat ramen. Iruka pales at this thought. The stakes were high, but in his favor. He had just discovered that his student was loaded, and he could finally have a little revenge for his poor wallet. Alright, it's a bet, but if you can't finish the exercise by noon, you will have to treat me to lunch every day until you get your team. Iruka loved scamming his student. Alright, it's a deal. There's no way I'll lose. By the way, you have a little over an hour, you better get started. Back at the stand, Naruto, after hearing this, had to hang his head in defeat. I can't believe I failed such an easy training exercise. You know, Naruto, by saying that, you just insulted the Yondaime, was Iruka's flat reply. Huh? How did I do that, sensei? Even the Yondaime, the greatest ninja ever seen, youngest Hokage and hero of the Second Great Shinobi War, took 10 full hours to complete this exercise at your age. Are you saying that the Yondaime was unskilled? Naruto again pales. Of course not. I can't believe this. If it took the fourth 10 hours, I'll be doing it forever. Now Naruto, this is not like you. I actually think you will have it mastered in 1 or 2 days. Really, sensei, is that true? It took me about a week to learn this while practicing 2 hours a day. With the progress you made today, I think you'll have the basic idea by tomorrow and be able to master it soon enough. Considering the training that you've done so far, I think you could have it mastered even sooner if you had more free time to devote to it. That's cool. I was worried there for a second. Naruto, when you try to compare yourself to the Yondaime, that can happen. Don't try to measure yourself up to the fourth's achievements. Measure yourself against your own. Always try to improve on what you have already done. That way, you will always know what you can stand to improve on. But sensei, if that's true, then what's the point of a training partner or rival? Asked Naruto with doubt. If you compare yourself to others, you never really know your strength. It's good to have a rival to learn from, but always remember that their strength is theirs and yours is your own and can't be fully compared to that of another. So that means that I should only focus on my own strength? Asked Naruto confused. No, what I'm saying is that no matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger, or better to say someone whose strengths are your weaknesses. But, that doesn't mean that you're weak either. How can I explain this? Let me put it this way. Take me for example. I'm an all-around level shinobi. This means my nin, general, and taijutsu are all recognized to be at or above what's expected of a chunin. So basically I'm not weak in any area of shinobi skill, but there are definitely others that are far stronger than I. It's actually very common for a shinobi to specialize in one field. Let's take your classmates for example. Sasuke would be considered a ninjutsu type where Kiba would be considered a taijutsu type, and both would most likely be weak against a genjutsu type at this point since they've had little experience casting or dispelling them. This is the reason we set up teams to balance out each member's strengths and weaknesses. The 3 students and the sensei all compensate for each other so you are prepared for anything. After thinking for a long time and even letting his ramen cool of all things, Naruto responds saying, so you're saying that I should always aim to beat or better myself so that I can always be sure to improve, and that I should only look to others' strengths to learn from and see how to adapt my own style instead of trying to copy theirs. Exactly, Naruto. I couldn't have simplified it better myself. Now remember that you should always train yourself in your own style to combat anything you come across, not just aim to copy others. When something more powerful appears, if you practice that, you will truly grow stronger, because you will have a style unlike any other and shinobi will eventually have to adapt to you. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but to think back to his longtime rival, and how the two of them used to act around each other. When one would learn a new taijutsu move, the other would find a way to copy it. When one would do a maneuver in spars, the other would learn it. It was always like that. Neither one would let the other have anything to themselves. It was how they always chased each other. Sasuke, were we really wrong to chase after each other all these years for strength? Were we actually weakening each other by not training together? Iruka, seeing the concentration in Naruto's eyes, decided to leave him to his thoughts. I'm sorry Naruto, but I'll have to cut training short for today. I need to finish closing the academy for the break and meet with the rest of the staff. Be sure to continue your training for the day and be on time tomorrow. All Iruka received in return was a light grunt before he left without another word. Several minutes later and about 6 more bowls of ramen, Naruto was ready to return to training. Ayame Nichan, can I get my bill please? Of course Naruto-kun, I'll be right there, said Ayame from the other end of the shop. Tucci, hearing this, comes to the front of the shop. You're paying Naruto? I thought you came with that nice Iruka today. Doesn't he usually treat you to ramen? Ha ha, normally yes, but I lost a bet and now I'm buying lunch for the week. Really, that's nice of you. Well, train hard and I'll see you tomorrow, said Tucci as Ayame brought the check. Here you go, Naruto-kun. Train hard. Bye, see you tomorrow. We find Naruto in the middle of training field 19 waiting impatiently for Kyubi to teach him a new technique. He was pacing back and forth as he listened to Kyubi mumble about one thing or another as she did some final checks on whatever it was she was teaching him today. Unknown to Naruto, a small boy was watching from the very edge of the clearing thinking, "What's with this guy? He's just walking in circles like a goof." Naruto, being too preoccupied with his dreams of a super jutsu, doesn't even notice the badly hidden boy. So Q, what's on the list for today? Elemental jutsu, energy blasts, taijutsu, energy claws, super roars? Kyubi, being drawn out of her thought process, can only respond by asking, where do you get these ideas? Well, jutsu are just fun. The history I found on you says that you used some kind of a roar attack as well as fire, and energy attacks are just cool. With a small giggle and sigh, Naruto-kun, I have already told you that I don't know any jutsu. I never had a reason to learn them, because my fighting style is honestly better and so will yours. If you want to still learn them, then it's your choice. I may learn a few as well. As for the attacks, the roar attack is one I will teach you another time. The energy and fire attacks we are actually going to cover now. Really, Q? I was just kidding before, but alright, what's up first? Is giving him control over fire really a good idea at this point? The first thing you will learn is one of the 3 main abilities of the Kitsune demons. Kitsune Bai, Foxfire, is what we will be working on today. Naruto was quiet for a moment as he sat on the ground and crossed his legs, then in a serious voice he asked, "You said the 3 abilities of the Kitsune. What are the other 2 if Foxfire is one?" The first of the abilities is to change our shape or alter, is what many refer to it as. Much like your henge except more. I won't go into detail about it yet because you are not ready to use it or most likely won't be able. The other you will be ready for soon, but for now let's begin with Kitsune Bai. This technique works by compressing Yuki until it finally bursts back out in the form of energy flames. To do this, you need to learn to feel the difference between your chakra flowing within you and the Yuki that flows with it. But for right now, I will send you a small amount of my Yuki to begin learning with. As Naruto began to feel the energy flowing through his chakra system, he notices that his seals were glowing once again. The strange thing, though, was that they were shining right through his clothes as if they weren't even there. Q, I thought you said that I couldn't use your Yuki yet. I thought it would hurt, but it only feels tingly, I guess. I only sent you a very small amount of Yuki. Just enough to make 4 or 5 kage bunshin, so with the seals taking the brunt of the pressure, you should be fine. I should be fine. Well, I guess there's nothing to do other than to try, but I wanted to ask why my seals are glowing and can be seen through my clothes like this. You know, for someone rumored to be so slow, you ask all the right questions. Seeing Naruto's response of a deep huff and crossing his arms, Kyubi continued saying, your seals will glow whenever my Yuki is being used, no matter the amount. Just as I told you before, because my Yuki is more powerful than your chakra, it literally pushes it out of the way and causes stress on your system. Originally, my plan was to have any excess Yuki flow into the seals to reduce the stress on your system, but now I'm sending the Yuki directly to the seals and allowing your system to absorb the excess. By doing this, I hope to speed up your new system's adaptation to the Yuki without endangering you. When drawing on your own chakra, there will be no reaction from the seals because there's not enough Yuki mixing with it yet, and I doubt there ever will be. As for the reason why the seals can be seen through your clothes, chakra can only be seen when in tremendous amounts, but Yuki is able to be seen most of the time because of its potency, so when it flows through the seals, it's only natural that they show. Is there any way to hide it? I mean, it's kind of a dead giveaway that something's up when I start glowing like this. As Naruto said this, he couldn't help but look himself over and marvel at the intricacies of the marks. Unfortunately, no, there is no way to stop the seals from working as they are now, but it isn't like you will be using my Yuki on a regular basis. It will only be for training or extreme emergencies. Now back to what I was saying before. You need to learn to form the foxfire first. You do this by slowly drawing out the Yuki and compressing it in the palm of your hand. As you do this, try to keep it in a sphere shape. Several hours later, as Naruto lay panting on the ground as his seals slowly faded from sight, Q. Why is this so hard? I just can't seem to keep the flame together after it's lit. Well, I never really intended for you to get even this far today, so how do I explain this? What do you mean? You never intended. I thought you said you were going to teach me. I did teach you, didn't I? I just never intended for you to actually create a flame today. I just thought it would be a good thing for you to try. It takes a lot of control to use foxfire, but look. You were able to do it within a few hours of working with it. The small boy watching from the nearby bushes could only think. Wow, this guy is the real deal. I knew there was something about him from how he talked to Ji-chan. With how well you did today, maybe we should continue. It seems we need to take some serious measures for this though. I knew this wasn't going to be easy for you, but with how far you have come today, I really didn't want to tell you about this until later, but now that I have seen how far you've come, I really want you to get further in this training so we can train in other areas. Tell me what? What do you mean move on to other things? I want you to master the basics of foxfire and a few other things before the teams are selected. That way, you don't end up killing yourself or others with what I'm teaching you. Foxfire is not something you can mess around with. Either you have mastered it, or I will not allow you to use it, so to accomplish that, I have a very special training method for you. Really? What is it, Q? Before I explain it, you must promise me that you will never use it without my permission, and follow every rule I give about it. Why? Is it really that important? If you were to misuse this training method, not only could you destroy your mind, but you could die. Now if you wish to know about it, you must swear on your Nindo. After hearing something this serious, Naruto couldn't help but to think twice. I swear Q. I always listen to you anyway, so I don't see the point, but if you think it's that important, you have it. Good, now tell me, what have you noticed about the Kage Bunshin? How does the jutsu work and how do the clones function? After a moment of silence, Kage Bunshin are made by leaking chakra into the air and using it to compress the particles in the air to form the clone. This is the reason for the puff of smoke. These clones are special because the chakra used to make them is then made into a simple coil system as well as a supply for the clone to use for jutsu. As far as I know, no other clone type is able to use jutsu. This alone could make Kage Bunshin a kinjutsu, but as you said, unlike regular clones that are only an imprint of you, the Kage Bunshin are given a piece of your soul to function and act as a link between the original and the clones. That's what the scroll said. Other than that, I don't know what else it can do. You mean that you remembered all that from when you first read the scroll? Impressive. Well, let me ask you this then. What happens when the clones are dispersed? I haven't noticed anything else. Of course, other than when I fought Mizuki and some retraining with them, I haven't used it that much yet. I thought you would have realized it after your retraining with Iruka yesterday. Alright, please make a clone Naruto-kun. Obliging the request, Naruto makes a clone without protest. Alright, now what do you want done? Q, tell me, have you ever seen the bottom of the pond near this area? Of course not, why would I have seen that? Good, please have your clone swim to the bottom and stay there studying it for a little while, then dispel it. While that's going on, continue with the foxfire. Both Narutos wanted to know where this was going on, but just shrugged their shoulders and began their assigned tasks. Just as the second Naruto disappeared towards the lake, the small boy ran out from the tree line, stopping right in front of Naruto and screamed. You're awesome. Teach me your skills and I'll become your disciple. Both Naruto and Q responded with the same response. Huh? Yeah. You have to teach me the Oiroku no Jutsu that you're famous for, boss, yelled the small boy. Boss? Was the only thing Naruto could think at the moment. You're not really thinking of teaching this little kid that useless jutsu, were you? Naruto-kun? Naruto-kun. Sadly, Caillou's voice fell on deaf ears, inside the Sandame's office. As the man in the blue bodysuit rushed into the Hokage's office, he started crying. Hokage-sama, have you seen the honorable grandson? I can't find him. As the Hokage moved one stack of paperwork out of the way, he looked at the man and said, Ebisu, I believe that Konohamaru has been following Naruto for the last few days. The newly named Ebisu, hearing this, runs out of the office screaming, not Naruto. This is a disaster. As the man disappeared, the Hokage pulls out his crystal ball while thinking, I doubt Naruto would teach the boy anything dangerous, but it doesn't hurt to see. As the Hokage looks through his crystal ball, he sees Naruto teaching Konohamaru some basic chakra control after a failed attempt at the Oiroku no Jutsu. The Sandame was very worried about his grandson being exposed to that jutsu for its content alone, but the fact Naruto was having him do training that he shouldn't be doing for 2 years had the old man slightly off kilter. He was even more appalled by the next thing he saw. Not only did Konohamaru turn into the fuggliest girl he had seen in his 60-plus years, but Naruto corrected him by transforming himself into his own version, sending the poor man to the floor thinking, I swear, I am classifying that as a kinjutsu at least. On the outskirt of a training field, Ebisu had just landed to see Naruto appear out of a cloud of smoke. You get it, kid? Asked Naruto. Yeah, replied Konohamaru. The last one you did was great, you have it down, but I still want you to work on those chakra control exercises I showed you. The earlier you start, the easier it will be, trust me. Now let's get a soda. Then we can work on a few other things. As Naruto and Konohamaru head to a bench, Ebisu couldn't help but think, this is the damnable fox? I can see Konohamaru has been working hard on whatever it is the boy have been teaching him. It doesn't matter, I am an elite trainer and will not let this boy corrupt my student. So, why do you want to attack your grandfather? What's your problem? Asked Naruto. Ebisu stopped right in his tracks at this point. Maybe this brat has a use after all? I have been trying to find out the reason for the attacks myself and have had no luck. My name is Konohamaru. My grandfather named me after the village, so it should be easy to remember, but no one calls me that. They all just call me the honorable grandson of the Sandaime. Hokage, they don't see me for me. They see me for my grandfather and I hate it, but when I become Hokage, everyone will respect me for me and not my grandfather. So, that's why he wants the title of Hokage, thought Naruto and Ebisu at the same time. After scoffing, Naruto said, yeah right, what makes you think you could be Hokage? What, was the shocked reply of Konohamaru. Listen to me, you don't become Hokage to be respected by people. The Hokage is someone that is the strongest in the village, but that's not all. The Hokage is loved by his people for his courage, dedication and above all else, love for his people. After hearing this, both Konohamaru and Ebisu are stuck to their spots.
I used to be just like you. Everyone in this village hates me for something that I had no control over. At first, I used to scream that I would be Hokage just for something to strike back with. I had no idea why they hated me until a few days ago, and even now I'm not sure
if I don't hate them back for everything they have done to me. At this point, both of Naruto's listeners couldn't help but lock eyes with him and see all the emotions in his eyes. I was told by someone very special to me that you do not become Hokage for your own gain. You become Hokage to protect the lives and happiness of everyone precious to you. That means everyone in this village. It is my dream to become Hokage, but not for the power or the respect, but to have precious people, people that I can consider family. I hope that one day, I can really become a true Hokage like Ji-san, but I honestly don't know if I could ever truly let go of the pain this village has given me. I guess all I can do is become the most powerful ninja I can and see where life takes me. For all I know, I may end up a missing nin instead of Hokage, but for now I walk the path that I think will lead me to taking the old man's job. After Naruto was finished, he looked down at Konohamaru as if asking, understand? At his nod, Naruto stands and says, I need to get back to my own training now, and I think you should go back to that trainer of yours. Huh? No, I want to train with you more. That guy is useless. He always says his training is a shortcut to the title, but he never teaches me anything useful. You're just a beginner. You need to get the basics before you can move forward. Just remember this, there is no shortcut to being Hokage. It's a long hard road to achieve that kind of skill and the trust of your people. I will always be here to help you when you need it, kid, but to get the title, you have to go through me first, said Naruto with force at the end. After a moment, Konohamaru responded by saying, who do you think you are lecturing me? Fine, I'm not your disciple anymore. From now on, we are arch rivals. Ebisu was just shocked silent listening to the boys. Looks like I was wrong about this boy. Maybe he will be Hokage. I will see for myself how he acts. As Ebisu jumped down in front of them he said, honorable grandson, you heard what that boy said, but he's weak and he isn't worth your time to fight anyway. Shut up, Ero-sensei. You don't know anything, Konohamaru barked as he turned to face the man. Naruto at this point was rather pissed, but just asked, Ero, what's with the Ero-sensei bit? Other than a large amount of chakra and a long list of pranks, this boy has no other traits that are worthy of recognition. You do well to stop hanging around this doby, honorable grandson, Ebisu said, while talking to Konohamaru and pointedly ignoring the blonde. Oh yeah. Two voices yelled out together. Naruto continued as. Konohamaru glanced at him in surprise. I'm going to be Hokage one day, and you're going to respect me. I know about your dream, Naruto, Ebisu said, with a hint of annoyance at being reminded of that dream again. He had just listened to it for 5 minutes. It was already quite irritating to hear Konohamaru always talk about it. But where he was willing to help the Sandame's grandson, he was annoyed that this boy would have the same goal. Even if the boy has some endearing qualities, I won't make it easy on him. But you have neither experience nor the virtues of a Hokage. Plus I am well aware of the fact that you even have exceptionally poor skills for a shinobi, which are vital to a Hokage. How do you plan on becoming something that is clearly beyond your reach? Asked Ebisu. In the Sandame's office, as the Hokage watched Naruto talk with Konohamaru, he couldn't help but smile at how far Naruto had come. He also laughed out loud as poor Ebisu was thrown for a loop by Naruto's harem no jutsu and sent into a nearby tree, knocking him out. What an absurd jutsu. Combining Kage Bunshin with his own Oiroke no jutsu, it would never work on any serious shinobi, but he could probably get me with it. As the Sandame tilted his hat out of shame, he watched as Naruto and Konohamaru went their separate ways. Later, after Naruto returned to training field 19, the clone that was sent to the pond was dispersed. Okay Q, I dispersed the clone. Now what? That's it. That's all you have to do for the training method. Huh? How does this help? Asked the lost Naruto. Tell me Naruto, what is at the bottom of that pond and what it is like? Asked Q with a little taunt in her voice. Well, it's cold and really murky. I couldn't tell what was down there much at all. He still doesn't get it. Tell me Naruto-kun, if it was the clone that went to the pond, how is it that you know about it? After thinking about it for several minutes, Naruto not only realizes what has happened, but has his mind swimming with possibilities for this training. In a whisper even inside his mind, Naruto replies. I gained the knowledge and experience of the Kage Bunshin. Exactly Naruto-kun, because the Bunshin carries a piece of your soul with it, it's as if you were the one to go to the pond. This training may not work on physical training, but chakra control, jutsu training or even scroll studies will be just as if it was really you. This is incredible Q. I could do months of training in a few weeks. I could do anything. In a tone that easily reminded Naruto of the legendary power that Kyubi really was, she said, No, you will not. This is very dangerous and I won't have you tearing up your body again. You gave me your word to only use this method when I approved of it, and I will not have you use it so carelessly. Why Q, I could master anything with this. I could become Hokage and fulfill my dreams in a few years. Why can't I? Naruto automatically notices the drop of the kun in his name and immediately came to attention. If we mess up with this training even once, you and I will die, do you understand? Using this method will strain your mind to the very limits. Strain on the mind becomes strain on the body and we have our limits. If we don't take this step by step and give your mind time to adjust to whatever it gains, I just need you to listen to me about this, alright? It's new to me too. Shocked and a little unnerved by this, Naruto could only give a nod as an answer. I sometimes forget that Q is this millennia-old demon. She's always so cheery when I talk to her, but does she wear a mask like mine or is this really her? Ignoring Naruto's thoughts, well Naruto-kun, let's start with 100 or so clones for now. We'll have them split up and train in things separately and disperse them one group at a time. Without a word, the clones appear with a quick hand seal. After the 100 plus clones appear, Q sends them off to do their training. Alright. First off, you 20 go and continue with the Foxfire. You 10 go and practice the Henge. You 10 Kawarimi. You 10 normal Bunshin. You 30 chakra control exercise, as in tree climbing and any others you know of right now. Finally, you 20 I want studying the first med scroll and quizzing each other on it. Naruto, you need to head home and clean up. You need to be at the Hyugas in 45 minutes. Was the commanding leadership Q demonstrated. Is it already that late? Do we really just leave the clones like this? It will be fine, Naruto-kun. As long as it's us that dispel them in turn we can take our time. Now get going. Without another word, Naruto heads for home to shower and prepare for his first day of Juken training. Just outside the Hyuga compound, Naruto is hit with a sudden pain in his head. Ah, SSSSSS, what was that? It felt like someone just Juken slapped me in the head again, said Naruto as he stumbled slightly. That, Naruto-kun, was the 30 clones we sent to do chakra control dispersing. See what I meant about misusing the training? If it hurt that much with 30 clones working for 40 minutes each, just imagine if all 100 of them dispersing at once. Naruto visibly shivered at this. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. After a while of using this method, it won't hurt anymore with this few. Even if you were just a little more experienced with the normal use of the jutsu, this would be nothing. Besides, that was only a little more than 22 hours of training between the 30 clones. Well, that's a relief. I was thinking it was going to hurt that much every time. By the way, why did you disperse the clones already? Juken needs very accurate chakra control. I doubt they expect much from you at first since they are placing you with the beginners, but it doesn't hurt to have a little extra training. Besides, you needed to experience it at least once. Now replace the clones I dispersed and get to the compound. It wouldn't be good to be late on your first day. Naruto arrived at the compound with about 10 minutes to spare. He was met at the gate by a guard and was guided to the training field. He was sure to pay attention to the layout so he could find his way on his own. He also noticed he was still getting quite a few glares from the Hyuga, but these glares were different than the ones from the villagers. It was as if they were glaring at him and not at Kyubi. These people seem to be angry at you for another reason. They don't seem to hate you for me. They seem to dislike you for the prank you pulled. Understandable. Is that so? I never thought so many people could hate me and not you, was Naruto's sarcastic remark. Well, if that's what I get for trying to help, you're on your own for this one. I'll see you later. Oh, by the way, Naruto-kun, we'll talk later about you teaching a child that jutsu of yours. Naruto knew that Q wasn't really mad because she still used the kun suffix in his name, but the thought of what she meant by the jutsu he taught to Konohamaru, she was probably just using it as an excuse to get a nap, but Naruto decided to worry later. He was actually looking forward to training on his own without her help after so long. He wanted to see what he could do on his own. Well, here you are. Practice doesn't start for another 7 minutes. You may want to be more punctual next time, was the comment from the guard with a slight edge to his voice. Also, be sure to scrub the clothes well tonight and don't slack off. Teme, was Naruto's reply in his head. Well, since I've got some time till practice starts, I might as well see how much I've improved with the Bunshin training.
With this in mind, Naruto walked up the side of a nearby tree until he's hanging upside down from a limb. Then, after finding this incredulously easy, he continues by trying to compress the foxfire orb faster with his right hand. I guess the clones really work. It was taking him much longer to form an orb than it did before. He figured that at the rate he was going it would take an entire 6 minutes to fully form it. What's wrong? It only took seconds before, so why so slow now? Did you already forget? Spoke Q's sleepy voice. Before you were using my pure Yuki, so of course it took so little time. Now though, you have to pull the small amounts of Yuki from your own chakra to form the orb. And not very well. You're mixing far too much of your human chakra in, which is slowing you down. Focus on pulling out the Yuki instead of speed and it will get faster. Naruto, taking Q's advice, decided to continue and made sure not to ignite the orb. He just continued summoning chakra into the finished ball, then releasing it back into his system. He was sure that if he could get faster and more skilled with creating the orb, then making the fire last longer would become easier. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the fire to last more than a few seconds. It was as if after the fire was ignited, it was trying to escape from him.
This is exactly how the other students and the sensei found him with Hiyashi close behind.
After a faintest of surprised look crossed his face, Naruto, don't you think it's a little foolish to train in such a difficult exercise before your Juken lessons? This boy has already come this far. That skill in tree climbing is chunin, thought Hiyashi. The sensei and the other students were in awe of the display. The level of control was usually not seen until advanced Juken. Most of the intermediate students that were already on teams couldn't do that. Even though Juken focuses on chakra control in the hands, tree climbing was still rather difficult at first for a Hyuga. Naruto decides to take a moment to study the people below him. The sensei was an elderly man, probably in his late 60s from the look of him. The students seem to all be between 5 and 6 years old, and of course Hiyashi is the same as always. Long black hair, pale eyes, serious face no matter how soft he speaks, and the same plainly colored robes. In reality, this description could be applied to almost all Hyuga. Normally yes, Hiyashi-san, but I've already had a break today just before I came here, so I should be fine, said Naruto, trying as hard as he could to copy Hiyashi's tone. Very well, Naruto, this is your sensei, Hyuga Kyuju. He is a veteran instructor. He will be teaching you the basics of Juken, and once he believes that you are skilled enough in them, he will pass you on to me to continue your training, said Hiyashi. Stepping forward, Kyuju said, first off, I would like a little information on you, Naruto-san. I will ask you to perform several things for me. Depending on how you do will determine if you will start on forms and kata, or if you will need more chakra control beforehand. All right sensei, what would you like me to do? Asked Naruto. First, I need to test your reflexes, speed, and strength. For this you will spar using your own style against an experienced Juken user. This spar will be taijutsu only. No weapons, chakra usage, or kekai genkai. As he finished speaking, a slightly older boy walks into the group. He wore the classic cream-colored jacket with the Hyuga symbol, black shorts, and long black hair tied at the end. He also has his right arm and leg bandaged. Finally he wears the classic shinobi equipment. Neji-san, thank you for coming, said Kyuju. Naruto, this is my nephew, Neji. He has been a genin for almost a year now, and will be your sparring partner for this match. He is very skilled in Juken, and by using this spar to observe the true use of our style, I hope you will be able to adapt to it sooner. To my knowledge, the only other time you have seen our style is when you were attacked in the street. Is it not? Asked Hiyashi. Yeah, that's my only time seeing it. Naruto turned to Neji and gave a polite bow. Thank you for the match, Neji-san. I hope to prove at least a slight challenge for you. All Neji gives in return is a slight snort and begins to walk to his starting position. I do not see why this guy is so special to be taught by our clan's head. Fate has already determined my victory here. Showing their disapproval of Neji's behavior, both adult Hyuga give him a mild glare. Naruto, on the other hand, just begins suppressing his chakra and takes his position opposite Neji while everyone watches the changes he goes through. His hair returned to pure blonde, his whiskers shrunk from the jagged marks they were to 3 little lines per cheek, and his pupils rounded once again. Hiyashi couldn't help but ask, Naruto, why are you suppressing your chakra again? You do not need to hide yourself here. Sensei said that we're not allowed to use chakra here. My body naturally draws on chakra to enhance itself. If I didn't consciously suppress my chakra, I would be breaking the rules, said Naruto flatly. With another snort, chakra or not, you will still lose today. Fate has declared me the winner, said Neji while everyone else was still processing that Naruto could perform Junin suppression techniques and instinctually perform enhancement techniques. What is with this guy? He's been cold ever since I got here, thought Naruto. I've seen this before. It's common for humans that have had hard or tragic lives to place the blame on fate or some other power they consider outside their control. This way, they can ignore their own fault or feelings of helplessness. If that's so, maybe I can shake him out of it with a little mind game. What do you think? I think that you're becoming more of a kitsune every day. Next thing you know, you'll be seducing women and stealing for the challenge of it. Yeah, wait, I'll do what now? With a slight blush flashing across his face, Naruto replied, really now? While taking a loose stance. If fate has decided, I guess then there's no point in trying, is there? My ears tell me that you can already see the truth in my words. You can save yourself the humiliation by choosing to back down, but your stance says that your words don't carry your intent. All the Hyuga were well aware of Neji's unique views on fate and
life, but most tried to stay away from the subject, too afraid of igniting his temper. Even though Neji is only a genin, he's still a rare prodigy, and even most of the Hyuga Chunin lose to him in matches. This is the reason he was chosen for this, to fully test Naruto's limits against an opponent clearly superior, but Hiyashi also wished to see if Naruto really held the same power for miracles as his mother. After hearing this, all Naruto could do was snort and say, if fate has decided that I will lose today, then you just contradicted yourself by saying I could choose to back down. Neji, for his part, was thrown off balance by this. One moment he had this boy under the Hyuga glare and had him ready to run away. Now the very same boy is talking back as if he knew anything of the fate of the world. What would a fool like you know? You just said fate has decided that I will lose today. Fate is a straight line that is a predetermined course for our lives and nothing you do can change that, right? Correct, said Neji, with just a slight shake to his voice. Then, by you saying that I could choose to back out of this fight, you have just said that I can change my fate by my own choice, said Naruto flatly. After composing himself, Neji replied, either by surrender or by my hand, you will lose today. That is the indestructible path of fate, with the veins around his eyes bulging from his anger. How dare this brat lecture me about fate? He knows nothing of life's hardships and is even receiving special treatment from the main house. He may be fated to that, but he will still fall before me. Not that I don't absolutely love this conversation on the philosophy of fate, but the fact is if we never start the match, it's impossible for me to lose. So if you want to prove this fate of yours, why don't we get started? Asked Naruto in a mocking tone, while releasing his chakra and pumping it to its max. This action alone unnerves everyone present. Not only was the pressure in the air increasing, but also the chakra is so strong that small pieces of dirt and rock are beginning to float in the air. The chakra being released was a darker blue than normal, not by much, but noticeable. Being able to see the chakra at all causes quite the commotion from the surrounding Hyuga. Neji, for his part, was unnerved greatly because when Naruto released his chakra, Neji had his Byakugan active to witness the flow of the chakra. What the hell is he? His coils are nearly twice the normal size and they're purple. Neji was trying his hardest to figure out what he was seeing or what could cause someone's body to change in such a way. The coils follow the same path as a normal system. The tenketsus are also placed the same, but normal ones are just a slightly darker blue to the Byakugan. These are so much darker that they almost look black compared to his system's color. It's obvious that it's a human system, just different, too different. And what are those markings that cover his body? They weren't there a moment ago, but the higher he pushes his chakra the more detailed they become. Wait, it can't be. He has 2 chakra pools. No. Wait. There's 3. 2 large and 1 smaller but growing. Blue. Red behind the blue, and a small purple. What is this guy? Finally, as the pressure created by the chakra reached its peak, it began to settle out and find a balance as it found its way back into Naruto's system. Neji, out of either fear or confidence, which of the 2 even he didn't know, charged forward, palm raised, prepared to strike quickly and end this. When Kyoju saw Neji charge, he moved to stop the match before he was stopped by Hiyashi. Why are you stopping me, Hiyashi-sama? They're both far too powerful. Without the experience to know how to not hurt each other, those boys could be killed in a match against each other. Just be patient, Kyoju. Our style has limited effects on Naruto. Just activate your Byakugan and take a look. Not one to argue with the clan head, Kyoju did as he was told and was shocked at what he found. Naruto was even able to recover from a Hake Rokujuiensho in under an hour. That alone tells me he won't die unless Neji means to kill him. You of all people know that our style can only kill 2 ways. In a solemn voice, Kyoju finishes the grim statement, either by cutting off chakra to the vital organs by closing at least 158 of the 316 chakra points, or by causing massive trauma to the vital organs. And that's why I know Naruto is safe. Cut in Hiyashi as he waved towards the skirmishing boys. Neji's pride would never allow him to use the crude method of a simply striking. He's too proud of being able to see the tenketsus to not aim for them. But that is exactly why I'm trying to stop them, Hiyashi-sama. We can't. With a wave of his hand, Hiyashi silenced even the other Hyuga present. Even if Neji did decide to kill Naruto in this match, he would attempt to close the tenketsus to show off his skill, and I doubt that would work. Naruto's recovery time clearly shows that his chakra points take little time to reopen. Most likely because of the dense amount of chakra running through them. I'd even dare to say they would begin to reopen themselves as Neji was closing them. Kyoju, while not agreeing with Hiyashi, can't help but watch. In his 40-plus years of teaching Juken, he had never seen anyone recover from the Hake Rokujuiensho in less than 3 days, let alone an hour like this boy had supposedly done. Also, the boy's circulatory system was one of a kind, and for someone who spent their life studying them, it was just too tempting. He just had to see more of it. Naruto and Neji continued their match that had almost become rhythmic to those who watched it. Strike, dodge, move back, circle, strike. Let's see, the last time I fought against a Hyuga, their palm strikes used a strange chakra manipulation that caused my arm to go numb. I wonder if it comes from some kind of medical chakra. I didn't see them use any hand seals, so it's safe to assume that it must be their basic attack. If that's true, it would be best to keep my distance. With his strategy set, Naruto took to evading each of Neji's strikes with a good amount of space. Naruto was finding this no easy task though. Neji was not just any opponent, even with his enhanced speed and senses. Neji was still pushing him back like it was nothing. Left, right, low strike, spin, brush by it, jumps back, it continued. Like this for almost 10 full minutes. Neji was even smirking. Naruto found this strange, because Neji had yet to land a single hit. That's when Naruto realized it. He's testing me. He's fucking testing me. He isn't trying to hit at all. He's just increasing his speed little by little until he finds my limit. How the hell is this possible? I shouldn't have this much trouble with a genin. After all my training to this point I can't beat a genin. Not with what I've become. He shouldn't be able to do this. I'm a demon. What am I going to do? He's pushing me back and I'm doing all I can to not be hit. I never thought Naruto put so much faith in the power he's gained. I better set him straight. If he starts to rely on abilities alone and ignores the skill to use them. When Q began to speak, it surprised Naruto enough for him to get grazed in the side by a strike. I told you, Naruto-kun, that power alone means nothing if you don't have the experience to use it. You may be physically stronger and faster, but you have a long way to go until you can fight this guy with a handicap. He has years more experience than you and you have a lot more training to do. SSSSSs, what do you mean handicap? I released my chakra already. I'm doing everything I can to just avoid him. At this rate, I'll be face down in the dirt. Baka, you're still wearing 240 pounds. In weights. If you dropped them, you wouldn't be having this much trouble. It seems that I may need to step up his cage bunshin training. Even with the training we've already done, he's further behind than I thought. Many of his basic skills are less than what they were before the changes. The bunshin are our only hope for him to gain enough control in time for his team. Hearing Q in the back of his mind, he barely dodged a vicious strike to his head. I lost my head, didn't I? It's just like with the 3 Hyuga that night. I let myself get taken in by anger and power that wasn't even mine. It cost me last time too. I tried to use something I wasn't ready to control, or even had the right to. Okay, if that's true, I can't risk going any further with this. I'll just avoid him until I get him into a position for me land a killing blow and declare myself the winner. Neji, following up on his last strike, comes in with a palm strike aimed for Naruto's heart, but Naruto spins on his heel and ducks below the strike to get behind Neji. Naruto, while behind Neji, puts distance between the two of them with a quick back flip and lands in a ready stance as Neji finally spins to face him. Here we go. Neji. End. Forging Bonds, Demonic Nemesis. By Dark Fate, baited by You Know Who You Are. Ch.8 Forging Bonds. Talking. Demon talking. Thinking. Demon thinking. Jutsu being used. If you see this in between a break, that means there is a lemon there. It will be numbered so you can find it listed with my other fix under the name, A Midnight Dream. The lemons will really have nothing to do with the main storyline other than being a way to express the strength of the relationship between characters. It's up to you if you want to read them or not. Does anyone know where I can get a DeLorean? I have a plan to become the owner of Naruto. On the sidelines, Hiyashi-sama. These boys are incredible. They both have amazing speed and agility for their age, but it's clear Neji has the upper hand in this by experience. Naruto just doesn't seem to grasp his own abilities yet. He's losing far too much stamina and speed with his movements, but it's obvious that Naruto-san could easily have the basics of Juken mastered within weeks. The first few years are really only about chakra control and physical conditioning. The Kata practice is really only for muscle memory to help later on. All Naruto needs for Juken is to master the basic Kata and chakra manipulations, said Kyoju in an odd voice as he looked on with the children of his class. The two boys are mostly just blurs to most of the onlookers in their constant movement. That's good to hear, Kyoju. I would like you to begin Naruto's training with the time you have left for today and then send him on to me. Also, be sure to give him this scroll before he leaves you, said Hiyashi while handing the older man a scroll with the Hyuga symbol on it. Kyoju just nods to the request, then returns his attention to the fight. What will this boy become? If this is what he is with the minimal training Hiyashi said he's had. Naruto and Neji had circled each other several times, now just trying to find an opening to exploit in the other's defense. This is more than I ever expected from this guy. He's not near my level or Lee's yet, but he's close. Probably could give 10-10 a good workout, but it's still not enough to defy fate, but for some reason, I want him to win. I want him to defy fate. Why? Why when I know it's not possible? Neji decided to try a psychological attack instead of a physical one. As I said before, Naruto, you are fated to lose to me today, said Neji in the classic Hyuga tone of superiority, trying to ignore his own thoughts. If I lose today, Neji, then I lost, but not because fate decided, or because some deity liked you better than me, but because you were the stronger of the two of us, said Naruto with venom. You are just a fool that will not accept the inevitable. You are destined to always be weaker than me. That is the truth, nothing will ever change that. Neji, you're stronger than me. Even if I went all out, I realize now that I would lose. I'm the stronger, faster, and more powerful of the two of us, but you're not an opponent to be beat with power alone. This whole match you have only been testing me, barely trying from what I can see. I've already accepted this defeat, but that doesn't mean that I will accept that fate decided it. If fate even really exists, then I will spend my life fighting against what it decides for me. As Naruto finishes, he slowly reaches up to the black band on his left wrist and unlatches it with a soft click. Once the first one unlatched, 3 more soft clicks followed before the bands began sliding off. Do you think removing a few weights will change anything, fool? Was Neji's searing barb. Without a word, Naruto begins walking towards Neji, letting the bands fall one by one. The bands make the sound of a body hitting the ground as they land. With a light swoosh, Naruto disappears in a blur to all without an active Byakugan. The boy was wearing weights all this time, was Kyoju's shocked statement. Before anyone else could say anything, Naruto appeared just to the left of Neji and attempted a cross kick to his chest. Yes, I got him. I was able to get a slight advantage with my speed. I know he won't fall for this tactic again, but at least I was able to land a hit on him in this match. Just as Naruto's kick was about to land on Neji's chest, the prodigy only slightly moves to the left and catches Naruto's leg with a single hand. My teammate moves far faster than you, Naruto. The weights he trains with almost make yours seem like toys. His freakish speed does not work on me, so neither does yours. If you are to train with the Hyuga, remember that our eyes are all-seeing, even to high speed, said Neji. As Neji finished speaking, he threw Naruto's leg to the right, turning him slightly to give himself a clear shot at Naruto's back to end the match. Naruto, seeing what was happening, moved with the flow of the spin to position himself for an attack. He was still not able to land a strike on the Hyuga, but Neji landed a devastating strike to Naruto's chest, causing him to crumble to the ground and grab onto Neji's arm for support. Damn, why am I so outmatched here? I can't even land a hit. I said before, Naruto-kun, you have great potential, but you still have a long road ahead. You don't have enough of a grasp on your own abilities, so how can you expect to outmatch someone else with them? Raw power is all you have at this point, and that isn't enough here. It was then that a fire lit in Naruto's eyes as he began to straighten himself. Just as Neji was pulling his arm back, Naruto latched onto it tightly, seemingly digging his claws in deeply, making the Hyuga scream from the pain and making the others around wince. While Neji was distracted by the pain and trying to pry the clawed hand off, Naruto reached out with his other hand and tightly grabbed Neji's throat.
Why does this hurt so much? They're just puncture wounds. Kunai are more tolerable than this.
Neji and Naruto locked eyes with each other, pale white meeting crimson red. The silence and the stare lasted only until Naruto spoke in a rasp and almost strained voice. It seems, Neji, that we have a tie. Was spoken through bloody teeth. If you pull your arm away, my claws will tear out your tendons, and if you try to move, I'll remove your throat. On the other hand, am stuck with your hand over my heart, and we all know what a Juken strike could do right now, said Naruto, coughing slightly. Neji was furious. He couldn't believe he made such a rookie mistake. He had allowed the boy to touch him. One of the first rules of combat is to never let your opponent make contact. In the shinobi world, death too often came from a single touch. This is impossible. He allowed me to strike him. With his speed, he could have dodged. I allowed him to trick me like this. No, I didn't let him. He did it himself. He is defiantly someone to be watched carefully. You will not defeat me again. That is enough, boomed Kyoju. Naruto, release Neji. Immediately, following the yell, Neji backed away as told. Both boys slowly stepped away from each other, and the sensei immediately moved over to Neji to check his wounds. What is this? Cried Kyoju. The wounds in Neji's arm could barely be described as scratches. let alone give Naruto access to the boy's tendons, as he had threatened. When he looked over to Naruto, he could see the boy coughing up a little blood after the strike to his chest. Naruto, what did you do to Neji to make him scream like that if you didn't puncture his arm as you said? Asked Hiyashi. I just channeled some chakra into his arm through my claws. It's a type of medical jutsu that can either cause enough pain to make him think I actually had my claws inside his arm, or numb his muscles to relieve pain, said Naruto as he channeled chakra into his claws, making it seem as small bolts of electricity were flowing between them. Impressive, Naruto-san. Neji, thank you for your help. You may have the rest of the day off after getting your arm bandaged, said Hiyashi. All Neji did was growl lightly and glare at Naruto until he was helped into the mansion by Kyoju. When Hiyashi turned back to speak to Naruto, he noticed that he had passed out. Looking at Kyoju, Hiyashi said, he probably used up too much energy in that spar. Just let him rest for a moment. What do you think, Kyoju? How far do you think he could go in our style? Asked Hiyashi. Honestly, Hiyashi-sama, if the boy had our Kekai Genkai, I believe he could probably master the style in a few years' time. Most of the training we put our own through to prepare them for Juken is stamina, chakra control, chakra capacity, and learning the kata fluidly. Other than some tutoring in manipulating his chakra to affect the circulatory system and learning the kata, he is already trained well enough to start. All he needs is repetition and practice. That is good to know. When he wakes up, give him that scroll from before. It contains all the basic kata for our style. Tell him study it until his training time with my daughter, and practice it more on his own time. Hi Hiyashi-sama, the training of this boy will certainly be interesting. In the Sandame's office, I see, Naruto, you really can surprise, can't you? How much do you intend to take on at one time? Med Nin, Juken, Jutsu and whatever the Kyubi has you doing? Maybe I better have you come in for a talk. If you continue like this, it could cause you more problems than good. With this thought the Sandame pages his assistant. Yes Hokage-sama. How can I help you? I need to know what my next available appointment slot is. One moment sir, unfortunately, Hokage-sama, you will be booked until Monday because of all the daimyo and preparation meetings for the upcoming Chunin exam in 3 months, sir. Very well. Make an appointment for the earliest time Monday morning, and have a message sent to Umuno Uruka to be there with Uzumaki Naruto. Hi, Hokage-sama, I just hope Naruto doesn't overdo it until then. I doubt the Kyubi would allow him to endanger himself. If he spreads himself too thin like this his overall improvement will suffer. I should get him to focus more. Juken would certainly be helpful, but he still needs the basics first, thought the Sandame. After being unconscious for a little over a half hour, Naruto woke up, leaned heavily against a tree. He was sore, tired, and rather embarrassed with his performance. Q, what happened with the fight? Asked Naruto. You did very well considering, Naruto-kun. You were able to force that boy into a draw, but it was only because he underestimated you. Next time you won't be so lucky. Yeah, if I had been able to land a solid hit I know I could have won. But it was like he knew what I was going to do before I did. After a moment of silence, I think it's time we stepped up your training again. At first I wanted to take it slow and not overstrain you, but you need at least a strong grasp of what you were capable of before I can think of you being in a fight again. We need to get your chakra control and medical knowledge further along so you can focus on Juken and medical jutsu. That way we will have more time for my type of training. What do you mean by that? Q. When you fell unconscious, all your Kage Bunshin dispersed at once, and to my surprise, instead of your brain exploding, all the information came at once in order of dispersion, allowing me to sort it piece by piece to reduce the stress on your mind. Your mind still had to deal with the stress of having gained all that training so quickly, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it was when you were awake. It was like your mind recognized the information coming into it but didn't try to understand it right away. This would mean what exactly? For the next 2 weeks, we will push the Kage Bunshin training to its absolute limits to help you master your various training subjects faster. If we continue on like we have been, it will take years to reach any kind of useful skill level with everything we're trying to cover. Besides, I feel we are making up for what you missed before. We won't be able to complete your training and everything in the time limit we have, but we should be able to get far enough for it to be more practical knowledge than experimental. You said we couldn't do that because it would destroy my mind. What's different now? Even if the stress is lessened while I'm asleep, won't it still build up? Simply this, Naruto-kun. Now that I can deal with the information while you're unconscious, I can reduce the stress put on your mind. This allows me to help with sorting the information faster and safer. You will not receive the information instantly like before but remember later. Almost like an afterthought. This way, I can be sure that it's in order, and then I can have you absorb it section by section. That is amazing, Q. I'll have everything in the shinobi world mastered in no time. Nowhere close to that much, but from now on, before you start your morning training, we will create as many bunshin as possible and split them up to do the various training exercises for you. Your taijutsu and physical training will still be up to you and take up most of your time, but the clones will do the rest. With this, we will literally get 9 years of training done in a few weeks. Naruto is barely able to process this. 9 years of training in a few weeks, I can't believe this, Q. Is that really possible to do? I would be a licensed med nin by team assignments. I would have unmatched chakra control and who knows what else. Yes and no. You will gain all the knowledge, but not all at once. I will give it to you in pieces. I'm not sure how many or how long it will take, Naruto-kun. Even if that's so, Q, this kind of training is priceless. It will save me years at least. It will take us time to recover from the training and we will not be able to perform it again for several years afterwards. To put it simply, your brain will be full, but to master your chakra control it will be worth it. You will also lose the ability to use my Yuki at all for some time. It will be focused on managing the bunshin training and repairs to your mind when each section is absorbed. Naruto, too stupefied to comment, just picks up his weights from the field and reattaches them. Once he looks around the area, he notices that his Juken sensei was training the kids from earlier nearby. Sensei, how long have I been out? Called Naruto to his sensei. Ah, Naruto, you're awake. You have only been out for about an hour. Hiyashi-sama said you were to relax and study this scroll until your training with Hinata-sama begins, said Kyoju while handing Naruto a scroll. It contains the first 7 kata out of the 21 contained in the Juken style. Be sure to study the first 2 so you can be with the others for tomorrow's training. Thank you, I'll start on this right away, said Naruto, excited to start learning the legendary style. Later, we find Naruto under the same tree reading the scroll contently, with Q commenting here and there about where his claws could be used or a burst of foxfire to improve an attack pattern until Hiyashi approaches him. Naruto, it is time for the training session with my daughter, please follow me. Hi, Hiyashi-san, said Naruto while rolling up the scroll and placing it safely into his supply pouch. Now Naruto, Hinata still does not know of this training, so the council and I will be informing her of it. Please wait outside the door and listen to the reason I asked this of you. I will call for you when we are ready. Naruto just nods and takes his place next to the door to listen to the council's discussion. Truthfully, he didn't like the way things were going at the moment. I wonder how Hinata will react or what Hiyashi is talking about. I guess I'll see for myself. Too bad Q went back to sleep. She's always handy in times like these. Inside the council room. Why did Tu-san call for me? He only does that when I'm in trouble for something. The elders probably just want to yell at me again for my weakness, thought Hinata as she took her seat in front of the elders. The entire elders council remained silent for this. They have already spoken to Hiyashi on their concerns and have agreed to this decision. With grim faces on everyone, Hiyashi begins to speak and causes Hinata to visibly flinch. Hinata, my daughter, I am sorry to inform you of this. The council has decided that your progress and current strength is too lacking to hold the position of clan heir. You will be removed from your position and your sister Hanabi will assume it.
Hinata was scared to death. She knew very well that her younger sister should have been branded for the branch house long ago. The only reason it hadn't happened yet was her weakness. If she was being removed from the position of heir, that meant that she would be branded for the branch family. No, I didn't want this, but if this keeps my sister from that life, so be it. You will be given until the age of 16 to prove that you can resume the position of heir. If you fail, you will be branded for the branch house at that time, said Hiyashi. Naruto was listening to the whole conversation and was about to lose it. That's why I'm here. Hiyashi is trying to save Hinata from something, but what? What's all this about branding and branch house? Anyo Tu-san, how is that possible? I thought once I was removed, I would be branded immediately, asked Hinata in a whisper and slight stutter. Frowning at his daughter's speaking, Hiyashi replies, normally yes, but a case as this has never happened where the younger sibling seemed the better choice for heir. The council deliberated on this for quite some time, years in fact, to reach a compromise, and decided to give you this amount of time to improve yourself. I have also arranged for a training partner for you. He is currently learning Juken with the beginners. I believe that you can help each other improve. He may be just a beginner in Juken, but is a capable shinobi. From now on, you and he will be training together every day as you see fit. Hinata is just confused by this. If someone was just being trained in Juken, then they would be about 5 or 6 years old. As the council just trying to humiliate me by giving me a beginner to train with. You may come in now, called Hiyashi to the door. Hinata immediately locked her eyes onto the door, waiting to see who this person was. As the door slowly slid open, it revealed a non-Hyuga boy to her surprise that looked just slightly older than herself. At first she was totally clueless to whom this was, until she noticed the blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker-like birthmarks. Naruto-kun was
Hinata's intelligent conclusion. I believe that you are already familiar with Naruto, so I will skip the pleasantries. Naruto, do you understand the situation? Asked Hiyashi. Hi, Hinata is to help me with my Juken outside of the basic training I receive, and I am to help her in other things as I see fit. Correct, Hiyashi-san? Asked Naruto with a hate-filled glare. All the council could do was nod with just a slight bit of fear. Never had they seen such eyes, cold, calculating, and fierce with no sign of killing intent, but still just as piercing. Hinata was again starstruck by Naruto. Never had she seen the council react this way, cower really. Hinata, if this meeting is over, let's head out to begin our training, said Naruto in a gentle voice. Hinata could only respond with a nod and to follow Naruto out of the door with a bow to the council. Hiyashi, do you think it wise to allow the two of them to have this much contact? It could lead to some rather unpleasant conclusions. We have already discussed this enough. The decision is final and we will not interfere with them from now on. Understand? You may have sway over clan affairs, but my family is my own in these matters, commanded Hiyashi in a threatening tone. The council remained silent as they left the room, clearly unhappy. In the sparring fields just outside of the compound walls, Naruto and Hinata have taken to sitting under the shade of a rather large tree. Hinata, in true fashion, is twiddling her fingers and blushing madly. I guess we should start by getting to know each other better. If we're going to be spending all this time training together, we should at least be good friends, said Naruto, trying to lighten the mood. Alright, Naruto-kun, what do you want to K now? Asked Hinata. First thing to go is the stutter. The finger poking is cute, but I think it's just her way of blocking things out, so it needs to go. I already know she's great. It's just her confidence that needs help. Well, how about first we start by telling each other our likes, dislikes, and what we want to improve on the most. I'll start, said Naruto with his fox grin in place. I can't believe Naruto-kun is talking to me. His attention is on me. Even if it's only for training, Naruto-kun is all mine. For now, thought Hinata sadly. First off, I like ramen, training, and learning new things. I dislike waiting for my ramen, people who mistreat others in any way, shape, or form, misuse what they've been taught, and people who don't believe in themselves. What I really want to learn the most is my Juken and medical training. Hinata, hearing Naruto's dislikes, can't help but to have slight tears in her eyes. So what about you, Hinata? What is it that makes the Hyuga princess tick? Asked Naruto, showing yet another foxy grin. Anyo Ilike looks into Naruto's eyes, pressing flow words and reading. I don't really dislike anything and I want to be stronger. Naruto couldn't help but to frown. What is with this girl? She's had a difficult life, but not that bad. I know I've had it worse, and so do many others. So why is she so screwed up? You forget, Naruto, you never had any support in your life before Iruka. You have lived by your own strength, never knowing the love of others. That while far harder has made you strong, but what do you think you would be like if he died? Q said in a sage-like voice. This simple statement brought it all together for Naruto. He had gone through life alone and survived. Hinata, on the other hand, had everything. A loving mother, family, and respect. Then it had all been taken away from her piece by piece. Just like Sasuke. He lost his entire family, and Hinata lost her mother and her family's respect. They had lived similar lives, but where Sasuke had taken to a mask of arrogance and indifference blaming his brother, Hinata had created a mask of shyness and timidity while blaming herself. Masks, is there anyone who doesn't wear them, Q? No, there's not, everyone hides their emotions one way or another. You have done it too for years, except unlike you. Those two can't tell the difference between themselves and their masks anymore. You're correct about this girl. She is strong and well trained. It's just her confidence that's the problem. In your whole class, she's probably in the top 3 or 4. That's good. So all we need to do is get her to have some backbone and a little sparring. Naruto, now knowing this, forms a harsh plan to get Hinata on the way. Hinata, I think first off, we need to find out where we stand with each other. Hinata, in true pervert fashion, takes this in the most perverted way possible and passes out from blood rush. Now, what the fuck is up with that? All I said is we should start with a spar. I think I know what the problem is, Naruto-kun. What? What is up with this girl? If she wasn't so nice and sort of cute, I could swear she was a total weirdo. Thought Naruto with a sour look. She's led a sheltered life. This combined with the shyness we discovered earlier in her natural perverseness. She's a pervert. How can a girl be a pervert? I thought they were the ones that always busted the perverts. Giggling, Naruto-kun. Everyone in the world is a pervert. It's just to what extent of a pervert you are. Many are like you. They keep their perverted thoughts to themselves and pretend not to be one. Hinata, on the other hand, believes that these thoughts are wrong and battles with herself about them. This causes her fainting. Really? So how do we take care of this? Well, we haven't gotten very far in your medical training, but I believe you should know a chakra manipulation to create an electrical current to either put someone under or bring them back to consciousness. With this, we should be able to continue the training. I can do that, but it doesn't solve the problem. It just keeps her awake until she faints again. What can we do to get her out of this permanently? I only know 3 ways. 1. We could build her confidence bit by bit with spars and maybe set her up on a few dates to get her some backbone. Like hell we're doing that. Until this girl gets under control, she isn't getting near my Naruto-kun like that. No matter how much she likes him. I'll set them up once she's under control. 2. We shock her with something so perverted that she short circuits, and when she recovers, her little thoughts will seem innocent in comparison. Or 3. We have another girl confront her on it and help her to come to terms with it. The first will take too long, the second I think is too drastic and could backfire on us. The last seems the most likely, but I don't know any girls to ask. The closest one is Tenten, but I think it would be a little weird to ask her to help with this. You know, Naruto-kun, there's always me. I'll take care of that girl in no time. How are we supposed to do that? Me talk to her for you? That will just be weird. No, if you find out the hand seals for the Kachiyose no Jutsu, I could take care of this. You finished the summoning. I thought you said it would take longer? Yes and no. I have figured a way for me to get out, but not to take my power with me. I actually think that I won't be able to. The seal will only let me take an amount of my Yuki that is equal to the amount of chakra you possess. So the seal will only let us be equal. I guess the Yondaime figured this would happen sooner or later and wanted to make sure you couldn't get out of hand. I agree, but it really doesn't matter now. You will only grow stronger from this point, and that means so will I. Like I've been saying, all the power in the world means nothing without the skill to use it. That means you're going to need to train me to fight as well. Yup, that's your catchphrase all right. Wait, what? How am I going to teach you anything? I'm going to have an actual human body because we will be using one of your cage bunshin. Before, my human form was a form of illusion. Aesthetic only when you get down to it. Like the henge I told you about, but better. I believe that I will still have my fox form, but with the size, I'll bet it won't help much. I will need to learn to fight shinobi style. Said Q with the biggest smirk. Now wake her up so you can go see the Hokage for the hand seals. Naruto, hearing this, takes a long look at Hinata and starts to focus a small amount of chakra to his pointer and middle fingers. Slightly picking Hinata up, he then places the fingers at the base of the back of her neck. Not even a moment after applying the chakra, Hinata shoots up with an owlish look on her face. What happened just now, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata without a single stutter. Maybe there's hope for her after all. You passed out for some reason. I'm sorry Hinata, but we will have to cut our training short for today. Hinata looks down. I messed up already. Naruto-kun probably thinks that I'm a freak for fainting like that, but I couldn't help it. Thought Hinata with slight tears in her eyes. Naruto, Seeing the tears, decides to try to comfort her. Don't worry, Hinata. We will train together the same time tomorrow. I just need to go see Ji-san now. Alright Naruto-kun, but do you need to see the Hokage for? Asked Hinata. It's something to help with our training and to help a good friend of mine, said Naruto with a soft smile. Okay. What show old I do while you're gone? If you could, I would really appreciate it if you could go over the first 7 kata for Juken. Those are the ones I'm working on. It would be great if you could help me with them. Hinata gives a quick nod and begins the motions for the kata as she watches Naruto take his leave by the rooftops, heading for the Hokage Tower. Hiyashi's private study. Kyoju had just entered the study to speak to Hiyashi. Hiyashi-sama, Naruto has just left the compound. Hiyashi hearing this raises an eyebrow. Really? Where did he go and what about my daughter? Well, after Hinata-sama fainted, Naruto was silent for a time with several emotions crossing his face until he used some sort of jutsu to awaken your daughter. After she awoke, he said he needed to see the Hokage for training material and had Hinata-sama begin going over the kata we gave him until he returned. Leave Naruto be for now. I think he has already discovered my daughter's problem and is working to correct it in his own way. Hi, Hiyashi-sama, if you believe that's best. Kyoju leaves without another word to resume the basic training class. Naruto, what are you planning? I didn't think it would take long for you to start on Hinata's fainting, but what do you plan to do? Thought Hiyashi before returning to his paperwork. Paperwork is always so relaxing after meeting with the council. At the Hokage Tower, Naruto appears through the window to see the Sandaime reading a little orange book with a slight nosebleed. Yo, Ji-san, I need to ask you a favor, said Naruto loudly, surprising the aged leader and causing him to toss the book into the air for Naruto to catch. Naruto, what are you doing here scaring the heck out of me, and with my book? Asked the Sandaime, already moving for the orange treasure.
As Naruto was making his way to the desk, he was flipping through the book. He couldn't help but to be disappointed with his Ji-san. He was reading porn while on the job, extremely good porn, but porn nonetheless. I can't believe Ji-san would be reading something like this.
Naruto-kun, see if you can keep that, it will come in handy. Naruto, too confused to ask why, just decides to do his best. Really now, what would the village think of their Hokage reading something like this? Asked Naruto with his vulpine grin in place. Sarutobi for his part could only pale at the thought. He recognized that look on Naruto. He was going to be blackmailed again. Alright Naruto, what will it take to keep this a secret?
First I need to know the hand seals for a specific jutsu, and I want this book.
What is Naruto planning? I better find out what jutsu he wants before I agree to it. What jutsu do you want, Naruto? I need the hand seals for the Kachiyose no jutsu, and before you ask, it's for my own purposes. The book, I just want. The jutsu doesn't matter. Without a contract, the hand seals are worthless. The book, on the other hand, is my signed first edition that Jiraiya gave me when his first book was hit #1. I will tell you the hand seals, but the book is not for minors. Too bad Ji-san. I would hate to think of how the women that frequent the Osens will react to the idea of you peeping on them with that crystal ball of yours, said Naruto with a cruel smirk. The Sandaime was horrified at the thought. What, I have never done or would do such a thing. Oh, I know you wouldn't, but after I show them this book of yours, I'm pretty sure they won't care. Just imagine the paperwork to clean that mess up.
If it was possible, the old man had just aged 10 years because of the nightmare of angry women and mountains of paperwork. In a defeated voice, the aged Hokage says, the hand seals are boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep. Then you just need blood and chakra. Also, the book is yours as long as you keep this secret.
Thanks Ji-san. Q. Can we try it now? Sure, just be sure to use the blood and just let the chakra flow this time. Watch the amount used for this, and remember it so we can get it exact. No reason to waste chakra. Also, be sure to say, Kyubi no Yoko, when you do it. Why do I need to say your name? Asked Naruto. I'll use it as a keyword for when you summon me, just in case you ever sign a contract with a guardian clan. The Sandaime, for his part, couldn't help but to be a little thrown by all this. He was just minding his business, reading his porn after a long day. Now he was just blackmailed out of his favorite book and a jutsu. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto starts going through the hand seals after cutting his thumb. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep, Kachiyose no jutsu. Kyubi no yoko. Yelled Naruto too loud. Loud enough to nearly give the old man a heart attack when the poof of black smoke, as well as a swirl of red energy, appeared. Naruto, what did you just do? Screamed the freaked out Hokage. All Naruto did was stare at the cloud expectantly, waiting. After a moment, the smoke began to clear, revealing an average-sized fox. It was an orange-red color with long ears, pale red eyes, one tail, and pretty normal looking overall. Q, is that you? Of course it is, Naruto-kun. Came the soft reply from the little fox in the most caring and soothing voice either male had ever heard. The third was just dumbstruck. He had given a believed worthless jutsu to Naruto, only to be scared half to death when he says he's summoned the Kyubi, and now this angelic little animal is supposed to be the demon? I thought you said that you would have a human form? Asked a puzzled Naruto. Just a moment, Naruto-kun. After their little exchange, Q was surrounded by black smoke once again as a small stream of red yuki swirled around the cloud. Both Naruto and the Sandaime were drawn into staring into the blackness, just waiting to see the human form of the most powerful demon in history. After the smoke had cleared, it revealed the cutest girl either male had ever seen, or imagined for that fact. She seemed to be just slightly older than Naruto, 13 or 14 at the most. Her hair was a beautiful silky orange-red color that went down to her mid-thigh. She had cute whisker marks on her cheeks, and pale red eyes that looked upon them both in a piercing way. Two fox ears with white tips that matched her hair perfectly rested on the top of her head, as well as a single fox tail of the same color swayed behind her. She wore a fishnet shirt with a black cloth wrapped around her chest. Covering the shirt is a blood-red flank jacket with black trim. She also wore black short shorts with a red skirt around them. Her legs were covered with what looked like black stockings that disappeared into normal black shinobi sandals and a choker around her neck with a ring of strange kanji. After both men had scanned her up and down with their eyes about 4 times, it was enough for Q, so she lightly coughed to get their attention. I know it's a lot to take in, boys, but you're too old for me, and I think Naruto-kun needs a few more years to mature first, said Q with a vulpine grin to put Naruto's to shame. Both males blushed red and averted their eyes. The Sandaime was the first to recover. I would assume that you are the Kyubi no Yoko. Correct, and before you ask, the seal is not broken. I am not free, and I only have enough yuki to be equal with Naruto-kun and cannot resume my full form, yet, explained Q before the Sandaime could ask a single question. Don't worry, Ji-san, she does that to me all the time. You just get used to it, Naruto said in a matter-of-fact tone. Please explain this from the beginning, and while we're at it, I have some concerns about your training, said the third in all seriousness. For the next hour, the 3 people occupying the Hokage's office discussed everything from proper training ethics to the ancient mechanics of summoning. By the time everything was understood, or at least as close to understanding as they could get, the third had gone through 3 bottles of sake again. Naruto had his new training schedule for the last 13 days of his intensive training, and Q was now a registered Konoha citizen under Naruto's address. Alright Naruto, you better get back to the Hyuga compound. You are supposed to start your laundry duty in a half hour, said the Sandaime while putting the bottles and paperwork away. Before Naruto or Q could leave the office, the Sandaime called to them. Wait a moment. We need a name for your lady friend, Naruto. We can't have you going around calling her Q. I also need a name to finish the citizenship application. Well Q, do you have a name, or is Kyubi it? I never thought to ask before, asked Naruto. No, I was never given a name other than my title as a Biju, and I never stayed in one place long enough to be called anything by humans. Well, if that's the case, what would you like to be called? Asked the third. As Q took a thinking pose, she said, I don't know. Do you have any ideas, Naruto-kun? After thinking for a few moments, Naruto opened his eyes and Q could see the emotions running through them. How about, Kira? Asked Naruto.
Q was shocked by this. Your mother's name, Naruto-kun, are you sure you want me to use it? Asked Q in all honesty. The
Sandaime for his part decided to remain silent. I believe that my mother would be proud that someone like you was using her name. Other than Iruka and Ji-san, you are the only person to truly comfort me or be by my side. It would mean a lot to me if you would. I also think it suits you great, finished Naruto with a wide fox grin. Q could barely hold back her tears, and settled for looking at the ground. Very well, from this day on, you will be known as Kira. I will not give you a surname. I will leave that up to the two of you, said the third with a small smile. Thanks Ji-san. Kira, are you ready to go? We still need to get back to the compound, asked Naruto in a gentle voice, since the newly named Kira was still sobbing lightly. Hi, Naruto-kun. Just give me a moment to get ready. After drying her eyes and composing herself, Kira's eyes began to glow for just a moment, then in a slight shimmer, her fox features vanished. Cool, how did you do that Kira-chan? Asked Naruto. With the cutest giggle, Kira replied. It's a part of a dojutsu that all kitsune posses combined with our transformation ability. You have it too at some level, Naruto-kun. I'll teach you how to use it later, alright? I just want to get your basic training finished first. Alright, let's get going before I'm late. I really don't want an angry Hiyashi after me again. Okay, Naruto-kun, said Kira, heading for the window. Before you two go, I wanted to give you both this, said the third while handing them both what looked like passports. What are these Ji-san? Some kind of secret. Those, Naruto, are permanent passes into and out of the village among other things. I wanted to give you those because I'm sure there will be some training between you two that does not need to be seen by others in the village. Many Junin have secret or secluded training grounds that are off limits to others. Maybe you two can find one. That does sound like a good idea, commented Kira as she took a thinking pose. Not that anyone else could do what I'll be teaching you, but it would be rather troublesome to have someone try. You sound like a Nara now, Kira. Now I expect you to use those wisely and not flaunt them, since only I can issue those. It would be a direct link to me. After saying this, the venerable professor stares both of the young shinobi down to ensure his point. Now get going, the both of you. Naruto and Kira take their leave, heading in the direction of the Hyuga compound by rooftops and enjoying the trip. Kira for feeling the wind blow through her hair and Naruto having a new companion by his side. They both arrived at the compound about 10 minutes before 6 p.m. ready to put their plan into action. Kira's plan into action. Alright Naruto-kun, give me the book and introduce me to Hinata. Then you can go to do the laundry, said Kira with a small smile. Naruto hands over the book and says, I really don't know what you're planning, but I trust you won't do anything too drastic. Of course not, I'm just going to help her though that's all, Kira said, trying to look as cute and innocent as possible, and with those eyes of hers, it was working too well. Naruto just shakes his head and starts walking in the direction of where he had left Hinata. Once he arrives at the training ground, he finds Hiyashi, Kyoju, and Hinata all talking to each other when he walks up to them. When they see Kira, they each have their own thoughts on her. Who could this young one be? Maybe she could help in the sparring just like Naruto-san does, thought Kyoju.
Who could this be? I wonder if this is why Naruto ran out on his training session with Hinata. Could she be part of the plan to help her? Thought Hiyashi.
I wonder who this girl is? Could she be Naruto-kun's girlfriend? Does this mean that I'm too late? Even if I'm not, I can't compete with her beauty, thought Hinata in despair. Hello everyone, sorry about leaving early, but I needed to go pick up my friend Kira who's staying with me. I thought that she could help Hinata out, said Naruto while Kira came to stand beside him. Kira. Who is this girl and why did Naruto call her by his mother's name? It could be a coincidence, but it took Hiyashi a moment before he spoke again. Naruto, I don't see how this girl can help my daughter more than you could. I asked you because I believe that you can do it. Trust me, Hiyashi, I may be able to help her with her training, but Kira is the one to handle the problem you told me about. What is Naruto-kun talking about? He brought this girl to help me. Naruto-kun, what am I supposed to do with her? Asked Hinata, blushing slightly. All you need to do is go somewhere and talk with her. Trust me, it will help. You will feel a lot better after speaking with her. After I'm done with my chores for the night, I'll come by to talk with you too, said Naruto with a soft smile and gentle voice. Both of the older men decide to just slip away and allow the children to handle this. Come on Hinata-san. Follow me to the training ground over here so we can girl talk. We'll see you later, Naruto-kun, called Kira while pulling a red-faced Hinata that was mirroring a deer in the headlights perfectly. See you two later, called Naruto before heading to the laundry room. In the laundry room, good afternoon ladies, are we going to do the same thing as yesterday? asked Naruto. If you're willing to, we won't argue with you, said one woman. As long as you still have some money that you're willing to lose at cards, commented another Hyuga woman. Alright then. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. After a cloud of smoke and multiple pops were heard, there stood a little over 60 Naruto starting on the wash as the 10 Hyuga women and Naruto settled down for a game of poker. Back in the training field, Kira and Hinata had taken to sitting under the same tree as Hinata and Naruto had shared earlier. Hinata, Naruto asked me to come here to help you with this fainting problem you have. Do you know what causes it or what you could do to stop it? Asked Kira. Hinata, hearing this question, blushes like mad and begins poking her fingers together while thinking, I can't tell her about my dirty thoughts. If I told her, she would tell Naruto-kun, and then I would lose him forever. Nnoi duent. Kira, hearing this, flicks Hinata in the forehead with ample force. Do not lie to me, little girl. Naruto noticed just as easily as I just did. If you don't admit it, you will never improve. Hinata is now sweating bullets. Naruto-kun no ws. Does that mean, he left earlier because he's disgusted by me? Said Hinata aloud, not realizing it and completely forgetting her throbbing forehead. No, Hinata, he is not disgusted by it. There is nothing wrong with you or those thoughts. Everyone has them and everyone deals with them. Even Naruto-kun and I have them. Really, I'm normal. I'm not a freak? Asked Hinata with hope. Kira gives what would account to a bored stare. You are a girl that blushes and faints for no reason, that also pokes her fingers together and can barely speak. You are hardly normal. Now Hinata is almost on the verge of crying again. Listen, you are a pretty, talented, and very likable girl. The only things holding you back from succeeding are these fainting problem and your confidence, said Kira. Really, that's all? Does that mean that I still have a chance with Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata, not realizing her admittance. With a deep sigh. You have a long way to go, Hinata. Even further to go until you can be with Naruto-kun. He has lived a very painful life and doesn't need someone like how you are now, dragging him down. Until you pull yourself together and prove to me that you can truly be there for Naruto-kun instead of relying on him, I won't let you anywhere near him. He needs someone to support him and be strong for him. That's what I want to be for him, but I'm afraid that I won't be enough. When you reach your goal, I would be glad to have you share Naruto-kun with me. Hinata, hearing this, is thrown into a medley of thoughts and emotions. Share Naruto-kun, I never thought of that. Is it even right? I always dreamed of having him for myself, but if I don't take this chance, I could lose him to this girl. Not to mention I know the elders are just waiting to marry me off. Sharing Naruto-kun is better than not having him at all, isn't it? And who's to say I can't win him for myself later on? I'll do it. I will grow strong for Naruto-kun. He has given me strength all these years and now I will be his strength. Alright. What do I have to do? The first step is to get over your problem with these thoughts of yours. If you can do this, then Naruto-kun and I can help you with your confidence. What do I need to do? Asked Hinata with a resolve never seen before in her eyes. Kira could only smile at this. The girl is more determined to succeed for Naruto than for herself. First off, you and I are going to go over the birds and the bees, followed by reading a little book together. If this doesn't bring her out of this, nothing will.